noise. It looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong, kind of a ship or craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe even 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front to back. So, it's pretty big. It was enough for probably you or I to stand up in it and walk around a little bit.
And your mother has an exact recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. And I'll have the same thing. I've had another couple of experiences that my family members and other friends probably write up soon.
And so this was all when you were young. And so you had this memory in your head when you started working for the government. But when were you introduced to the whole idea that this is a real thing?
Well, I know it's on mission because I just kind of filed away that UFO experience at 10 years old for many years. And I just was kind of even skeptical sometimes about, well, maybe it was just something, an aberration in my mind or eyes or something. But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Wright Pat on a mission, when I was in the program. And we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an NHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, yeah. And NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? How much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of this?
I can pretty much talk about the culture and the presence of the NHI, but I can't talk about like weapon systems and the technology they're developing. That's all going to have to be national security stuff because we don't want anyone needs to know what we got.
Of course. So what was this talk of NHI? What did it entail?
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had. They called Neben.
An interview?
Yeah, he had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual, probably his boss or somebody that was going to, pass it on to the rest of the folks in the group or whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else that's, it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal, forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do with an intel guy is you have to be really specific about what you're recording and make sure it's accurate. Even whether you believe it or not, what's going on, you have to be able to transcribe that word for word the way it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence thing.
Well, it was an active thing. That's what I did on the red team that I was on for the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force. And in this case, monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs at all or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team. He was an officer. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we'd have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that, and they had like very technical parameters that I cannot discuss, but they were talking about these, and we get the scientists to come and talk to us and say, oh yeah, that's this, and this.
This episode is brought to you by MeUndies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. MeUndies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured pouch and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan. and enter the code Rogan. That's meundies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code Rogan for huge site-wide savings. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. And so, how does the conversation go where the non-human intelligence gets brought up?
That was just like the two of them. That when I picked up the call and started recording on it, there was some guy that was there at Right Pat, and apparently he had been talking to Stephen. He said, "Yeah, up today's session, we've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen. He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happen."
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, "Well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people?" And the guy that had given the interview, he's like, "You don't want to do that." And the guy's like, "Well, why?" He said, "If you don't, they're going to be put to death." And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So I had to finish out the call. They talked about sundry other things and stupid stuff.
Can you be a little bit more clear? Like, who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals.
Retrievals.
Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me was, "Do you want to be part of the retrieval program?" And I said, "Well, tell me about it." And when they said the things they said, I was like, "No. Number one, it sounds gross. Number two, you probably can't give me enough PPE gear and hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things. And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much."
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking about biological entities that are retrieved along with the crash.
Yes.
Why do they crash if they're so fucking smart? That's always the big question, right?
Well, I think the new guy on the block, Jake Barber, he's describing some of the ways that you can do it psionically, and the psionic team is going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness, and apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in that head speaks of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing; it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it, the ugly side of the program. Is that what you've got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies. They treat this stuff as very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well to go out and retrievals. And that's where Jake Barber comes in, is that you see some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievals would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech,
Exactly.
figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior crafts.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So
even
the
before I was born.
tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before. Why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside these craft that the MHI were flying on that day in Roswell.
But radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at some of the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine that even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong or it's at the right wavelength, it does break down the electrical current and the electromagnetic or whatever drive that they might have. And that seems to be what happened in Roswell, is that they actually accidentally went in and were just sweeping like a radar, and actually it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So
Please.
I'd like to add something here. someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic, but as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic. All right. And he said, imagine this: you're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing, and then, because remember that night there was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now they're magnetic, and then they bounce off, and that's why you had one that landed in Roswell area, and the one that landed somewhere else.
Yeah, there were two.
So that was what someone told me. Now, I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth, but the two most likely possibilities is that what Jake just said.
And there's actually another person that was approached by same race of NHI, and this guy says that they actually recounted what happened is that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon, and then they quickly found out that no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second, enough to cause the crash to happen.
But it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're going to go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows. And if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, this is crazy. I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised if they have arrows. Like, you would probably read, hey, man, we should be real careful that they might have arrows. They might shoot us. So if you're visiting the human race and you're so advanced that in 1947, you can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing. Wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a system to prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise, because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new, but they weren't all that old either.
When was radar invented? Do you know?
It was World War II, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was World War II. So it was right around the 1950s, right
Around the same time.
Right. So it may have been unexpected technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have their countermeasures up or something.
And there could have been some type of arrogance there, because think about it. If we, based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened. And then all of a sudden,
all of a sudden this new technology, and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being, and besides that, they do not always, I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here.
Right.
They're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment of the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, I'm not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar could take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. He was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. I mean, he got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. There's nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
But again, you're going to have a Tesla. You would assume the wheels won't fly off when it rains. And you're going to come here from another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Well, let's not fuck around. If they have lightning, let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, the pilot says, we're going to take this plane around 45,000 feet to, to let you know. And then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
How come they can't do that?
You got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And I agree. I kind of had the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles. And
I know, but I would just assume they're way better than us, right? I would assume
100%.
they, like you were talking about arrogance. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
No, it's not.
Fucking work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to want to live their life well, and all these other things are part of it. So yeah,
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, anything, like you want to explore the universe, you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
yes,
Like otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like this was the question about artificial intelligence.
Mhm.
We were talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human needs, it doesn't have a desire to spread its DNA, it doesn't have a desire to achieve status.
yes.
Why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say logically it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy
Right.
like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? Why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us, and this is where I think there's a commonality between us and the NHI. We're intelligent people.
Some
and-
of us.
Some of us. And then, but,
Go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity. You're right.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well,
okay,
it's
take back what
everywhere
I
now.
said. No. But actually, though,
No, obviously intelligent. I'm joking.
but they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great.
Oh yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that. Yeah. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's whatever it is that made us us, from ancient primates to what we are today. A big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like, at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process, there's a very delicate process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology. And a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it. So they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Imagine that's a process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored because, like, star 15. Remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet.
Yeah.
We got there too late. And they realized, it took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing but, microbes. And it's going to take billions of years. And it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then. And
Now for another test case.
yeah. So let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. And just maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers. Like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves. Just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, it was not a copacetic, free-for-all exchange of technologies at all. It was very controlled by the NHI. If there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing and record what they're doing. And then they would leave, and then the humans would come in. So it's a very precarious little game they're playing.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens.
for
I'm
me,
old
again,
school.
I wasn't. Yeah, I like just calling them aliens, or whatever. But yeah, I think it happened in the Eisenhower days. That's when it really started to come, because that's when they were saying that this UFO came to Holloman and landed and actually talked to the president at the time and all that stuff.
Imagine a UFO talking to Trump.
Oh yeah,
He'd probably try to tax him.
yeah.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI aliens, my first thing is, which one?
Which one?
Because they talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. But when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of
Pull back.
pull
Yeah.
back. And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight look, like, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the military, the top levels of government, they are not given all the information.
Correct.
Because probably we're like a bunch of children. We're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However,
the table.
we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, I'm sure we're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, Imagine when
Entertainment all the
we
way.
talk about the things with the nuclear bombs where the missile silos, they started counting down or whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this.
Right.
And then everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. I'll turn it off and go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. We have collars on bears. We send them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species.
We do. And I
Like,
think
it only makes sense that they would do it with us, especially since we literally have the ability to annihilate all life on Earth, and we're pointing at each other.
Multiple times.
Yeah,
Yeah, mad
multiple
world.
times.
Yeah, mad world.
It's a mad world. I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was like, why would they be interested in us? I'm like, what are you talking about? We go to the jungle to study a frog. Like, of course they would come here. We're so strange.
And we protect the turtles in that one little area that EPA says, oh, no, you can't mess with those turtles.
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
They
Yeah.
believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now?
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. Because if there's actual water in there
Yeah, we
and
don't
they can
have to-
find something in that water that's alive,
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what Elon Musk says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us,
right.
that's huge.
Bro, I ain't
Yeah.
drinking Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars
It
water.
could be better than Red Bull.
Imagine, bro, imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals,
Yeah.
and you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And then we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA.
Mhm.
That's
the
a
new
war
thing.
right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. What if
I tell
Mars
you.
water just makes you go back in time? Like, you look 20 again.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yep.
mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things. You're right, though. That's kind of how we are. It's that we're very curious about what's on that planet and how we can utilize the resources that are there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff. And
Well,
it's going to take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere?
Me too.
And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth?
That
And
seems to be what people are saying.
that's the craziest of all theories, right? And the most interesting. But if Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much would be left? How much is left after a couple of billion years? What is really left over? What does it look like? Does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assume there was something growing there.
Yeah.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars.
Yeah.
Which is great. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage. That alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself. Because then we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened. Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are
Correct.
out there.
Yeah, we
Or
don't
maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
know. Can lock.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks at 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat. Everything else, does normal stuff. They fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found that it seems the more I think about it, the more that they are very much like us in a lot of ways, but they have probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can, and their form of government is not all broken
I
up.
think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You got to go, look, all this bullshit about this country and that country, let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government. But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government is the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to
Exactly.
healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. But the problem is you can't trust the government. So what do you do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society. If aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So
You know,
along
that-
those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that
push
inherently
that
make us
microphone a
human.
little closer.
I'm sorry.
The hand moves. You can push
Okay.
it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the
Right.
question would be, depending on which child you're thinking about,
Right.
what inherently makes them them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them away from us.
Well, what I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if you know, like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plant over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place.
There's a pattern to it.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, that there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So, a bird, I agree. I think when I talked about it the first time we spoke on the phone, it's that yeah, there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has two sets of wings,
Right.
or two heads, or something. I don't know. Just
Right.
because
This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, like, I mean, the birds vary so wide. I mean, you can get a sparrow, or you can get a fucking eagle or a condor.
Yeah.
There's so many different kinds of birds too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet, and life forms in a completely different way?
I would think that that's true also, is that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth, that
Right.
we've got some really strange creatures that roam around, like people are starting to say octopi and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that things evolve around
Right.
the Earth and stuff.
And there's no bones there, so you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So this is what's left. Maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar, because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a Conian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. You know? So is that a part of the grand design, that as intelligent as you get further up the food chain, you start to stand on your two legs and whatever? And then I think about, if it's a mantis, whatever, how did they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what, the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature; it's something other type of nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? a mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder?
Yes.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah, taking out tarantulas and scorpions.
They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like if you looked at them, like the hummingbird's probably 4 times heavier, at least, probably more than that. And he just like, gotcha. It's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of like durability, and also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
Because
that
like crabs do.
yeah,
I know crabs can.
yeah,
Yeah.
lobsters and crabs. All I think of them is just armored spiders.
Yeah,
yeah.
they're bugs. I mean,
and if you think about when they said that the oxygen level was at 30-35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
so they can. Said praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again and then they regrow that limb.
That makes
But they
sense.
do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is.
Yeah.
It won't regenerate right away, and maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt, I guess.
Wow.
Interesting.
That makes sense because the harder shell would prevent that limb
Yeah.
from continuing.
Right.
To grow. Yeah.
But it just seems like that's a superior form of a structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself.
Asexual, yeah.
And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises.
That's a good point.
Right?
That's like-
Like this,
Okay, I need to reset now.
this soft shit on the outside, like we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside? And we don't need to like use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything in our mind.
Mhm.
I mean, if it gets to the point, like this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposed worked on crafts, is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls.
Mhm.
That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes.
Yes.
Consciously. Yeah. I've had discussions about that. With
Have
Have
scientists.
you talked to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard.
Basic, yes.
Yeah.
Basic controls?
Well, I was talking to Jack Sarfati about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in there, but it was only to do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing, and other people have described.
That's what I was going to say. There's just all I've heard is that there's been 2 places for you to put your hands, and maybe for other parts of the crew, but that's about it. There's no.
Maybe that's so you don't use your phone. So you don't get distracted. Just use your hands.
Well,
Put your
yeah.
hands down on the thing. Okay,
So there's no
focus.
technology.
Who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe it is
there's no
part of
fucking
it.
around.
Yeah.
Maybe they have something similar to like cell phone addiction.
Yeah.
So if they're putting their hands on the thing, wasn't that what Lazar said as well? Didn't he say there was something similar to that?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So no controls, and somehow or another, putting your hand on it syncs you up, and then they're just using their mind.
Correct.
Did they try to explain how this was developed?
There's a lot of people that are looking into it now, and they're starting to see that yes, it's possible. And I think that's, again, some of the new whistleblowers can shed some more light onto how this happens. And I think we need to hear a little bit more about these folks that came forward about the psionics team and what exactly was this meditation? What are they linking up with? Does it feel mechanical? Does it feel like an entity?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you hear Jake talk about his experiences, he had a really spiritual experience with one of these things. While he was carrying it to the next place, he was literally crying in the interview.
This is that egg-looking thing.
Yeah, he said
was
that he
just
felt, well, he called it the eight gone, I think, craft. That one was the one he had in spiritual. Eight gone, like a hexagon, but it had 8 sides, or octagon, I think would be the term. But he said it had like an 8-sided kind of disc That's
So this is not the thing we're talking about with the
not the egg one.
helicopter.
This is a different one.
A different one.
Yeah,
So he
describes
encountered
two.
a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
describes
see that interview.
Yeah, well, the detailed one, I think you can pull that one out there. But he mentioned that one, he had like a real, no kidding. It was beautiful, and he cried about it. It was so beautiful of an experience.
Wow.
And I have a question about all those things, because if they can get into our minds, my thing is that how do you know that that's not what they're putting into your head? Because like what they experienced at a Skinwalker Ranch when they saw the creature on the top floor, they said as they approached it, they started feeling fear. And as they approached it further, the fear just kept intensifying to the point where it was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you and all these different things? And I'm not saying that it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything.
Well, we can do that to each other.
Yes.
You know, we can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can do that. You know, there's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. And one of the things that he would do to these people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things that he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to approve you for it, and all these people wanted it, and they never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head, and then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened. Well, because the human mind is weird, right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I could give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone.
100%.
And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? Is love, pure love. It's just pure, just untethered love.
Yeah.
It would make sense. It would like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. And I think that's what their desire is. Just like we would try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being scrutinized.
Sure.
We want to do that.
When we visit Uncontacted Tribe, we give them free food.
Yeah,
We
but
just said, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's where my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, in a way, I kind of package that up, is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation because of the program. Because it's definitely not the public. We're just, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this and I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because we're not seeing full human?
Right. You're only seeing the military thing.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tack that I did instead of going through all the other channels. I just was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people. Get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it
Right.
actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
I got asked a question, and I said, if you were going to go to Congress and say, here's what we need to know about the American experience, what would you tell everybody?
That's a good
And
question.
my answer was, we don't need to anymore, because so many groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people like you said you don't trust the government. There's people, they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? Please don't take this the wrong way because people get angry. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. I was always told, If you want to talk to God, you talk to God. But then why do I need a priest?
Right.
So the government's always been the middleman. So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down. This is something I'm hearing a lot lately. Sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention, and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet. So
Why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the woo. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch, you and some of your friends, your intel guys. And we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey, guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, who would go? And all the white people put their hands up right away. All the black people were like in the corner going, no, let's think about this. No, they're actually asking. And I sat there and I go, why is it that we're so, reserved about going? And I remember something that someone told me was, when the woo happens, you embrace it. But you don't run towards it because that whatever that experience is, it was probably meant for somebody else, and now you're interfering when you run towards it.
Right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning them,
yes, you may be.
Do you really want that in your life?
Distraction.
Also, like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again? And then you have a wife and kids and a house and you're just sitting in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game. You're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicate with me telepathically. I know they're real.
Well,
it would ruin your whole life.
Remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy, I remember the name.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
There was
Not that Amy.
No, but there was something that was said in there that always made me think. After you,
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay. Joe, what's happening? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
Both you guys were in the program, which is that's why I wore my Roswell shirt. The UFO disclosure documentary, all about what's going on behind the scenes. Why don't you tell everybody before we get started, Jay, tell them what your background is, what you do.
I'm a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force, worked 22 years, retired 2007. Started off as an airframe guy, ended up in Intel, and that's when things got strange. Had my second duty assignment as an Intel guy and got introduced to the program. And that's how I ended up in the Navy, because I had some strange experiences that I could talk about that were unclassified. So I came forward, and that's where James found me, and we got it all along pretty good, and everything's a history from there.
And Logan, you were in the documentary as well, so tell everybody what you do.
So I am
Pull this up to your face.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. So I'm also a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force. Started off as a B-52 crew chief, cross-trained into Intel, retired after 21 and a half, and I ended up being part of the UAP task force, and I was one of the first people to come across Jay here and some other people, and from that, James found out about me and said, okay, we need to talk. So him and Leslie Keene approached me, and I was like, yeah. But I kind of got outed by Jay Stratton. Everybody was ganging up around him, and he was like, why are you asking me? Logan worked for me. And everybody, and he's like, okay, I guess I'm out.
Oh, boy. Let's start with you, Jay. What was your first introduction to this whole concept that we are in possession of alien crafts, or that we have communicated, or there's been some contact? Like, what was your thoughts about it before you had these experiences?
I had a childhood experience with a UFO previous to that when I was 10 years old. So I didn't really get an interest in UFOs at all. I just thought it was strange. It was a shared experience with my mother.
What was the experience?
Well, it was just a red orb that came down. It looked like it came from the atmosphere, distance, and then kept approaching my bedroom window and ended up kind of hovering near the bottom of my street. And I was screaming to my parents, there's a strange light outside, and nobody responded. So I ran out to get my binoculars, my dad's binoculars, and ran out to the front lawn. Finally, my mom was the one that responded, and we both got to see it taking off as it came across the rooftop of my friend Eddie's house at the bottom of the street. And that's what she's got to see, my mother and I.
Did it make any noise?
Zero noise. It just looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong, kind of a ship or craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe even 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front to back. So it was pretty big. It was enough for probably your eye to stand up in it and walk around a little bit.
And your mother has the exact same recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. And I'll have the same thing. I've had another couple of experiences that my family members and other friends probably write up soon.
And so this was all when you were young. And so you had this memory in your head when you started working for the government. But when were you introduced to the whole idea that this is a real thing?
When I was on mission, because I just kind of filed away that UFO experience at 10 years old for many years. And I just was kind of even skeptical sometimes about, well, maybe it's just something, an aberration in my mind or eyes or something. But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Wright Pat Audition, when I was in the program. And we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an NHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio,
Yep.
and NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? How much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of
I
this?
can pretty much talk about the culture and the presence of the NHI, but I can't talk about like weapon systems and the technology they're developing. That's all going to have to be national security stuff because we don't want enemies to know what we got.
Of course. So what was this talk of NHI? What did it entail
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had. They called it Eben.
They had an
And
interview.
yeah, he had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual, probably his boss or somebody that is going to, pass it on to the rest of the folks in the group or whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else. That's it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal, forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do with an intel guy. Is you have to be really specific about what you're recording and make sure it's accurate, even whether you believe it or not. What's going on? You have to be able to transcribe that word for word the way it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence thing.
Well, it was an active phone call. That's what I did on the red team that I was on for the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force, and in this case, monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs at all, or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team who was an officer. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we'd have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that, and they had like very technical parameters that I cannot discuss, but they were talking about these, and we get the scientists to come and talk to us and say, oh yeah, that's this, and this.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. MeUndies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured pouch and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all of their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan and enter the code Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code Rogan for huge site-wide savings. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. And so, how does the conversation go where the non-human intelligence gets brought up?
That was just like the two of them. That when I picked up the call and started recording on it, there was some guy that was there at Right Pat, and apparently he had been talking to Steven. And he said, yeah, up today's session, we've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen. He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happening.
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people? And the guy that had given the interview, he's like, you don't want to do that. And the guy's like, well, why? He said, if you don't, they're going to be put to death. And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, what's going on here? So I had to finish out the call. They talk about sundry other things and stupid stuff.
Can you be a little bit more clear, like who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals.
Retrievals.
Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me was, do you want to be part of the retrieval program? And I said, well, tell me about it. And when they said the things they said, I was like, no. Number one, it sounds gross. Number two, you probably can't give me enough PPE gear and hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things. And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much.
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking about biological entities that are retrieved along with the crash?
Yes.
Why do they crash if they're so fucking smart? That's always the big question, right?
Well, I think the new guy on the block, Jake Barber, he's describing some of the ways that you can do this psionically. I guess the psionic team is going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness, and apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in that head speaks of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing; it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it. The other side of the program is that what you've got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies. They treat this stuff as very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well that go out for these retrievals. And that's where Jake Barber comes in, is that he sees some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievals would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech, figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior crafts.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So if the tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before, why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside these craft that the NHI were flying on that day in Roswell.
But it's
And-
just radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at some of the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine what even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong or it's at the right wavelength, it does break down the electrical current and the electromagnetic or whatever drive that they might have. And that seems to be what happened at Roswell, is that they actually accidentally went in and were just sweeping like the radar, and actually it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well-
imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So
Please.
I'd like to add something here. Someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic, but as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic. All right. And he said, imagine this: you're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing, and then, because remember that night there was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now they're magnetic, and then they bounce off, and that's why you had one that landed in Roswell area and the one that landed somewhere
Yeah,
else.
there were two.
So that was what someone told me. Now, I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth, but the two most likely possibilities is that what Jay just said.
There's actually another person that was approached by the same race of NHI, and this guy says that they actually recounted what happened is that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon, and then they quickly found out that no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second, enough to cause a crash to happen.
But it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're gonna go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows, and if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, "This is crazy." I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised if they have arrows. Like, you would probably read, "Hey man, we should be real careful that they might have arrows. They might shoot us." So if you're visiting the human race and you're so advanced that in 1947 you can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing, wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a system to prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise, because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new, but they weren't all that old either.
When was radar invented? Do you know?
It was World War II, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was World War II, so it was right around the 1950s, just
Right around the
before.
same time.
Right, so it may have been unexpected technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have their countermeasures up or something.
And
I
there
don't
could
know.
have been some type of arrogance there, because think about it. If we, based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened. And then all of a sudden,
All of a sudden, this new technology, and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being. And besides that, they do not always. I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here.
Right.
They're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment on the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, I'm not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar could take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. He was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. I mean, he got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. There's nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
But again, You're going to have a Tesla. You would assume the wheels won't fly off when it rains. And you're going to come here from another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Well, let's not fuck around if they have lightning. Let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, the pilot says, we're going to take this plane around 45,000 feet to, they'll let you know. And then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
How come they can't do that?
You've got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand.
on my
I'm
missions, but
I'm just, playing devil's advocate.
and I agree. I kind of have the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles. And
I know, but I would just assume they're way better than us, right? I would assume
100%.
they, like you were talking about arrogance. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
No, it's not.
Fucking work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to want to live their life well, and all these other things are part of it. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, anything, like you want to explore the universe, you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
Yes.
Like, otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like, this was the question about artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human needs, it doesn't have the desire to spread its DNA, it doesn't have the desire to achieve status,
Yes.
Why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say logically it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? Why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us, and this is where I think there's a commonality between us and the NHI. We're intelligent people.
Some of us.
Some of us. And then
go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity. You're right.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, I take back what I said now. But actually, though,
no, obviously intelligent. I'm joking.
But they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great.
Oh yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that. Yeah. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's whatever it is that made us, from ancient primates to what we are today. A big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like, at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process, unless there's a very delicate process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology. And a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it. So they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Imagine that's a process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored because, like, Star 15. Remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet.
Yeah.
They got there too late. And they realized, that took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing but, microbes, and it's going to take billions of years, and it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then.
Yeah.
And
now for another test case.
yeah. So let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. And just maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers.
Yeah.
Like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves. Just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, it was not a copacetic, free-for-all exchange of technologies at all. It was very controlled by the NHI. If there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing and record what they're doing. And then they would leave, and then the humans would come in. So it's a very precarious little game they're playing.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since...
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens.
For
I'm
me,
old
again,
school.
I wasn't... yeah, I like just calling them aliens, but yeah, I think it happened in the Eisenhower days, that's when it really started to come, because that's when they were saying that this UFO came to Holman and landed and actually talked to the president at the time and all that stuff.
Imagine the UFO talking to Trump.
Oh yeah.
He'd probably try to tax him.
Yeah.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI aliens, my first thing is which one?
Which one?
Because they talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. But when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of
Pull back.
pull
Yeah.
back. And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight look like, oh, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the top levels of government, they are not given all the information.
Correct.
Because probably we're like a bunch of children. You know, we're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However,
the table.
we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, I'm sure we're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, imagine when
Came in all the
we
way.
talk about the things with the nuclear bombs where the missile silos, they started counting down or whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this. And
Right.
then everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. We'll turn it off and go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. And we have collars on bears. We set them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species.
We do. And I
Like,
think
it
it's
only
very
makes
much-
sense that they would do it with us, especially since we literally have the ability to annihilate all life on Earth, and we're pointing at each other.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, mad
multiple
world.
times.
Yeah, mad world.
It's a mad world. That I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was like, "Why would they be interested in us?" I'm like, "What are you talking? We go to the jungle to study a frog. You know, like of course they would come here. We're so strange."
We protect the turtles in that one little area that EPA said, oh, no, you can't mess with those turtles.
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
You know,
You
they
know.
believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now.
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. Because if there's actual water in there,
You
and
don't
you can
have to-
find something in that water that's alive,
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what Elon Musk says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us,
right?
that's huge.
Bro, I ain't
Yeah.
drinking Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars
It
water.
could be better than
Yeah,
Red Bull.
tell you what.
Imagine, bro, imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals, and
Yeah.
you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And then we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's
the
a
new
war
thing.
right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. What if
I tell
Mars
you.
water just makes you go back in time? You look 20 again.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I
Yep.
mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things you're right though. That's kind of how we are. It's that we're very curious about what's on that planet and
Yeah.
how we can utilize the resources that are there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff, and
Well,
it's going
I'm-
to take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere?
Me too.
And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth? You know,
That
and
seems to be what people are saying.
that's the craziest of all theories, right? And the most interesting. But if you know, Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much would be left? How much is left after a couple of billion years? You know, I mean, what is really left over? What does it look like? Does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assume there was something growing there.
Yep.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars.
Yeah.
Which is great. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage. That alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself, because then we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened. Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are
Correct.
out there.
Yeah, we
Or
don't
maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
know. Hand locks.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks at 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat Everything else, does normal stuff. It's they fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found that it seems the more I think about it, the more that they are very much like us in a lot of ways, but they have probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can, and the former government is not broken
I
up.
think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You got to go, look, all this bullshit about this country and that country, let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government. But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government is the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. But the problem is you can't trust the government. So what do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society, if aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So along those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that inherently make us human.
A little closer.
I'm sorry.
The hand moves. You can push it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the question would be, depending on which NHI you're thinking about,
right? What
inherently makes them them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them away from us.
Well, what I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plants, over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place.
There's a pattern to it.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So bird, I agree. I think when I talked about it the first time we spoke on the phone, I said, yeah, there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has, two sets of wings.
Right.
Or two heads or something. I don't know. Just because
this ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. The code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, the birds vary so wide. You can get a sparrow, or you can get a fucking eagle or a condor. Yeah. There's so many different kinds of birds too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet, and life forms in a completely different way?
Yeah, I would think that that's true also, is that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth, that we've got some really strange creatures that run around, like people are starting to say octopi and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that things evolve around the Earth and stuff.
And there's no bones there, so, you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So if this is what's left, maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar. Because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a draconian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. You know, so is that a part of the grand design that is as intelligent as you get further up the food chain? You start to stand on your two legs and whatever, and then I think about if it's a mantis, whatever. How did they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique as humans, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature; it's something other type nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? A mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder?
Yes.
It's nuts, man.
You're taking out tarantulas and scorpions.
They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like, if you looked at them, like, the hummingbird's probably like 4 times heavier, at least, probably more than that. And he just like, gotcha. It's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of like durability. And also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
because
that,
like crabs do.
Yeah.
I know crabs can.
Yeah, lobsters and crabs, all I think of them as just armored spiders.
Yeah, they're bugs. I mean,
and if you think about when they said that the oxygen level was at 35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
So they can. Said praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again, and then they regrow that limb. But they do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is.
Yeah.
It won't regenerate right away, and maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah,
that makes sense, because the harder shell would prevent that limb from continuing.
Right.
Yeah.
But it just seems like that's a superior form of a structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself.
Asexual,
And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises. Right? Like,
I need to reset now.
this soft shit on the outside, like we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside? And, we don't need to like use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything in our mind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it gets to the point, like, this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposedly worked on crafts, is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls.
Mm-hmm.
That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes. Consciously. Yeah. I've had discussions about that.
Have you talked to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard.
Basic, yes.
Yeah.
Basic controls?
Well, I was talking to Jack Sarfati about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in. It was only to do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing, and other people have described.
That's what I was going to say. There's just, all I've heard is that there's been 2 places for you to put your hands, and maybe for other parts of the crew, but that's about it. There's no.
Maybe that's so you don't use your phone. So you don't get distracted. Just use your hands. Put your hands down on the thing. Okay,
so there's
focus.
no technology.
Who knows? Maybe that's
no
part of
fucking
it.
around.
Yeah.
Maybe they have something similar to like cell phone addiction.
Yeah.
So if they're putting their hands on the thing, wasn't that what Lazar said as well? Didn't he say there was something similar to that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So no controls. and somehow or another putting your hand on it syncs you up, and then they're just using their mind.
Correct.
Did they try to explain how this was developed?
There's a lot of people that are looking into it now, and they're starting to see that, yes, it's possible. And I think that's, again, some of the new whistleblowers can shed some more light onto how this happens. And I think we need to hear a little bit more about these folks that came forward about the psionics team and what exactly was this meditation? What are they linking up with? Does it feel mechanical? Does it feel like an entity? Because, you know, when you hear Jake talk about his experiences, he had a really spiritual experience with one of these things. While he was carrying it to the next place, he was literally crying in the interview.
This is that egg-looking thing.
Yeah, he said that he felt, well, he called it the 8 gone, I think, craft. That one is the one he had the spiritual.
8 gone?
8 gone, like a hexagon, but it has 8 sides, or octagon, I think would be the actual term. But he said it had like an 8-sided kind of disc.
So this is not the thing we're talking about.
Yeah, not the egg one. This is a different one.
A different one.
Yeah,
so he encountered
2.
a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see that interview.
Yeah. Well, the detailed one, I think you can pull that one out of there. But he mentioned that one, he had like a real, no kidding, it was beautiful. And he cried about it because it was so beautiful of an experience.
Wow.
And I have a question about all those things, because if they can get into our minds, my thing is that how do you know that that's not what they're putting into your head? Because like what they experienced at a Skinwalker Ranch when they saw the creature on the top floor, they said as they approached it, they started feeling fear. And as they approached it further, the fear just kept intensifying to the point where it was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you and all these different things? And I'm not saying that it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything.
Well, we can do that to each other.
Yeah. Yes.
We can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can do that. There's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. And one of the things that he would do to these people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to prove you for it, and all these people wanted it, and he never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head. And then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened.
Wow.
Because the human mind is weird, right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I could give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone.
100%.
And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? Is love, pure love. It's just pure, just untethered love.
Yeah.
It would make sense. It would like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. And I think that's what their desire is. Just like we try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being scrutinized. And,
Sure.
we'd want to do that.
When we visit uncontacted tribes, we give them free food.
Yeah,
We
but
just said, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's where my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, in the way I kind of package that up, is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation when it comes to the program. Because it's definitely not the public. We're just, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this and I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because they're not seeing the full human?
Right. They're only seeing the military humans.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tack that I did instead of going through all the other channels. I just was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people. Get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but, for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
Yeah, I got asked a question, and they said, if you were going to go to Congress and say, here's what we need to know about the UAP experience. What would you tell everybody?
That's a good
And
question.
my answer was, we don't need you anymore, because so many groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people have, like you said you don't trust the government. There's people, they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You've got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? Please don't take this the wrong way, because people get angry. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. I was always told, if you want to talk to God, you talk to God. But then why do I need a priest?
Right.
So the government's always been the middleman.
Mm-hmm.
So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down. This is something I'm hearing a lot lately. Sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention, and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet. So
Why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the woo. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it, because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch, you and some of your friends, your intel guys. Mm-hmm. And we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey, guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, who would go? And all the white people put their hands up right away. And all the black people were like in the corner going, "Now let's think about this." Now they're actually asking, And I sat there and I go, "Why is it that we're so, reserved about going?" And I remember something that someone told me was, when the woo happens, you embrace it, but you don't run towards it, because that whatever that experience is, it was probably meant for somebody else, and now you're interfering when you run towards it.
Right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning them,
yes, you may be.
Do you really
may
want
be
that in
causing
your
a
life?
distraction.
Also, like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again? And then you have a wife and kids and a house, and you're just sitting in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game. When you're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicate with me telepathically. Yeah. I know they're real.
Yeah. Well,
it would ruin your whole life.
Remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy. I remember the name.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
There was
Not that Amy.
No, but there was something that was said in there that always made me think. After you have a first experience, and in this particular case, there was talking about your first orgasm. You're always chasing after that first best feeling that you ever had. You're never going to get there, but you're chasing it.
They talk that about heroin too.
Yes.
They call it chasing the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those people that had a really profound experience with a creature from another world, you can't really explain it to everybody else. So you're looking for something else to make it seem real, because you start questioning everything that you know, and that's how I was. My first experience was when I was a kid in England, and me and a friend were just throwing a ball back and forward. And in the old days, people used to wrap the sneakers around the telephone lines. Mm-hmm. So I just happened to see that there was some sneakers up there. And then all of a sudden I look off in the distance, and there's this UFO that looks like an iron, but you would iron your clothes with. The whole bottom part was glowing. The top part was just dullish gray, because England, gray skies.
Was the shape the top like an iron as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So it had like a hump to it?
It kind of had a hump to it. So I'm sitting there going, well, what is that? And he goes, that's got to be a helicopter, because it's just standing there. And I was like, but don't hear any noise, And then next thing you know, we saw, I believe it was 2 F4 jets coming because you could hear them. Those engines are loud. And these 2 jets come out, and this thing just goes. And this is when I was living in Nottingham, England, because I'm British by birth. All right. So, our parents were like, too much imagination, da 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 da. And I just kind of kept it in the back of my head. And then I saw things later, and I just kept questioning them. And finally, I was like, I'm really going to have to look into this.
So how old were you?
I was about 10.
10. So you said you were like 10 as well?
Yeah.
This is one of the things that I keep hearing about, this idea that children and their innocence, or they don't have this blockade in their head to keep them from, they don't think it's ridiculous to think about aliens. They're open to it more.
We talk about this. And
We're programmed as we get mature.
Yeah, but we don't want to be fools.
Right. So
Correct.
I believe, and this is just my belief, not anybody's, but I believe from the mid-1950s all the way up to the mid-1990s, I think there was a deliberate attempt by these entities to reach out to school children and go into the schools. Because remember the rules,
Zimbabwe,
right?
That one's crazy.
Right.
That's crazy because all those years later, they all have the same story.
Yeah.
They all drew the same thing independently. They
All
pulled
the
them
way to
aside.
adulthood, they remember it.
Yeah.
And then there's the stuff in Australia. There's the stuff in England. There's the stuff in France. It's constant. I think
The Australian one's real similar too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think his name was Preston Dennett. He wrote a book. I hope your viewers read it or take a look at it. It's like the top 100 school sightings, and half of it is based on just the sighting. Another part of it is based on the actual thing landing and trying to communicate with the kids. And I sat there just thinking, were they doing that to prepare us for now, for when they do come back, so we're not so afraid? The kids are more open-minded. I'm not sure, but you have to think about those things and go, kind of argue
Right.
Arsenio whole
Yeah,
thing.
things that make you go,
Mhm.
So those were some of the things that we just started thinking about and going, well, what if? And then I hate to play what if games because my favorite what if is what if worms had machine guns, birds wouldn't mess with them. But but you have to play that game sometime and just
Right.
kind of draw it out and then see if you have a hypothesis that can start repeating itself, and then you go, hey, there is something to this.
Yeah, well, the real question is, how long have entities been visiting us, and are the same entities visiting us over and over again, or like the Zimbabwe incident, is that like the first time that species has ever been here? And did they just seek contact and didn't know that they're dealing with little children in a school? They just knew they were dealing with a group of intelligent beings that they could communicate with. They probably don't even have the concept of a school, right?
Right.
So if they're landing, I mean, they probably understand basic culture for human beings, but as they land and interact with people, this might be the first time this species has interacted with anybody. We don't know. I mean, we're dealing with hundreds of billions of stars just in this galaxy alone.
Yeah, and personally, from just my belief in it, is that we have millennia of these sorts of encounters, all through manuscripts. Even George Washington's got his story.
George Washington has a story?
Yeah, he met a green somebody before he actually went into the
Yo, pull that up, Jamie. George Washington had a UFO encounter?
Well, yeah,
Or an entity encounter?
An entity. He just said that this was
George Washington also had lead poisoning. Shane Gillis has the best bit about George Washington. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's fucking hilarious. About going to the George Washington Museum and seeing George Washington's teeth. And George Washington's teeth, well, no, they were slave teeth. First of all, they knocked some of the teeth out of slaves' mouths, and the other ones were from horses.
Oh my god!
And it was all in lead. So he had lead in his mouth.
I always thought they were wooden.
So his joke is all about like George Washington being fucking mad with lead poison, like fucking killing everybody. That's why he's at the front of the boat. He was out of his fucking mind.
Yeah.
It's a great bit, but the point is, like, George Washington was being poisoned by medical science at the time. They didn't know that was bad for you.
Yeah, it's
Which crazy. He kept lead in his mouth.
Yeah, but I
Well, they didn't
remember.
know.
I know, but like, makes you wonder, like, what are we doing right now that the future people are going to go, these fucking idiots were doing that?
Mhm.
But George Washington, have you found his account, Jamie? So
from Ancient Aliens about the founding fathers.
Good enough. Solid reference. Ancient Aliens.
in the
Ancient
mix.
Aliens. It's legit. Yeah. Get Giorgio Tsoukalos to say it was
Yeah.
wild.
So all those things that happened to those kids, we don't know if it was. I mean, we're hearing stories now that they can mess with your mind. We don't know if they're pushing these kids forward mentally. We don't know if they're dumbing them down because they know that these kids are going to be the ones that are going to make a difference. Because it all depends on
well,
what.
they're all adults now, right?
Yeah.
Are any of them like real exceptional, or any of them like PhDs or something like?
Not that
I
I've heard,
have
no.
not. I have not gone to check any of that. But one of the things that coincides with that I think there was exceptional people usually have to do some exceptional things to get noticed. And I think even if you're exceptional, you may not have fit the right block to get noticed. So that someone would sit there and go, hey, what's going on in your past, whatever. And then there's a lot of these people, they just don't want to talk about
Right.
because of whatever the stigma. But now that the stigma is being lifted, who knows? Maybe Elon Musk will
The
come up and say,
the stigma's being lifted, but people still live with the haunting memory of the stigma being part of their life. So I think people that have had an experience a long time ago, even though the stigma's lifted, they're still reluctant to talk about it. It's like there's still people that are in the closet. Like homosexuality is like way less taboo than it's ever been in modern history, right?
Mhm.
But yet there's still people that have been in the closet for
In
20
spirit,
years and
yeah.
they're trapped, and they just like fuck, and they can't be
get
themselves. They can't get out. I think for a lot of people that have had these crazy experiences, they probably had some moments where they told people, friends, and they got mocked, and people called them liars. They felt like an idiot.
Oh,
and
yeah.
like, I'm just not telling anybody this anymore.
Yep.
Which
Yeah.
totally makes sense.
And it's the same thing that's happening on X and other platforms as well, as just people coming forward trying to speak their truth,
Mm-hmm.
and they get shut down by people that have never been there. They're just
Sure.
opinionating.
Yeah, but that's just toxic internet. That's just the
100%. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
That's just human beings online. They're just not good at it. We're not good. It's too new. We suck at it. We're real shitty to each other.
Yeah.
And too many people. It's like they're mentally ill. And what I mean by mentally ill is like if you're on Twitter 12 hours a day and you're constantly tweeting before you go to bed, you're mentally ill. You might not think you're mentally ill. Just like when you're an alcoholic, you're mentally ill. If you're a gambling addict, you're mentally ill. You're not well. Right? You're
Yeah.
fucking trying to bet your house on a football game. You're out of your
Right.
fucking mind.
You're addicted.
Yeah, you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill if you're on Twitter all day just arguing with people.
Mhm.
It's just the nature of the technology and the very crude way that people interact with each other, which leads you to think that as technology evolves and it gets to the point where we're communicating telepathically, like supposedly they can, it sort of eliminates the need to even know our language. They can just come and give us thoughts and express things in a pure way without the need to like decipher it through syntax. And
But there's still the worry of misinterpretation because my family was pretty religious. And when I was growing up, they're like, God is omnipotent. God knows everything. God doesn't make mistakes and everything. And then I was like, yeah, that's not exactly true. But if you think that God is omnipotent and he's communicating with everybody, how is it that all the leaders of a church have different views on how we're supposed to talk to God? If God is
right,
why isn't he
It's a
just
personal
saying,
experience, really?
yeah,
And it's the same thing with the NHI is that, like you're saying, you'd like to put a pattern to it,
yeah,
but maybe there's some, very random things that have happened in other encounters, but there's some of them that do seem to have a concerted effort, a prolonged effort for even millennia, because we do see like old stone, ancient, monuments and monoliths that do have these depictions of what look exactly like graves.
yeah.
You know,
The craziest one is it in Australia? The one that's on the wall where there's all these guys. I forget
Yes.
where,
there's a couple of places where that
there's a
is.
couple of those cave paintings that are like that.
where are those from? Do you remember?
I think there's some down in South America.
I saved one. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because I
read
saw
so
it
much
the other
stuff
day
that-
online, and it freaked me out so much. I saved it on my phone. I was like, "This is so crazy just to look at."
Yeah, and
So
there's one on the side of a hillside or a
Yeah.
cliff face. Yeah, that was.
Man, that's white freaked you out.
I think that was
This-
Arizona.
Well, because
Okay,
I just sent it to Jamie. We'll take a look at it right here. Jamie, you can run that through a Google search. You can find out where it is, or I'll do that while you put it up on the screen. It freaks me out because these people were starving. These people were like barely getting by, right? They have stone tools, and they took the time to draw these things with these like weird helmets on and these big black eyes, which is very similar to so many different encounters that people have. They all describe a very similar thing: a big head with giant black eyes.
So those are the typical grays. But I heard in South America there were people that they showed that picture to, and they called them the ant people because they said they came from underground.
Yo. Well, that's the other question. Like, we're just sort of assuming that these things are definitely from another planet, that they're not here and they haven't been here all along.
Yeah, isn't it the Anasazi and the Navajo?
Yeah.
So yeah, these are
have the
Aboriginal
ant
drawings or Aboriginal paintings.
Yes.
Yes,
So this is from Australia, which is just
Australia.
wild.
And you get them all over the world.
All over the world.
Yeah.
And real similar all over the world.
Yeah, you
Yes.
got them in Ireland,
Yeah.
Europe, you got them in the United States, you got Central
Mhm.
America.
And the vast majority of those children that saw UAP, that came down near their school, if there was an entity that was there, it was usually the typical gray-looking stuff like that.
Well, the ones that they saw in Varginha, Brazil, are kind of similar, but they seem like a darker color. Like, it was almost like a purple, right?
Yeah, it was reddish purple or something like that.
But they did have the black eyes and the large heads,
And
and
they had horns, though.
they had horns.
So it was a very specific
Well,
thing that they said.
The pictures that we're seeing from Varginha, this one had red eyes. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because a friend of mine contacted me, a mutual friend that we talked about.
Oh, okay,
He was talking about something known as the Dover Demon, and it's over by Dover, Delaware. And there was supposed to be an incident where a UAP came down and there was a creature, and it looked a lot like the Varginha creature with the red eyes and whatever. So he was asking.
That's what the Varginha thing was? Oh, that's the Dover Demon.
That's the Dover.
But-
Yeah, that looks like a shoe-bill bird. That crazy bird.
Yeah, but he
Doesn't
said it had bright red eyes. And-
Oh, fun. Imagine that.
See,
Imagine
like-
running into that thing in the night.
right. So the question
Never
was,
sleep
Glowing
again.
eyes.
Never sleep again.
all I know is I told Travis.
It does look a lot like the Varginha one, though.
Yeah,
That
does.
is, go back to that last drawing you drew, Jamie. Or you pulled up, brother. Now, if you can, will you pull up the image of the Varginha drawing? Because they had an artist who talked to little girls that saw that, and those women, and you know the really that look at it. Come on,
Yeah.
man, that looks exactly the same.
Yeah, and there's those bumps on the head, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see that. maybe
That's exactly the same fucking thing, man.
right.
Like literally exactly.
So I
That's
told
crazy.
I told Travis if you ever get me to come to Skinwalker Ranch, I said, know that I've got a plan. And he was like, what are you talking about? I said, I will not be the slowest runner. However, I will not be the fastest runner because I don't know what's really going on there. I don't want to run from one thing into another. So I'm going to make sure I have an escape plan.
I went to Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, you did? Wow.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Well, I was doing it for a television show, and we interviewed a bunch of people that lived there. And one guy, there was a lot of people that they wanted to be interviewed. And then when we got there, they chickened out. It seemed like there might be some drug use going on in the surrounding areas. A few people seemed like a little on tilt, but I think that's a good part of America.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people. You could find some packets of people in America that are just doing drugs. So I wouldn't say that was what it was, but this one guy that I talked to didn't seem like that at all. He seemed very respectable. I don't remember what he did, but he was a very smart guy, blue collar guy, and lived in this very modest house. And he had this story of this thing that flew into his yard and through his house. And he said it was a small orb, and he said it seemed to be communicating with him. And this guy didn't have any other bullshit stories. He didn't have any
Just
claims
one-off.
of just this one experience that he said was beautiful. He said it was incredible, that this thing seemed like it was alive. It seemed like it was communicating with him. And it went right through the walls, and then it went through the wall again and disappeared.
I've had a similar case. So every March, I go to Seaside, Oregon, because they have a paranormal conference, and I'm not into the paranormal stuff, but my friends are. So I want to listen and I want to learn.
Right.
Because this is me trying to get over my fear of going in there.
You have a
And-
fear of paranormal or a fear of being around the people that believe in paranormal?
No, of the paranormal because of certain things that I've heard from when I was a kid, and you have to overcome some of those childhood fears and stuff like that.
Okay.
So when I was there, I was talking about my app and all this other stuff, and these two Asian ladies were watching me walk on the stage, and I was like, why are they looking at me like that? And I was like, is my flies down or something? What did I do? You know? And as soon as I stepped off the stage, I said, Mr. Logan, what are they? What are they? And I was like, what do you mean? She pulls out on her phone the most beautiful, pristine picture of an orb sitting in a doorway. And I'm like, what happened there? And she said, it was my birthday. And she said, all my family was there. And she said, but I got tired, so I was laying down. And she said, I heard like this electrical discharge going on. And she said, it came right through her wall, started floating across her room. She said, it got to her doorway. She screamed. And all her family came. And the son, I guess it was, took the picture of the orb. And I was so amazed by her story. I even forgot to ask her to give me a copy of the picture.
How long ago was this?
This was like 2 years ago.
So fairly modern phone.
Yeah, it was an iPhone. She was they were from Northern California, and they drove up to this thing, and I'm just like, so what happened? She said it actually sat there and did this like a heartbeat, getting bigger and smaller.
Whoa!
And then she said it just kind of went back out the way it came in, and she goes, what are they? You were on the task force. Don't you know about these things? And I was like, whoa, we're not omnipotent. We're trying to learn just like you are. And every year I've been back there twice now. And every year I go, hey, if those two Asian ladies are in here, can we talk? And they haven't shown back up. But it sounded just like your story of what happened to this other.
Yeah, he was the only guy that was compelling. There was a bunch of other people that had goofy stories of bulletproof wolves that appeared out of the mist, and like, okay. It just seemed like some people just wanted to be on TV, which is normal, right? Right. Show up with cameras, people tell stories. And this is another show that I worked on once. It was called Game Show in My Head, and this is pretty funny. We told people, so there was the game show was we would take a contestant. The contestant knew that they were going to pull pranks on people, but they didn't know what the prank was going to be. And so we had a piece in their ear, and we would put them out in the public. And my thing was that I had to tell them that they are a news reporter and that someone had just seen a UFO and had an encounter with an alien right there in Hollywood. But the person who was the witness took off. Would you be willing to go on camera and say it was you? And everybody said yes. They all did. And people had crazy stories. They talked about being abducted and being on the ship and experience, and they were communicating with me. They just fully made up stories. And that was an eye-opener for me. I was like, wow, you put a camera on people. They just are so hyped on TV that just bullshit you.
Yeah, they can.
That was
because the guy who was in on it was shocked too, because he was like, I can't believe that these people just started fucking lying.
Yeah, when you get aggrandized like that, that's where you kind of have people that do that. It's just to aggrandize or enlarge themselves.
Sure, everybody wants to, especially when you put a camera on people.
But then you get with other people, like the whistleblowers I know, they've pretty much given up everything. Like me,
Well, this guy was not interested in, much attention. He just wanted to tell us his story, and he was a regular dude. Yeah. Like we talked about all kinds of stuff. He had a big trout on his wall. He had a trout. Like when they make trophies out of fish, they don't really make trophies anymore. What they do is they take a photo and the measurements, and then they make like a plastic version of that fish that looks exactly like it. That's how they do it. But this guy had like a real trophy fish that he had mounted. I'm like, they don't even do that anymore. So I started asking him questions. And
Game Show in My Head.
Yeah, that's it. But a long time ago. But the point is, this guy was a sincere dude. He was telling me how he caught the fish. When I'm asking people questions about stuff, I want to know how you think. When I'm talking to some guy that tells me he had an encounter with an orb, I want to hear what you talk about. Like, how do you talk about you at work? How do you talk about you with your kids? How do you treat your dog? How do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get a gauge of this guy. He seems super sincere. Just a regular good guy, very accommodating, like very friendly.
You would have made a good analyst.
Yeah, maybe.
Because the thing that we're trying to do is the all-source analyst is to look at all aspects of what happened.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just go in there, the thing that really upsets me is when I was part of the task force was someone just handing me a picture and just going, so what is it?
Oh, right.
No context, no nothing. Right. You're just like,
Okay.
you know,
fake.
Right,
I don't
you know.
what the fuck that
So
is.
we put it through the image analyzer.
right, you know, I don't know if you've had any mental issues or, you know,
Right.
now, I mean, someone showed me something that it was a button on the glass. And at first I was like, it looks really intriguing. But there was something about it that was just, it wasn't quite right. And I'm like, I think this is fake, but I don't know why. And then finally the guy said, you know, button on the glass. You know, I was like,
That's the thing that. Do you know that feel? Have you ever seen photos of miniature cars?
yes,
Yeah.
there's that autistic kid that does that.
I was just
really
looking at
good
that
pictures.
yesterday. Yeah.
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 But what I was getting at, there's something wrong with the car that even in a photo, you know it's not a real car.
Yes.
You know it's a miniature car.
Your brain is very good at that.
It's real. That's a real weird one because it doesn't make sense. Like there's there's a perception. You look at it like, oh, that's a miniature car. That's a fake. That's like a Hot Wheel because they're really good now. Like if you pull up a photo of like a miniature Mustang.
There's an autistic kid out there that
That's what he does.
that's all he does. He gets miniature cars and puts them in a real background.
Oh, I've
but
seen
he's-
that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
So these are miniatures. Okay, well that's
Yeah,
really
kind of
good.
the
That's
quality.
really good. That's a lot better than normal.
Yeah, but you
That's
can see
really
the tires are not resting, flat like there's weight to the
Yeah.
car.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
See, those are the things as an analyst you look at in the image. It's just you're looking at things like that.
Actually, yeah, that's the kid. 13-year-old
There
kid.
you go, yeah, that's
Oh, okay. So he's really good at it
He's
because
really good.
these look. Other than what you said, Jay, that you don't see the weight of the tires.
Mhm.
But it's like okay, that one right there, that Nissan. Click on that one, the blue one. Yeah, that's a Nissan GTR. I'm looking at that. I'm like, that's a fake car. I don't know why,
Yeah, that looks like a model.
but why does it look like a model?
It's got to be that driver's window.
It's the decals to me.
But everything looks pretty fucking good.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it looks good, but there's just little details that your mind is picking up on going, it's not quite right.
Right. I mean, there's something about it, right?
And-
And what is that? Something about it.
This kind of falls into the area too of when you do see a UAP, something about it is what's telling you that it's a UAP, but you're also looking in your mind's memory bank to say this is fake. This can't be real because it's not doing X. It's not doing whatever.
Right.
And then sometimes you end up going, it's just not real. I'm throwing it out of my head. And then all of a sudden someone either tells you something that makes you go back and go, oh my God, that thing did that. So maybe it was real. Or you see something about it, something weird about it that just triggers you and you're, oh, OMG. And now your whole thing, your whole view on the whole universe is changing because you're like,
Yeah, and
I
it's,
did.
that's one of the litmus tests I give people when they, because I have a lot of people that ask me, can you vet this guy? He says he's had an encounter, and then I kind of go through the experience because, the one that I had in the desert, there was a telepathic kind of a thing that happened during that conversation I had with that gentleman in the desert. And there's parts of that people who've only really experienced it, they actually know about, like the residual data or information that's left behind in your own mind, because you're sharing a mind space and things like this. And there's certain things that when I ask questions of people that, sometimes I can tell right then and there, you weren't there, it's not my experience, but the people that do describe it, and I know that they're telling the truth, there's certain characteristics about that communication type that you only get when you've been talking, no kidding, telepathically with.
Right. Well, especially you as a person who's had an experience.
Correct.
You have something to gauge. There's certain things like in your field, like if you ran into a dude at the airport that was a faker, there's a lot of guys that put on like fake military outfits and pretend and then they get questioned by real
Stolen
military.
valor. and
Yeah.
all that.
Yes.
It's weird,
It is.
but people are weird. People will make up crazy stories. So
Yes.
like when you're dealing with the craziest of crazy stories, which is UFOs have been in contact with me. I'm special. They chose me to talk to me.
I don't feel special at all. It was accidental.
Well, that's probably because it was a real story.
So when he first showed up, I was one of the first people to
Yeah.
get his.
He knows my whole history. And
When he first showed up, first thing I read through everything. I was like, I'm gonna have to run a background check on this guy.
Right. He might be kook.
Right, and then I was like, so I did the basics, and then I called up David Grush, and I was like, boy, do I have a doozy for you. I can't do anything with this guy because I there's not enough here for me to do a thorough background check. But boy, you got to listen to what this guy has to say. And from there, David took it on, and I was like, he came back to me and goes, well, this guy looks to be the real deal. And I was like, holy crap.
So we've kind of teased that then. So let's get to your experience. Why don't you tell everybody what happened?
Just doing my job at Nellis. We had two things we did. We did the telephone monitoring. Like
Where's Nellis?
That's in Nevada. So working at Nellis Air Force Base for the Det-3, and that's where the program, they have a shop that of 4 guys, I was one of them, that would go out and monitor for the program. So anyway, the other side of my job was also doing monitoring for everybody else that wasn't in the program.
And when you say monitoring, what do you mean by that?
You're actually plugging into, like, just like you heard, tapping telephones, all the ways we all the telecommunications type. We make sure that we listen to radios, we listen to radio waves, all that, and we gather it all in. And what we're tasked to do is, say a commander at Wright-Patterson, we went to do, it's always a 2-week mission mostly, unless it's part of an operation like Desert Storm, and you stay for a month or 2, and then you change out teams. But 2 weeks is the standard. So we go 2 weeks to Wright-Patterson. We gather all the information we can on all the telecommunications means, and we also have an OSI team that's trying to sneak in the doors and get into the facilities they shouldn't be at, just to test the security. And that's what we're there for. And at the end of the day, on the last Friday, we go in and we talk to the staff. And then about 90 days later, we put in a final report and give that again back to the staff. And that's kind of how we roll. So we're going up range for those kind of things. We don't do the telephone monitoring when we go up range to the test range at Nellis. That was what we called red forcing. And what our job was there is we were also trained to do combat ops against our own pilots so that we could help them survive in a wartime environment. And that was done at the top of Black Mountain. And that we call that there's a little schoolhouse there. And then if you walk up another few yards, there's those big golf ball looking radars or satellite dishes were up at the very top. But anyway, that's where we were heading this one day. So we all packed up. We're in Beatty, Nevada, which is the Burrow Inn. I can tell you that's where we always hold up at. And we take off from there every morning to go do the AM and the PM push. That's what you call it when the war is on. You call it the push. So we had one in the morning called AM push, one in the afternoon PM push. So we were all heading up for the AM push in a convoy. There's 3 vehicles, probably about 3 to 4 people per vehicle. I'm in the lead vehicle with the ranking guy. He's driving, and I'm right behind him. And then there's another gentleman in the passenger seat across from the driver, and then there's a young lady next to me. And we're all going up. And the ranking guy had been there the week before, and he had seen the craft fly by. Because that one's out there on the internet. You can pull down the video. There's a report that goes along with it.
There's a video that we can watch right now.
Right now, yeah.
What would he search?
Search for, what do you think? Nellis Test Range UFO 1994.
Dun, dun, dun.
So this was filmed by the operators on the range because we're putting these pilots in a risky situation by playing war with them, but we're training them. So if there is any kind of a mishap or a pilot or plane goes down, everything needs to be recorded. So they
This is it right here?
Yes. So this video is being taken by one of these cameras that's up on the range. And along the bottom, you see that this is also trying to lock on to the craft so it can, follow it as it goes in and out, because this is the kind of way that you want to track if there's a craft that is having problems.
Mm-hmm. This is moving very rapidly.
Right. So this is what the ranking guy saw.
Can I pause it for a second? This tracking, is this manual or is this like some sort of automated system?
It's an automated system.
So the automated system is having a hard time
locking on to it. Yeah, if it locks on, you'll see a big spike, and that means it finally locks on. Right now, it's trying to, but something is stopping it from locking on, and they think it was the craft.
It's moving like crazy, side to side, all over.
There's actually a recording that goes with it where you hear the guys going, "Hey, does anybody know what this is? What's going on here?"
Can you hear that? Okay, the sound's terrible.
Yeah.
They need better mics.
Honestly, this is
Do we have
what sounds
podcast
when you're
mics?
working with it. But
Oh, I'm
anyway,
sure, but he's saying, what is that? I don't know. We're having a hard time locking onto it.
Right.
right, this is the video operator. So the following week after this happens, this video is taken. The ranking guy who had been there the week before and saw this thing flying, he takes us in this. When you go on the range through this one gate here, it goes up a little ways, and then there's a cantonment area. It's got a very small place where you can change your tires, get gas, just minor maintenance to get you home if you have a car that's busted. And then in the back of that cantonment area, there's two huts that look campers, really, glorified campers. So the video operators are in the one that's off to the northeast of the cantonment, in the very corner of it. And the ranking guy just says, we all have to go in here. We're going to go talk to the video operators. We have to do this. And this was because the week prior, everybody came back to Garrison, or back to our unit, and they had seen this thing, and they were all talking about this UFO. So we go in there, and there's the video operator. He has us all write our names down, whether we were there and saw it the first week or not. Then he makes us all sit down and watch that video. And he says, do you know what this is? And I'm like, no. And then he just said, okay, thank you. And then after everybody that was there saw it and had wrote their name down, we were allowed to leave. And that was all that was required. And so I was like, what was that all about? But then as I'm exiting, this lady that had been sitting against the wall in the far part of this little hut that we were in, and she grabs my arm and she just says, there's somebody on the range. Don't talk to him. And she was really, really freaked out. And I'm like, thanks, strange, freaky lady. Got it. And I'm like, whatever. So we all hop out and get in the vehicles and then start taking off towards Quartz Mountain, because right at that cantonment area, there's a hard right. There's a hard right that goes off to Quartz Mountain. And about a mile, half a mile to a mile down that road, it's all dirt road up, by the way. There's this guy. It looks like he's wearing a uniform like we are. Got battle dress uniform on. So he sees us and he starts to look like he's running. And he's got this really weird run, like his arms are kind of flailing behind him. It's like he was running against the hurricane wind, and it was like he was going to fall over at any time. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit windy today, but it ain't that bad. So it looked really strange. And then I began to notice his skin tone looked like he might be hypothermic. And I'm thinking, oh crap, this dude's been out here. It's freaking freezing out here, because it was a very cold day and the wind was blowing. Those cold days where it didn't matter how many layers you had on. And so as we're getting closer, I'm talking to the ranking guy. Hey, we need to slow down. So anyway, I'm thinking this guy's probably in big trouble. I need to pull off my jacket. I need to give him something to get warm real quick. So I'm starting to do that, and we're approaching. And by the time I get my jacket most of the way off, he's right there at the corner of the front of the car. And
So he looks pale? Is that what you're saying?
he looked like an albino with a very bluish kind of undertone. If you could imagine,
So you're assuming you're immediately associating that with he's freezing.
yeah, because that's all I could equate it to.
Right.
And then as I'm starting to open my door to try to administer aid to this guy, the dude in the front passenger seat screams he's got no ears. And I thought that was pretty rude, because I was like, the guy's in trouble.
Does he have a hat on? He's
got a hat on, and he's got BDUs that look absolutely clean, pristine. And when you're uprange, you do not wear your cleanest uniform. You're in a dirty environment. You wear your scuffed up boots. You don't take them with you.
So he's got a clean battle dress uniform.
Everything.
United States military.
Very out of place. Yeah, it looks very out of place when I finally do it. But anyway, I step out onto the roadway, and this guy screams that he's got no ears. And I just thinking it's really rude. And then I close the door and I look up and he's got no freaking ears. And his eyes are twice as big. And I just am like, yeah, what the hell is that I just walked into? This guy's not from around
How
here.
far away from him are you?
Quite from me to look.
Just a few feet.
Yeah, just talking distance.
Okay.
And I'm starting to freak out. But then he starts to talk to me, and it's not my language, but it's coming to the understanding is like coming into my mind about every word he's saying. Because
So he's actually saying words.
he's saying words, but it doesn't sound like anything I've heard before.
But you're understanding what he's saying.
I'm understanding. So I know there's a telepathic thing going on here, and it calms me down at the same time because I'm having to respond to him. And he's like, hello, I'm having trouble with my craft. I need some repair material. Do you know where I could find some tritium? And this is what he's talking to me about. And I'm like, you mean titanium? Because I didn't know anything about tritium at the time. But titanium's like, no, it's not it. And I'm like, well, at this point in my career, I had just left the program. So I knew where Dreamland was. And I pointed to the mountain range because you can see for days in the desert. But I pointed towards the mountain range and I said, Dreamland's just over there. And this wave of emotion hit me like disgust. Like, I am not going to talk to the barbarians and murderers. You know, and
Wow. So he was saying that to you, like his reaction to going to the military base. Was,
exactly. You know,
I was
but
not
he did
going
not
to.
like it. He said, I am not going to talk to those people. And then I was like, well, shoot.
And it was barbarians and murderers.
He literally, that was what he called it, yes. And mentally, that's what it was. But the
Is this
emotion,
Tritium, is this a real thing?
well, that's what, I've had a lot of friends, there's analysts also that were on the top secret network that were trying to help me understand what
We
material,
were throwing everything at him. We're like, is it this? Is it this? And he's
and they
like,
finally,
yeah.
that's the one, when they hit Tritium, I was like, that's what it was. That's what he said.
What is Tritium?
It's a type of, well, can he bring it up on the,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, because it should pop up on Wikipedia pretty quick. But it has some properties that probably would work.
Tritium. Are you saying Tritium?
Yeah, Tritium is that's the stuff that's in Loom, like in your
Yes.
watch when your watch glows. That's or you know they make those where they're basically radioactive isotopes that stay lit. So like if you get like a Marathon watch, Marathon makes military watches, and the it doesn't need like this watch. You need the light, and the light charges the Loom. And then when it's dark out, you can read the hands for like a few
It's
hours.
the thing that they used to put on the end of the guns, right?
Exactly, they still do. A
Yeah.
lot, like Sig has.
Now
a
look
lot
up
of guns.
Tritium also. Put an end
Tritium
in
is
there.
just a lot. It's
I did that. That's not giving me much.
so Tritium, chunky glow in the dark glitter. Is
Nowadays they're all like these are game websites.
oh, I
I
see.
don't know.
Okay, so it's tritium, then I maybe mispronounced
But
it.
tritium that's that radioactive isotope.
Mhm.
That's the stuff that emits light.
Yeah.
So it emits a weak form of radiation.
Yes.
A rare radioactive isotope of hydrogen with a half-life of 12.3 years.
hmm
Okay.
So this is what he's asking me for.
So he asked you for that stuff? Tritium?
And I'm like, I don't know where to get
Oh, look at that. It's used in boosted fission weapons and thermonuclear weapons. Oh, great.
That sounds pretty sure, right?
I wonder what the fuck it's doing on your wrist. Is there anybody?
This is what the best image that we have.
Oh.
What he could have looked like.
Oh, boy. Can you send that to Jamie?
Yeah, I don't know Jamie's number, but we'll
Here.
find a way to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that an
If I
iPhone?
had,
Yeah,
if I
this
had
is-
my phone, I would, but it's out there. I think.
Yeah, airdrop it to Jamie. Do you know how to do that?
There was that
How dare you
one.
not know how to do
Oh,
that?
and there's a
Your guy
three-dimensional.
works with UFOs. You better know how to do that.
Well, there's a three-dimensional image of the craft as well that is really spot on from what I saw that day.
Yeah.
Because not only did I see this guy running towards us and talking to him, but off the shoulder on the north side of the roadway, that's where the craft was just resting on the desert floor. And I got a really good look at it at that point. And this guy did a 3D rendering of the description, and it's spot on as I've ever seen. It's almost perfect.
So he asks you for tritium. You tell him dreams. This is what it looked like.
This is what the guy looked like, pretty close to it.
Yo.
The nose was a little bit rounder on the end, but that was a really good rendition. But yeah, his eyes almost came out to here on the temple.
Wow. And that would freak me out.
It freaked me out. I mean, honestly, I'm not an easy guy to get freaked out, but that really put that, like you just saw an alligator pop up out of the water kind of thing.
Right. So when you tell him go to Dreamland, it says, I'm not going to go where those murderers and barbarians are. And then what happens?
And he said, no. So I was like, well, where else can I possibly point him to? And I'm like, I don't know any metallurgists or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, and I relate to him. I said, well, I'm taking college classes down in in the city of Vegas, Las Vegas, at the community college. But I have a geophysical professor that I'm taking a class from. Maybe he has a metallurgist friend, and he's like,
So you're
Oh.
thinking at this time though it's a metal,
I am, yes.
right? Because you're thinking it's some kind of like titanium, some type of.
Right. And there's also
This is the 3D image with the craft.
that is almost as spot on as I've ever seen. That is about it right there. That's almost exactly what I saw resting on the desert floor.
And so you're trying to find different people that you can connect this being to.
Yeah.
And what is it saying to you while you're?
He thought that was a good idea, I think, or he was like, I mean, maybe he had that kind of, and he wanted to take action. So he doesn't really even say goodbye. He just kind of turns and off he goes back to his craft. And I'm thinking, well, okay. And I get back in the car. And sometime during that conversation with this entity, I remembered looking over at my friends in the car, and they had the weirdest look on their face, like they were all zonked out, totally zombied, like they were just drooling on themselves.
Were they just because they were flabbergasted, or was
I
it
didn't
because
know.
something was going on?
Well, I figured out that maybe it was done by this entity because none of them seem to even remember the incident. Only a few people seems to remember that we stopped, that we had talked to somebody on the roadway, but it was mainly the people that were in the back of the convoy.
So they didn't see it up close like you
Right,
did.
like we did. The
So
people
how
that were
far
right
away would they be?
there, they'd probably be a good 2 car lengths behind us.
That's still enough to detect whether or not someone looks blue, though, right?
Correct, and that's probably what they saw. But you know me, I'm kind of wide and I'm big. I was very muscular back then.
And you're standing in front of this thing.
So they'd have a difficult time because this guy stood about a good half foot shorter than me. And so they probably could see his arms from time to time, maybe catch a glimpse of his face or something. So they probably didn't get a very good view because if you're looking at me, I'm standing right next to my door.
Mm-hmm.
And they're behind me, kind of almost obfuscated by just the angle that they're looking at him. So all the windows are tinted in those vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't just see through the windows right to whatever's on the left.
And the people that were in the car with you, you feel like something happened to them that like froze them?
They did look like that, yeah. Like you said, just a look of just utter like, like
The guy who said he has no ears, does that guy have a recollection?
that guy they can't find.
They can't find him.
No, I've tried. I was asked by the UAP task force, David Grush, to reach out to these folks, the people in the car. I got a hold of one, got a hold of him on LinkedIn, and we started talking. And just hey, how's the wife? How's the kids? That kind of stuff.
How about that UFO we met?
And as soon as I did that, the guy just disappears and ghosts me. And I don't know what happened, but he was the ranking guy in the car. The guy that was the passenger, nobody can seem to find him because they did try to verify the people in the car, and I gave the names. And the young lady that was off to my right, I don't know if they contacted her, but I've heard from other people that were part of this background investigation about my story. They found 2 people that verified my story. And I don't know who they are. They've been told to keep their mouth shut by somebody. And I'm kind of pissed about that. But I think James Fox knows who they are and knows exactly who told them to shut up as well. But
What was that incident where James Fox and you were on a show? What's that?
I shouldn't have said that James Fox knows the guy who told him to shut up because I'm not sure if that's
You think you might know. So this thing, does it tell you why it needs a tritium? It just says it needs it to fix its craft?
Yeah, well, along with that, this is the other part that was telepathic. When he mentions this metal and the part that is,
But it's not metal, right? Do we think it's not metal, or do
I
you
don't
think
think
maybe it's a metal that we don't have?
I think it's something or an alloy that we don't particularly make a lot of and or just can't make. But when he spoke about this, the telepathic image was almost like he opened a Sears catalog in my head that had all the specs for this part that he was needing fixed. And it was the strangest thing. It like described some of the nano channeling of electrical and electromagnetic stuff that was flowing through it that caused these toroidal energies to emanate on both sides of this piece of the equipment.
So you, because it was describing it to you, you all of a sudden had access to all this information, like
Yeah, he just put
downloaded
it in.
into your head,
It was like me, if you and I were telepathic and we were talking about a science project.
and you just
and I could
uploaded
just-
all the information.
Yeah, and I could just give you all that instead of talking it out. That's
Did you then try to talk to someone and relay that information and like download it?
I've had once. 'Cause in the forum, we have scientists and stuff like that. That yes, we're very interested to get me in a room and talk to me about this. I had people from DARPA wanting to talk to me, people from threats, departments all over the place that wanted to know more. And even when I talked to Jack Serafati and Gary Nolan about this stuff, I was telling them things before they even opened their mouth about it. When I talked to Gary Nolan, I just said, "You got that part. You know that it has that nano size, atomic level layering that can't be reproduced unless you actually physically are putting these atoms one at a time next to each other." And he's like, "Yeah, that's it." So I'm telling him this, and he already knew. But that was the first thing, and so that's why I knew that what I'd been given in my head, he was giving me that high sign that yes, that's exactly what I analyzed, is that piece of material I had. It sounds just like what this guy described to you and gave to you telepathically, that there's these really minute little things that create toroidal forces. They're doing things at a very small level. And then when I talked to Jack Serafati later, and he's got all these fantastical physics equations about how things work. And I'm looking through his documents, and I can't do the math, but I can understand what he's doing with it. And I just flat out asked him, I said, so the smaller you get, because there's always that resistance level when it comes to, putting in energy and then losing it due to, atrophy and all these other, the great word for it. Anyway, the whole thing was just that when you get smaller, it actually reverses itself. Is that now you get even more power out of things if you have a small enough energy source that works at it's kind of like miniaturizing a fusion device of some kind.
And so, did you talk to someone from DARPA? You said these people wanted to talk to you?
I emailed back and forth. I gave them what information I could, but
They didn't want to interview you. They wanted to just email.
At the time, that's the way it went. Yeah, I've had a couple of meetings though with at different places that I can't discuss, but they did talk to me. Yes.
And is that information still in your head?
Yeah.
So does it seem like a memory, or what does it seem like in your head?
To me, it's like a very clear, like this is. It's just like a picture that never goes away.
Could you draw that picture if someone gave you a pad and a pen?
Yeah, I've already done it.
Yeah. Is that available online? Can someone see that?
I don't know if I pulled that down off the Top Secret network, but I can reproduce it. All I did was just recreate it in like a PowerPoint draw thing. But
does it remain in your head like normal memory? Like like you learn certain things in school.
Oh yeah,
they stay in your head.
The telepathy it felt absolutely normal. I mean, there was no headache, there was no dizziness, no buzzing.
What I mean is the memory the same as a regular memory?
Oh,
or
yeah,
is it clear?
No, I remember it as just being part of the conversation, just like a normal conversation. That's what it feels like.
But it just somehow or another in that conversation he put this information in your head.
Exactly.
And then it just leaves?
And then he leaves when he realizes that, maybe there's some other venues, maybe me mentioning that there might be a metallurgist on staff somewhere that prompted him to think, oh yeah, maybe I should go research this or that, and then maybe I'll find somebody that I could talk to. Something like that may have happened.
Did you get a sense of where this thing was from?
Yeah, there was a star map from that day, but it also relates to the lunch hour after we started going back up to Black Mountain. I had a very strong compunction to go eat my lunch outside, even though it was deathly cold. And I don't know what prompted me to do that again. Maybe he was giving me a telepathic message, but after I walked about 150 feet down the road, from the top of Black Mountain, I don't remember what happened after that. All I have are two images that keep on flashing back. I remember seeing the schoolhouse from about 150 feet above, or 200 feet above the schoolhouse. I remember looking at the rooftop. And the only other memory is I've got this star map in my head. And David Brush made me reproduce that on a PowerPoint slide. And I handed that in to him because I have no idea what it was. But he's like, do you understand what this is? And I was like, no, I have no idea. He's like, do you know what star constellations are? I said, I know what the Big Dipper is. That's about it. And he's like, this is the constellation Leo. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. And so he's like, yeah, this is a really close rendition of that. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool that I could reproduce it just out of my head. And not even know what the heck it was. But I did know it was a star system.
And for some reason, you just felt compelled to draw this particular star system.
Well, just after David Koresh asked me to, yes.
And was there a specific planet in that star system?
Yeah, the red star. That's kind of like, there's a part of the Leo system that has like this, like very sharp turn into it. I guess it's it looks like a nose or part of a triangle, and at the tip of that is the red star, and it's reticuli, I think. But anyway, that one seems
to what they always say about aliens, Zeta Reticuli.
Yeah. And then the strangest thing about this is what I'm talking about when it comes to telepathy, when you're sharing that mind space, there's some residue memory there. Because Dave kept pressing me on it, and he said, can you tell me about the red star? And at first I'm like, well, no. And I was like, and all of a sudden some memory came back, and I was like, holy crap, yeah, that's where he's from. That's his home star system, and he came from there. That's his home, and then we just went on from there. And he said, "Did you know that they've actually just now discovered a few years ago that there's exoplanets around that star?" And I was like, "No, I had no idea." So all these things started coming together at that point, and that's when they started saying, "Okay, well, we're going to do some more vetting." And within about a month or so, they were bringing me to Congress, and everything else happened after that.
Now, what is the rest of your life like after that day? So you have life before you experience this creature, and then now you know that this is a thing.
It's a thing, yeah. And I changed it. How do you explain this? If you could imagine the entire human race, you and me, you don't have to talk to me, but you can feel my presence. You can feel who I am, my personality, and share in all of that. And then imagine that by millions. The entire planet, you can actually commune with them. It brings with that a level of civility in the control of your thoughts, because right now, we don't read each other's minds. So our minds are like, oh, look at that girl. Oh, look at that, the sports over here. There's a football game on. We're so distracted. But this guy's, when I was engaged with him telepathically, it was like civility to the maximum. It was like very courteous. He waited for me to say. He talked. And it was like, just like we do. We have certain etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, there was this part of him that he left me with that was part of the community of the consciousness that he is able to feel all the time. And that has never left me, is that there's a community of consciousness out there that when they've been living for so many years with this sort of ability, it has changed them for the better, because their minds are under control finally. Their emotions aren't running them, like you were talking about addictions and things like that. They don't run their lives like that anymore because of it. And if you do, they end up on a criminal list somewhere, I would imagine. But there was such ever since then, that feeling of peacefulness and civility is what I've strived for. Never has left me. Never has left me.
Wow. It stays with you, but what is your experience trying to relay these thoughts in this experience? That had to be weird, in the sense that, it's very hard to believe. I mean, I believe you, but it's one of those things where, you talk to an alien?
Yeah.
Most people are going to think you're ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and honestly, that's why I need people to back me up on it, because this is the thing that we're trying to do with the whistleblowers. We all kind of know each other, just like Lo would tell you, or not Lo, but just like Logan would tell you, just that I call him Lo for short sometimes. It's a slip up.
Understandable.
Anyway, we get to talking about stuff that we don't know what's going on daily with each other.
Right.
It's like I've brought whistleblowers forward to Congress since I went forward, but I don't know their lives. I don't talk to them every day like I do some of them. And it's a strange thing, but the more we seem to be coming out now that we've got these few weeks now where we've got folks like, Jake Barber and folks like that coming forward, now I'm starting to piece things together in my mind because now I'm hearing his side of the story because I didn't want to be part of the retrieval. Well, guess what? He was on it. And he's telling that part, and I'm like, oh, no wonder they did that to me. And, oh, that makes sense. And now I'm making those conclusions now because of what he said. But then if you try to put us all in a room, we're all deathly scared that, some jerk is going to come out of the Department of Defense and shoot us all or do a drone strike on us. They kill us all, just have done with it, and then get on with their lives again. So you've got this problem here with us coming forward in a group.
You're really worried that much that someone would try to take you out?
They've already messed with my clearance. They've already shown me that they can break into my car on the NSA campus. They're letting me know they were trying to intimidate me.
Because they don't want you talking about this.
Exactly.
But do you know why they don't want you talking about this?
Yeah.
Why?
It's because they know that what they have done, that there are some parts of it that are really bad decisions in the long run. And they don't want anybody to crack open any part of this because they know it's going to cause questions to happen. And they're going to get put on the spot. Okay. So you finally are coming clean on the fact that we've got NHI here. But we've got other whistleblowers that have these concerns. That's what they're going to have to face.
And when you say bad decisions, like what do you mean by bad decisions?
Well, think about it. If Roswell did happen, what they do? They chop up some, think about it. You'd have etiquette if it was a Russian craft that fell. You'd catalog every part of that crash site, and you'd repatriate the dead bodies to where they came from. We give them back to the Russians in honor. And here we are. We've got a civilization just crashed there in Roswell. And look at what kind of crap we did to them. And we took all their stuff like it was some kind of a treasure trove. And now we own it? Hell no. You're talking about a craft that was manufactured in another part of the galaxy or something that they can't explain. Nobody knows where it came from. And here they are treating these people like they're just some kind of a lab experiment. Let's chop them up a little bit. And then, if they ever got approached by the people that came to look for them afterwards, I wouldn't want to be the person that answered them. No, I'm sorry, we chopped up your buddy.
We had an interesting talk about this. There's a video online where it shows like some gray kind of strung up and they're asking them questions and whatever. And I was asking him, I said, if you were NHI and you saw that, and this is what the humans are broadcasting. Sorry. And this is what the humans are broadcasting. I said, I'd be like, yo, they got Jimmy. Look what they're doing to Jimmy.
Right.
It's on. We're going to Earth. We're going to go get
But
Jimmy
that
back.
video of the alien, that's fake, right? The video where they're
I truly believe it is fake because, like we've
It looks so fake.
everybody
Looks
says
like a puppet.
they talk telepathically, and here he is. Oh, here's this voice coming out and whatever. It's but we've always assumed that they've got the some type of emotions, a lot like us, but maybe they're much more controlled, much more refined.
Yes.
Kind of like how we could. Not that I'm
Kind of
saying
like us now versus us 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, when I had the telepathic experience, it was very difficult for me to distinguish what emotions and feelings were coming from me as opposed to him. It was very obvious when he felt disgust about going to ask about things because I was like, well, I'm not disgusted at him. And I had that ability to go, it's not me feeling that. It must be coming from him.
Right. But it was your emotions.
Right. But everything else felt like we were sharing literally not only the thoughts, but the emotions that went along with it. It was a true sharing of a mind space. And he felt just like me. His inner voice is just like my inner voice. His feelings are just like our feelings. He feels sadness. He feels all the things that I do.
What is the general consensus in the people in the program about Roswell?
They don't like talking about it. I think that was where they probably are trying to bury it even amongst themselves because they know they made some very bad mistakes about that first confrontation that could have been a lot better than it would have happened.
So the general consensus is that this is a real event.
Yeah.
And they don't like talking about it, but does everybody sort of agree? or are there people that are dissenting? Do they have dissenting opinions about whether or not
I've
it
never
was a
heard of
crashed UFO?
dissension. I've heard people say don't want to talk about it.
They don't want to talk about it, but that it wasn't ours.
Right. They know, well, the only thing is, again, when we talk about the intel analysts and everybody else that was on that forum, it's totally weird that you can go through all these different things as an intel analyst and say, okay, it's not China, or it's not them, or let's look at Russia. Anything? No, it's not Russian. Is it one of ours? Well, it's not one of ours. Well, who the heck is it then?
Does anybody talk about it? Is there anybody that has shared information about Roswell to you?
Yeah,
Is there anything that you can talk about?
no.
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 It's all top secret.
I just gave the person the confidence that I would not mention
Got
it.
it. Got it. And Logan, have you had personal experiences other than the one when you were a child?
Yeah. But I didn't know what I was seeing. But, you know, like after the program came out, I mean, not came out, but after James Fox finished editing everything, he said, well, you haven't seen everything put together, so here you go. And, you know, tell me if you, you know, don't like the way you look or whatever. And I'm going through it, and he starts showing, I see the stuff about Calvin, the Calvin Scotland image. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
So that image was taken, if I remember correctly, in August 1990.
Pull that image up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could just type in Calvin UFO, whatever. So I had just cross-trained from, that one. I had just cross-trained from maintenance into intelligence, and I was going to my first intel assignment. And I'm flying from Philadelphia to Frankfurt, Germany, to Rheinland Air Base. Somewhere between Iceland and Scotland, this thing is zipping around in the clouds, doing this ziggy-zaggy thing. I don't know what it was doing, but it was doing this. The sun was just coming up, and I'm eating a Philly cheesesteak, and the other guy with me is eating a hoagie, and the other guy that's standing up over the top. I'm like, anybody know what that is? And they're like, dude, what is that? And then all of a sudden in my head, I'm like, oh, this is my first intel assignment. I'm going to get clued into some cool ass shit. I don't know what the hell that is, but I'm just thinking.
It looks just like that.
It looks just like that. And the way it was moving in the clouds, it was like, because of the shadow, it was like going from like that color to like dark and then light again as it was moving in. And it would go into a cloud on one vector and come out on another vector. And I'm like, what is that?
Mm-hmm.
So didn't know what was going on. So I called James back. I was like, dude, where is this? Talk to me. You know, we're all excited. And he goes, explain to me everything. And what happened was I get to my unit and I talk to them and I go, we have a weapons tactics guy. He's, you know, they're the best of the best and they're leading the group. And I was like, so what is that thing out there? And he goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, this is in January of 1990. That picture is August of 1990. And what I didn't realize was that the Belgian wave, I don't know if you're familiar with that, a whole bunch of triangular devices were seen over Belgium for almost a whole year. So they just call it the Belgian wave.
Right.
Police officers saw it. They launched F-16s after them, whatever.
Are there photographs of that at all?
No, but the general that's in charge actually gave a briefing to everybody and showed what the F-16 radar was seeing. And I guess every time they tried to get close to it, it would just pull away just far enough, you know, that they couldn't catch it. And then when they would try to cage it in the radar system, it would move to the left. You know, it was playing with it. So, but I didn't know any of that. So I just kind of was like, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Maybe it was part of my imagination, but what I saw as a kid kept coming back into my head. So Desert Storm happens, whatever, and I'm at my base, and British AWACS shows up. And they're looking at me, and I still had my accent, my British accent. They're looking at me going, what are you flying with the Yanks for? And I go, what do you mean? They said, you know, and I told them my family thing. They said, why don't you come fly with us? I'm like, sure, let me ask my boss. My boss says, you ain't got nothing going on. Go fly with me. So we're flying around, and finally I go, hey guys, what's that thing in the sky that does the ziggy zaggy thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? And they're like, you know. And I was like, no, I don't know. Don't play with me. And they're like, come on, mommy, you know. And then finally they pull out this tape and they plug it in and it shows Europe, all the aircraft flying around. And you see this thing go through the middle of it real fast. Like all the other aircraft, the sweep of the radar, you're just seeing these minute movements. This thing is like, it's gone. And I was like, who's that? And they go, you know. I was like, look, stop playing with me. You know?
Right.
Come to find out, they said, well, that's your SR-71. And I was like, well, that ain't him. And they're like, okay. And then he looks at the other guy and he said, show me the other one. And they show me this radar scope again. And this time there's a target in the middle of, not in the middle of the screen, but off to the side. It was like, could have been like East Germany or whatever. But every sweep of the radar, he was somewhere else. And I was like, that guy, I was so excited. I said, that MF right there. Yeah, who's that guy? You know? And they go, you know. I was like, look, stop this. I don't know. And they finally said, we don't know either. They said, we just assumed it was you Americans playing with us.
Yeah,
We
that's
don't
what
know.
happens a lot of times.
Yeah, we don't know
Our
who this guy
adversaries
is.
think that too. Everything's America if they can't explain it.
Right.
Did you see the Trump administration address the drones today?
We heard about it, but I didn't see
Yes, I had a friend tell me they made an announcement, but we were getting in the car at the time.
it. Yeah.
Essentially, they said it was all ours, and there was some sort of scanning that was done that was approved, and the other ones were hobbyists. And there was some
Hobbyists?
sort of test that they were doing, but they were saying that it's ours, which is
This is
the whole thing stinks.
Yes. Because
Stinks.
I
it's a
actually
poor
had
explanation.
Yeah.
I actually had a person that was up there, and she said one of those things came down low and slow over our house, and she said it had the sound of a helicopter. So she was like, her and her husband were like, oh, you know, it's a helicopter. But then all of a sudden they realized. She said, Mr. Logan, were you ever aircrew? I said, yeah, I was in special ops and I flew on helicopters and da-da-da-da. And she goes, when it came down low, it had the sound of a helicopter, but you couldn't feel it. And I go, huh? She goes, you know when you can feel the rotor wash and it's hitting you in your chest like boom, 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 boom? She said there was none of that. She said it came down slow, low over a house, and then it went back up, and then she said it looked like it went back into formation with something else. And she said, that's not any drone I know of. And she said it sounded like the actual noise of the helicopter and several of the other noises from the drones were all pre-recorded just to make them sound like they were conventional aircraft.
Yeah, and those are the same things I've been hearing too, because a lot of people are shoving videos at me a lot and their descriptions of things. And some of the stuff, you know, looked like maybe it could be a spotlight from a helicopter, and then when the light moved, then you could finally see the helicopter behind the light. Then there was these other ones that was like, this is really weird.
My friend Mark saw one. Mark Norman, how did he describe it, Jamie? He said it was triangular, right?
I just remember saying SUV size.
Yeah, he said it was the
big.
size of an SUV. He said it was triangular. He said it moved really fast.
So when they initially came out, they said, oh, they're all manned, all right? I think it was John Kirby who was the
Yeah.
speaker. And I used to work at the FAA, so my first thing was, well, if they're manned, you just call them up and say, cut it out.
Right.
Simple.
Right.
But it kept going on. And then later on, there was a report that DHS said, oh, one of the drones has come down in a mall parking lot. But DHS is assessed as just a regular drone. So when you hear that, what are you thinking? DJI Mavic, something small, whatever, thinking. Someone on X is on a train going by that exact same spot, and they show a drone next to two police cars, and this thing is as big as the police car. And I'm like, so I have no way of confirming if that's what it really was,
Right.
but I have no reason to believe that this particular person was leaving. He goes, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm passing that mall right now and take a look. And it's like maybe a 30-second clip or something, and you see this thing. It's as big as the SUVs. So
And what does it look like?
it looked like kind of like a gondola with like large blades on the four corners, and
So it looks like a very large conventional drone.
very large conventional drone. And so I'm sitting there thinking, Was this a test that nobody knew about? Was, you know, what is going on for
Right.
this to, and nobody got any answers. So
Well, the other thing that is they stay in the sky for like 5 hours at a
Yes.
time.
right.
That's what puzzles
nuts.
me is that takes industrial sized power
Batteries.
generation.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you using? Like, what is that thing using?
Nukes.
Jamie, can you see right? Cold fusion. Can you find the video, the disclosure today? It was
While he's talking about the disclosure, the one thing I do want to mention is when I talked to the AWACS group, I thought it was kind of interesting because they said, "So, how many know about this?" And he goes, "The whole squadron knows about it." And I was like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, but we just don't talk about it because people lose their jobs over this." And I'm like,
I've heard that as
and I
well.
was like, "So this is an AWAC," and I said, "Am I to assume that if you're a British AWACS, then American AWACS can see it, French AWACS can see it, NATO AWACS can see it?" And he just kind of, yeah.
And everybody doesn't know what it is, so no one's talking about
And
it.
everybody just says it's got to be American.
Let's hear what this lady says.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news.
The part that gets me is the hobbyists being included in that. Is like,
Well, they definitely were hobbyists too, because there was hobbyists in Austin around that time. There was a ton of drones. And just like people were like, "Whoa, it's a drone party!" Everybody with drones was just flying around.
So
okay, well that kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense because
So
there's so
here's-
much drone activity.
here's
talk.
the thing that I got to look at it from an analyst point of view. The first thing that came up, I was like, so they knew this the whole time. Why couldn't they have said that from the very beginning?
It's a different administration,
Right?
right?
And then two, why were they required to have a skiff briefing on drones? Nobody's ever answered that. At one point, the Congress guys all went into a skiff and got a skiff briefing on drones.
And then they didn't have a press conference about the results,
You're right.
which would have been written. Could it be that they wanted to see what happens when you fly things over a metropolitan area and you fly a bunch of drones over highly populated
I would think
parts of
that
the country?
There's only a few reasons why I would say that you include both federal and hobbyist drones in any kind of an activity. And there's only
Well, the
very few
hobbyists are including themselves, right?
Yeah, and that could just be that they're accidentally there. But the feds, what were they doing?
And why would they have a skiff?
that's my point. So
Explain a
it's
skiff to
something.
people that don't know what we're talking
A
about.
skiff is a place for information above secret, and it's a special compartmented intelligence facility where we can go in there and talk about things that are above.
And there's no recording devices.
Right.
You don't
No
have
phones, no
phone,
nothing.
no
Just
nothing.
right. But the thing is this. I mean, most of us that are in the intelligence community or whatever, we're going to look at it and say something's not quite right here because this is something domestic happening over the U.S. So would it really require a skiff? You know?
Especially if it's authorized.
Right.
Correct.
You know. So would it really require that level of security to go on and
Doesn't
have
make
these
sense
guys
to me.
talk? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the federal presence, to me, dictates the fact that if this was innocuous and unclassified, like you're saying, why was there not a press conference that described it and said the hobbyists are out there flying too, and they're just kind of interfering with our lanes where we go and fly normally between one place to another? That never came out. So why was the skiff even mentioned? That's something that they did release in the press, is that they were receiving briefings that were in a classified environment.
And then
Why?
there's still
Why?
there's still the problem with these drones popping up all over the world, especially over military facilities, and that part's not been addressed. It's just the up that they,
Right,
Hey,
that was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had to get closed down, right?
Right, Patterson, Langley Air Force Base. There's others, and then there's reports of stuff in Australia. There's reports of things in other places in the world.
Let me ask you this and tell me if this makes sense. If you were the government and you knew that there were non-human intelligence that were operating vehicles above our cities, would a way to sort of obfuscate that to launch a bunch of our drones as well and have some shit that you could explain and then tell people, don't worry about it. It was just drones. It was our drones. Like, see, here's our drone. Here's a drone that crashed. Look, it's got propellers. Normal drone. Yeah, it's big, but it's normal.
You have no idea how,
Yeah, you're
how many
obfuscated.
people have said that already.
Yeah.
You're
you've
going
heard
in the
that.
right direction.
Yeah, you've heard that one. You've heard the other theory. They're looking for a dirty nuke.
Yeah.
Right.
They're looking for
That one scared the
HVT.
shit out of me.
Yeah, I did too. Honestly, I thought that's what it was about. But and then they have looking for HVTs like anti-terror or looking for terrorist groups
Mm-hmm.
because I think at that time it went through the press that there was over 1,000 of these, jihadists that were in our midst. We don't know where they're at.
Right.
Kind of thing. Maybe they're looking for those. Those are just some of the theories that you come up with this kind of a scenario.
And then there was the guy, the congressman that said, "Oh, there's an Iranian mothership out there," and we were like, "What?"
In the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of this stuff was making any sense. And then you have to wonder, where was he getting his intel? Because if it's that crappy,
Right.
those people need to be fired.
Well, you got to take another thing into the calculus, and that is, wasn't this worldwide? I mean,
Right.
didn't we got reports from China even
Right.
that this stuff was happening,
Right.
and they don't just have hobbyists flying stuff around in their country,
Maybe they don't.
right?
Maybe they have a much tighter control over their media, so they don't have to obfuscate. They don't have to.
Yeah.
Trick
So that's
us.
the one part that I find very confusing. Is just like if it's happening in Europe and China and all these other places, what really is going on?
You could have just did a NOTAM and just said, "Hey, we're going
Yeah.
to be doing a test in this area. Don't want to scare anybody, whatever. But we're just going to test in this area."
If it's just ours.
Yeah.
Right. But if it's not ours and there's a bunch of shit flying around there and we want to confuse people, wouldn't you have a bunch of conventional drones and fly them low over cities so people could clearly
Could have
see
been
them?
done a totally different way and not had all this hubbub going on. So yeah, you're right.
Why would you, if you knew the truth, why would you leave the Americans afraid of what's flying over their head?
I think there's still look, assuming you guys are completely accurate about all this, if they have had this information for a long time, I would assume that there's a lot of pressure to never release it. I think there's probably a lot of problems with lying to Congress about budgets and allocation of resources for these programs that are all top secret. Like, how have you done this? What have you done? Who's responsible? Who made that call? Is that even legal? And who are you that if you've been in contact with non-human intelligence and you have retrieved crafts, who are you to keep that from the rest of the world?
Exactly.
And speak for the American government for that if you're not officially
Right.
part.
Right,
Yeah,
especially if you're not officially. I mean, you don't have the clearance to do what you're doing.
Right.
Is-
I mean, they're making decisions for the entire human race,
Right.
not just America, but the whole race. And that's what my beef was when in the film, when James Fox asked me about that. Well, why are you doing it? Kind of a thing. And I was like, well, I feel like this is the right of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth to know the truth about we're not alone. That has nothing to do with the weapon systems and the classified parts that I know of. But the fact that we're not alone, shouldn't that be something that everybody should be invited to make their own decision on?
Yeah, I would imagine that. But I would
Yeah.
also imagine if you wanted to keep your job and if you have a high intelligence clearance and you're working for the government and you're a long time career employee of the government and you want to keep moving up the ladder and keep your fucking mouth shut.
Right, and that's where people have to make that decision on their own. That have they seen enough malfeasance to want to report it or not?
And they're going to throw their whole life into a tizzy if they do that.
And that's what happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah. And what has it been like since then? Have you gotten support from more people than you thought you would, or have more people thrown you under the bus than you expected?
I actually feel more support than I expected. I've made it through. It's not been easy financially for me. When they messed with my clearance, like I haven't gotten the job since. I've been out of work since August of last year. So that's not been fun.
Was there a reason why they said they messed with your clearance?
No, they just made it sound like, oh, it's just an administrative error. sorry. Yeah, we still have your clearance here. Everybody that wants to employ me, I've had quite a few employers want to hire me. And they say, yeah, we can see your clearance over here. It looks like DOD is trying to reactivate it. But month by month by month, it just sits there. And they won't pass it to the employer. Somebody is just sitting there going, oh, another request for JC. Delete. That's what's happening.
Because you've stepped out of line.
That's what it feels like to me.
Okay. Logan, have you experienced the same kind of situation?
No. He's in a different class than me. He's an official whistleblower. Me, I just stepped forward to say that I don't think we need the government to do this. I think we as the public need to do this. And I created an app to do that. I was hoping that.
What is your app?
My app is called Phenom. It's an app to report UAP, paranormal, encrypted like events.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is that we can get multiple people to see the same thing, record it, and then look for the outliers and get people like Jacques Vallée and Dr. Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and others, the Graybeards, to look at it and say, okay, here's what we can figure out. Gary Nolan and all these people. Let's get them the information that they need. And then after we get them the information they need, let's get it out to academia so we can have kind of like a more organized approach to finding out what's going on. I wanted people to use my app on the drones. Some people did, but not enough. And I had a little bit of a problem because when I put it out on Android, there was only one other app that was close to it that was in the same name. Go back there's like almost 10 apps with the same name, so people didn't know what was
They're
going
getting
on.
confused. But anyway, to answer your question about the support, yes, I do get a lot of support. There's people like Stephen Diener, there's Digby Furneaux and Tom Thompson, there's UFO Sarah that's on X. There's a ton of people that I can mention, not let alone how much support James Fox is throwing at me. That's what's getting me through this.
How many different versions of these life forms have been discussed with you?
On mission, I can say 3 I know of. 2 mainly, tall whites, grays. Those are the main.
And the tall whites like this one that you encountered, the one with the big eyes?
Yes, like that.
But that wasn't that tall, you said.
Right, but apparently, have you seen the video from Mr. Hall, the guy that was supposed to be the weatherman and actually interfaced with the tall whites?
No.
Yeah, I totally believe.
I've seen too much.
But anyway, he says
it goes in and out of my brain.
Well, I can verify the fact that what he said about his position there as a weatherman, that he could walk around anywhere he wanted to, because that's what the base commander told me when I got my orientation drive-through on direct Dreamland, and he mentioned the weather site, and that person can walk wherever they want to.
And what did they report?
Well, just what, Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that the tall whites go through a growth cycle where they're kind of normal height, but they're very long-lived. They live like 800 years or more. But when they start getting older, then they get very tall, like 7-8 foot tall, and then they begin to, their bodies begin to not function properly and they die. Kind of like somebody who has a growth problem.
Oh, like a giant.
Exactly. Yeah, and their vital organs just can't pump enough anymore.
Kind of large dogs that die early because of their heart problem.
Right. So the guy that I saw was probably a young person, probably only like 70 years old or something like that, which is kind of an adolescent to them or a young adult.
Oh, okay.
So,
and this was explained to him through some sort of telepathy?
Well, he would actually, as the weather, if you listen to that video, I really encourage you to do that. But Mr. Hall also published some books on it, but he claims that when he was there at this one place that, I can verify it's there, that on the other side of that mountain or that hillside, that's where the trail goes off into where the tall whites are apparently have been given an annex of land to live, where they don't get bothered. I mean, it's a part of the military complex.
Is that on Google Earth?
There is parts of it, yeah.
Can we look where the tall whites live?
I tried to, yeah. I'd have to get my laptop out, but yeah.
What does it look like?
It does look like there's some circular patterns. It does look like there's some possibility that there are some doors inside the mountain that it looks like it's camouflaged to look like it's part of the mountainside.
So the idea is that that's a base for them when they visit us?
Yeah, because apparently, according to Mr. Hall, they come here for a 5-year stint, I guess, and they have to refuel, and then they have another ship come through, and the other one's fueled, and it takes off.
So they're closer in the evolutionary chain to us than some of the other ones. Is that
that's my
a safe
assumption. Yeah. Now, the other third type that got mentioned on mission was reptilians, but every time that they were mentioned, it was really quickly hushed up by whoever else was on the other end of the line. Shut up, don't say that, is what they were doing.
They don't want to talk about the
They don't want to talk
reptilians.
about the reptilian presence at all. They would talk about the tall whites and the grays being in the lab of the armaments. Not a lot, but some. But these reptilians, it was like nobody wanted to talk about it.
Was there any sort of an explanation that anybody give you of why they don't want to talk about it?
No, the only time I got any inkling was that when I, was out of the program and other people started to talk to me about all the different things. And they're like, well, how many races are there? But some people talked about the reptilians. They're like, do you realize that these are evil? And I had to listen to that.
And the thing is, we don't know if it's because of their appearance. You would assume something that's reptilian is maybe a demon or whatever, and a Nordic, where the blonde hair, blue eyed is considered like an angel, or is it that's just our perception? But that's what you hear.
Well, every reptile here is evil. Right? You ever seen a Komodo dragon eat a goat? It's horrific. They're fucking monsters. Every single reptile is a monster.
Yeah.
That's here. There's not one cuddly reptile you can hang out with, cuddles with you. He brings you your newspaper in the morning. No.
I thought that was funny because the lady
Right.
was like, my snake sleeps with me every night. And the guy says, no, it's laying next to you because it's sizing you up for eventually a chance when it's going to eat you. I was like,
One day it's going to eat you. You have a monster that you feed. And as long as you keep feeding, it won't eat you. Yeah. People with like pythons should pass out.
Well, to give it some credibility, I did do some research after that person talked to me, because I did see that there is a reptilian race that is very malign like that. And they even have, according to what I read, this one race has a penchant for blood for some reason. It's like a shark frenzy with them. They have
Like a real
It's a
reptile.
euphoric experience for them. Yeah, a reptilian race that does that.
It just makes you wonder about human history, about the stories of demons and angels. And this is what Tucker Carlson believes, that they've always been here, and that this idea that they're coming from another planet it's not that simple.
No.
That's more complicated. And he thinks that it's the demons and the angels from the Bible.
so they could be seen that way. But here's something that we were just talking, throwing ideas at each other. He said if humans have actually been on the earth, like say this long,
Right.
all right, when the dinosaurs were here, they were like
Yeah.
this long. So is it possible that some of them could have evolved to a certain point, know that something bad's going to happen? They're so advanced, they go off world, and then they come back and go, hey, what happened here?
Or is there a place where the Yucatan impact never happens? And so those dinosaurs eventually evolved to become super intelligent.
Yes. Because remember back in the day, there used to be an Omni magazine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. One of those hypotheses was if mammals like us hadn't shown up, what would we have looked like? And it shows a lizard walking upright and doing, everyday things that.
Hey, wouldn't you think that they would have done that already? Like, they were around for like 100 million years, 200 million years.
Yes.
Like, in that time period, they didn't evolve at all. Those fuckers, they just kept eating
Well,
each other
well,
in a safe way.
That's the assumption. But
Right.
now we're going back and looking at all kinds of different things. Like they said that maybe it wasn't the asteroid that took out the dinosaurs. Maybe it was a combination of things, like there was some kind of mutation, something that they drank in the water, and all at the same time. Maybe the asteroid was the catalyst to start it, and then all these other things that happened after. The fireball,
Mhm.
all the other stuff. But if there was a group that was so advanced that they could sit there and go, "That's an asteroid. It's gonna kick our butt. We
Let's
better
get
get
the
off
fuck out of
world."
here.
Or
Right.
let's go under, because there's some lizard-looking things that can go underwater and do their
Live
thing.
underground, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Because I heard a
So
story.
Oh, I know.
Heavy.
But anyway,
Go ahead, you heard a story?
Yeah,
okay.
I just heard a story that someone just said, imagine this. The aliens are coming down. There's another society here that lives on the ground, highly advanced. and they like to keep things the way they are. So they're going to direct all their energy to make sure that the alien child that we're seeing are paying attention to us and not them. And I was like,
But see, even for me, the way I look at all this reptilian presence is just like I've read in the Bible. That for some reason I feel like this whole experience I've had in my life actually increased my faith in the Bible, in God, because even in the Bible it meant serpents, and that Lucifer being the head of that genre or species did cause the fall of mankind and all this other good stuff. So to me, I feel like I just got experience with the reality of the fact that these things exist. And even though they try to keep it all hidden, that I got exposed to the program where I could see some of it. And I think that there's some credence also to that side of it as well. So to give credence to the whole thing is just to say that I that's what I believe, but at the same time, it wasn't there.
This Eben thing that you talked about initially,
Yeah.
this creature, what did that thing look like?
They didn't really describe the Eben.
They didn't?
Nope. They just said that it was just like them reporting on something for that day. So it was kind of like a daily thing with them.
So they had already described it, you just weren't privy to it, and so they were just
Yeah, to
going
them
on
it
the
was probably,
assumption that everybody was talking about
it's
it.
kind of like, somebody asked me what you look like today.
Right.
After the first time they asked me, they're never going to ask me about that again.
Got
so
it.
it was like, it's just not.
Got it. So this Eben, was it here against its will? Was it here to
It sounded
interact
like it was
with us?
imprisoned.
In
It sounded like an interrogation result, is what it sounded like.
if you hear any of the stories, they make it sound like he was one of the survivors and he got stuck here, and he started working with us, and eventually he died in the
He eventually died, yes.
natural causes. But it's all speculation because we're hearing all this stuff,
Right.
but we don't have any way to verify.
And how many other stories that are similar to that, like the interactions and a thing being here with us, have you heard?
There's another one that actually escaped from captivity,
Yo.
but he actually convinced his interpreter or his interrogator to help him escape because the program was trying to get him to open a portal for them, and they wanted to control it. And the guy eventually, the interrogator actually pushed him into the portal and had surreptitiously given him back to his own home world. And it ended that guy's career probably.
A
But
portal.
Yeah.
And what kind of portal are we talking about?
you're talking like it's kind of like a way of opening a wormhole that you can control.
And did they say where this thing was accomplished and
I
how?
think it was also in Reticuli. I think it was another being from the Reticuli system.
Right, but the portal. Where's
Oh,
this
the
portal? How is it accomplished?
The portal, I thought, I was trying to think, where was that call from and to? Because you always get the originating location, but you're always trying to figure out who the distant end is. Trying to think all the parameters, because you have to write down the phone number and other stuff sometimes. It sounded like it might have been on the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast area is where this was taking place.
And did they say how the portal was made? Was this made by them?
They had recovered parts of one, and they were trying to complete it, and they were trying to get this being to help them complete the portal so that they could use it for their day.
Like a Stargate.
Yeah.
Like a real Stargate.
Correct. Yeah.
Remember what I was telling you, that story about, let's go get Jimmy?
Yeah.
The rumor that I heard surrounding this was that he convinced his interpreter that if he didn't get back and if he didn't get home, really bad things were going to happen. And that guy just kind of felt like, hey, I got kids. And
Right. I don't want society to destroy.
Plus, he had some compassion for him.
Yeah.
He's been working with him for a while.
Yeah. So when he got the chance, he was just like, get him in there.
I can't remember all the things. I think they had to keep this entity tied to a chair or something so he couldn't do anything. And that's why he needed the help of the guy that was the interpreter. He had to push him into the portal on the chair that he was tied to.
So the rumors I heard, I didn't hear the portal part. I just heard that he was able to get him outside, and just as he got him outside, they just showed up above and did a snatch and grab, and he was gone. And next thing you know, he's out there.
So there's different versions of the
Right,
story.
there's different versions. I'm just telling you that's the only other one I've heard that you're mentioning that you wanted me to describe it.
Right.
Was there any other entities that we had captured and had something similar? That's the only other story I've heard.
Do you know the Richard Nixon story?
Yeah, where he went with Jackie Gleason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that's bullshit?
Actually, not for that time frame. No, I could see Jackie Gleason and Richard Nixon soaking some suds down.
That I definitely could say. And also, Jackie Gleason did become obsessed with UFOs afterwards, and even had a house built in shape of a
remember that.
UFO.
Yeah.
It's a wild looking house that was apparently for sale recently.
Yes, really.
Yeah.
It wasn't in Palisades, was it?
It was in it was in upstate New York.
Mhm.
It did look like it's a very bizarre looking house. Like you see, like, why would Jackie Gleason build it? Want to see it? Pull it up.
Yeah.
You look at it, you're like, why would Jackie Gleason build a house like this? But then you hear that story, you go, well, maybe that's why he did it. Maybe because the word was that he had become obsessed with UFOs at one point in his life, and this story came out, I think, as told by his wife.
Oh wow, yeah.
This was Jackie Gleason's house, which is so weird.
Yeah.
Spaceship-like house, very strange, very fucking strange.
For someone to do something like that,
Yeah,
I would have to believe they had something profound.
or there were me. I would build that. I've never had a UFO
Sorry,
experience. I'll
you
build
were.
that fucking house. I love that house.
I kind of like those too. It's like when I'm down at Navarre Beach, where I have a home down there in Florida, but there's a UFO house down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it looks just like a UFO.
I think there's a UFO house in California somewhere. I think there's one in the hills above Studio City. I think there's one. It's like a famous UFO house, but I think they filmed things there. I think it's like on stilts, and it looks like a UFO.
Hmm.
I mean, people are always going to want things that look like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Jackie Gleason, that one. That's in the Hollywood Hills.
The chemosphere.
Yeah,
That
isn't
one
that dope?
is pretty cool.
Fucking dope.
Yeah.
That
I
house is
want that.
cool as shit.
But
yeah.
I'd be terrified living in California with the earthquakes and it
Oh,
being
yeah.
all those things.
Stupid place to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it as your main house.
No.
That's a house you visit every now and then when you want to get drunk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's get drunk at the
Or
UFO
Push
house.
up someplace private.
Yeah. Have a party. Have a little cocktail party at the UFO house.
There you go. That's
Yeah.
exactly how I treat it.
Yeah, it's like fun.
Yeah.
But so the grays, the tall whites, the reptilians, but then there's the mantis too, right?
Right, and those are things. Honestly, we've only discussed a part of my life. I've had experiences all the way from 3 years old on, and even after I was out of the program and I was just working in Florida, and I've seen the Delta or triangular craft like 3 times, and one of those times was with my daughter when we were coming back from her gymnastics class, just before I retired.
And what did that look like?
It was like the size of a 3-story home, but it was, pointed, and on the top it was kind of angular, kind of like what you see the F-117 look like, where it's angular.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of looked like that. It had pale grayish white lights on the underside, on the cardinal corners, and then in the back there was a flat panel that looked like a grill, where there was a light. There was like this stack of straight up lights, like fluorescent lights are, that would go to the right and then to the left.
And did it make noise?
Zero noise.
And it was just flying through the air.
Yeah.
Fast? Slow?
It was going fairly slow. And then when it banked, it turned, and then that's when it sped up a little bit. And then I lost it in the trees. Then I saw it 2 other times. One time was going to work, and the other time was in 2022 when I reached out to some of the program folks that we used to know to tell them, hey, there's a space on the top secret JWICS computers that they're talking about UFOs. And I pointed them directly to this delta-shaped craft, because I was like, I know what this is, and I know what they know it is. So I was trying to let them know that you need to look at this imagery that we have our hands on. They ended up showing up with it. And they showed me flying in flight. They followed me home the next night, and it was right there above my car. And I'm looking kind of like...
So is this ours?
It's ours. Yeah, it's a hybrid, or it's ours. I've always told people...
A hybrid meaning
Yeah,
what?
Well, here it is. The whole thing is that in the 90s, I know they were on mission with me at Wright Pat, and we saw a delta-shaped craft. It had different nacelles at the time, or engines at the time. That's what a nacelle is. And then, so this new version looked very similar in shape. However, it had these glowing orbs that looked like they were part of the propulsion system. So they had upgraded part of it, and now it looked fully functional and operational, because back in the 90s it was not.
So this is the other thing that I keep hearing, is that we are in possession of technology that is many, many years ahead of anything that anybody could anticipate.
And when we get that, I call that exotic material, and or whatever you want to call it, but we get our hands on that, and about every 10 years we get a breakthrough on it, because we do study it, and sometimes somebody is smart enough to figure something out. And the next thing you know, we've got fiber optics,
Right.
we've got cell phones, we've got transistors, now we're nanotech. Where'd all this stuff come from? Is some of this part of this NHI presence, and that they've taken a patent that was developed inside the program, and now these people from Lockheed and Northrop are patenting this stuff and then making lots of money on the outside.
Other than the beings that we described, are there other ones that people have talked about?
Yes, I've actually, like I said, as a young adult, I probably encountered more of a spiritual sense, but they were Nordic looking. Platinum hair kind of a look, blue eyes.
Like the tall whites, or different?
No, different.
How many documented different species have you heard of?
If I'm talking about my mission days, it's only that handful. And then if you're talking about other things that I've had other people tell me about, I think I've heard enough from enough people that I trust that I think our concept of life in this universe is totally off. I think there are literally trillions of other life forms, and anything you can imagine is probably true.
That's an interesting thing, because one of the things that I wondered when we used to talk in the task force was, if this is we're the alpha species here on Earth. So what if what we're seeing is the alpha species from another planet? Think about what other critters and other things are running around. And maybe if we see something wild and crazy over here, what if it's somebody, who's got a dog like Psycho? And all of a sudden this, something goes, what was that? We just don't know. So we can speculate and everything and build all these hypotheses up, but we're constantly looking to add to what we think is out there, so we can figure out, here's what we figured out, here's what we haven't.
Now, is the conventional explanation that these things are from other planets, or is there speculation that they're interdimensional? Is there speculation that they live in the water?
Yes.
All of that. All the above.
Yes.
I would say that the way they appear and disappear is interdimensionalism. I've had other friends that have had encounters that have talked to me that they could see a larger craft, and then it turned, and all of a sudden there was a door opening and a creature coming out, and yet this other part of the craft seemed to be like a long way off. So it's like interdimensionally large. However, when it turns, it's not like our four-dimensional world.
I've heard of a craft that you go inside of it, and it looks like a couple 100 feet on the outside. You go inside of it, and it's bigger than a football field.
Yeah,
Dr. Who stuff.
because it's going into this other dimension, and there's actually more space to that. Yes, and that's what this guy was describing.
So we've all heard that too. The other thing too about the dimensional thing, because of the speeds that they're moving at, it could be that they're moving so fast it looks like they slipped into a dimension. Because sometimes you'll see these things go off into the sky and then do some weird whatever, and then they're gone. And then other times, what you're seeing is this thing is moving slowly, and then all of a sudden, it's gone. And you're like, did they just slip into a different dimension, or is that their...
Is the speed so fast that you can't track it with your eye?
Yes.
I've heard people tell me that they were seeing some of these things moving at 16,000 miles per hour plus, and were still accelerating. I've never been able to verify that, obviously, but these are some people that seem to know what they're talking about, and they just kind of come forward. I would just have, when I was on the task force, I would just get a phone call and they said, "Hey, are you Mr. Logan?" "Oh, yeah." And they're like, check your email in about 5 minutes, or hey, there's something I want to tell you, and I have no way of verifying it. But the idea would be to put it in a little box somewhere to say, hey, this is an unknown, and maybe someone like Jason would come along and verify what this guy just told me, or verify what I just saw in a video that maybe he can corroborate on. We would look at, primarily for the task force, we were looking at the safety of the pilots, because they were having so many problems and they kept filling out all those safety reports, so we're like, and I remember asking the task force director, Jay Stratton, I was like, what about all the commercial stuff that's going on? And he says, I want to incorporate that, but I can't, because with their stuff, we don't have a good chain of custody on what's happening. And if someone's manipulating the data, with the stuff that's coming directly from the pilots, we can. So I was always looking at what the pilots told me they saw. And then me and several others in and outside of the task force were looking through the commercial stuff to see if we could find the same exact thing. Because that's how I when I first got it pulled into the task force, it was, I had talked about my app and I was going to do this just to figure out just something for a hobby when I get older, when I grow up. And then Lou Elizondo came out with Leslie Keane and their story. And I went and found Lou and I said, if you're serious about what you're talking about, stop by my office, because I just wanted to see if he could do it. And he showed up with the gang, and they presented their story about the pilots and everything. And we were like, oh, okay. And I said, well, what about this weird thing over here? And they're like, how do you know about that? And I was like, I got friends in low places, kind of like you. And they looked at me and they said, don't worry. That one's, we've been told that's something mundane, it's nothing important. And I was like, I beg to differ. And I was able to show them a video of the same thing seen somewhere in the world through civilian stuff. And I remember when they were leaving after they heard everything, and all of a sudden Lou just turns back around and goes, you're in. And I was like, in what? And he goes, you'll see. And next thing you know, I was in the task force. So, and for me, I was like, oh, my life just came full circle. I saw some things, and now I'm actually going to investigate these things. And so that's how I kind of pressed ahead. And then just to add on top of that, remember I said when Jason showed up, I called David Grush, right? But the funny thing was, I hadn't even been in the task force that long, and I was trying to look at things. All of a sudden I get a phone call, and I'm like, yeah, how can I help you? And he goes, my name is David Grush. Are you serious about all this stuff you're tracking? I go, yeah. He goes, I want in. And I was like, huh? And he goes, I think I have something that can help with you guys. And I was like, well, I'm not in charge of this. I got to introduce you to, Stratton and company. And so I introduced him, and every now and then I would say hi to him, and we'd talk, and he'd call me on the phone. But who else? I mean, I'm going to Stratton. I'm going to all the people in the task force, and he pops up, and I'm like, oh my God, what do you do with that?
Right.
I don't have the
I
resources.
didn't get invited like he did.
Yeah, I didn't have the resources to check out everything that he did.
One of the things that we keep hearing, Christopher Mellon's talked about this, many people talked about this, is there is evidence that's been classified that is high resolution video and photographs that are very distinct, very different than some of the blurry stuff that we've seen. Have you guys seen any of that?
Yes.
You have. Can you talk about it?
All I can say is that there's some really, really good, clear, high-def stuff out there that
Can't explain.
you can't explain. You're just sitting there
We
going,
went through the whole rigmarole on these objects. You had people on one side of the fence, people on the other side of the fence, people in the middle of it all, and nobody could draw a
the
conclusion.
first thing we're trying to do is go, okay, could that be Russia? Could that be China? Okay, who else is there? And you go through your whole list. Then once you put that off to the side, you go through, now, what are we observing? And some of the things, like Lou said, the 5 observables plus the 6, which is, the psychological effect on that. But you're kind of going through those, looking for all those. They're not always there.
Yeah.
But they're super clear. And some of them, you're like, how? I mean, you look at it, you just keep saying, how can that be?
Yeah, because you got to understand that these are professionals. We had imagery analysts go through looking for false positive, like camera artifacts that look like something they're not.
They can do AI now.
Yeah.
Of images
So-
now. They're pretty accurate.
Exactly, and we had a whole database of all these false positives to go through, and it wasn't matching any of that. We were going through the imagery analysis of the video, looking for flaws like artifacts. Couldn't find anything.
And this,
like that.
you're talking about high resolution video.
Yeah.
Like it's much clearer than the stuff we're seeing.
Exactly. Yeah.
And what's the resistance to that stuff getting out there to the general public?
It's just classification.
It could be where it's at, those type of things. It could be anything.
Yeah, because one of the things that I think the community really gets hung up on when it comes to the intel community is that the classification is one thing, but when you don't know if something is a threat, you automatically assign a value to that as being credible or not credible. And right now they can't draw a conclusion, therefore they don't want to declassify it, therefore it will not be divulged in public because of those reasons.
I was telling him in my first thing as an intel analyst, friend or foe.
Right.
You know? And then the next thing I'm trying to do is, break down all the characteristics, and we would sit there and you're looking. I when I first joined the task force, I remember there was a group that I used to walk in their office because they're smarter than me, so I want to make sure I'm getting the best input. And the first couple of times I showed up, everybody pulled out the aluminum hats. They started playing the X-Files music, and I'm like, okay, guys, but what about this? And I throw it out there, and they're like, oh, yeah, what is that? After about the fourth or fifth visit, no more music, no more. I come in, everybody's already hunched over what I've already sent them. They're like, yeah, what is that? Because Jay Stratton asked us he said, lean forward and get out there and use an all-source approach to looking and gathering all the information on what we can find. So I would capture, I'd call up a drone guy and say, I need you to come to my office. Take a look at this. And he would look at it and he was like, holy crap, how big is that? What? How? And I was like, yeah, I need answers. Can you take a look? And he would, Logan, I'll get back to you. A couple weeks later, he's like, dude, I got nothing. And then, we would have an imagery guy look at it. And, sometimes they could sit there and say, dude, that's this.
If you had one piece of footage or image to release, would there be one that really stands out? Like if they said, look, you could release just one of these classified high resolution videos, is there one that really stands out as being unique?
It's a group for me. There's a group of them.
Can you describe any of it?
I think Lou Elizondo described one. There's the story that he talks about. I think Commander Fravor discusses about the torpedo.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember that one where he's the story is that they were launching torpedoes and to hook the torpedo, and just as they were about to look at something very large like an island came up underneath them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I get this weird call, and it's you have to play devil's advocate, because when you're trying to tell guys that they were the observer, and you're trying to say, hey, well, it could have been this. Some of these guys get downright angry. They're pissed because you're questioning their ability to discern what's going on. They were there, you weren't. So
And
you
you've
have to
seen something life changing.
right. So you have to be careful, because after a while, nobody will want to talk to you again because, oh, Logan's an asshole because he,
Right.
So you're very careful. So this guy just sends me this thing, and I'm looking at it, and I just, maybe a couple weeks before, I'd heard this story with Fravor and Elizondo. So I'm like, what is this? And there was this, all I can say was there was something very, very, very large moving under the water, but not too far that you can't see it, but it's moving under the water, and it's passing objects that I know are really large, and this thing is bigger than them.
Right.
And I'm sitting there going,
Well, I think they mentioned one of them, and that was the oil tanker one.
yes. Yeah.
That one confused the hell out of me. And there were people saying it was just a shadow.
That's the
of
one that was
something.
going 500 knots. Is
Yeah,
it the one?
Yeah, it was going
I think
pretty
so.
quick,
Yeah.
But some people were saying, oh, it's just some kind of a round object that the sun is it's just making a
The
large.
shadow of the moon going across the
But
face of the
then
earth and all
somebody
this.
did another analysis and they looked at the wave tops and they're like, this is not a shadow, otherwise it would show up on the wave tops. This is under the surface. And this thing,
And it's disturbing the water underneath it. As it's
this
going
thing
by.
made this oil rig out in the ocean. It dwarfed it. I mean, this was like 3 or 4 times bigger.
So the speculation is that they're hiding in plain sight in the water, or is the speculation that there's always been a civilization down there?
I'd say in my opinion,
Yes.
no, in my opinion, I would say that they have been here a very long time, and that underneath the ocean and underneath the ground are 2 of the best places to stay hidden and out of the way of prying eyes.
You go out in the booty somewhere, or you go like. There's a whole bunch of activity going on around Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
There's a whole bunch of activity that is going on, where the Nimitz incident happened. All right. So there's things that we want to verify because you hear stories about things like you've heard of the Baltic anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first thing you want to know is, well, first of all, is it actually there? Once you verify that it's there, you want to know
What's its composition?
what's its composition, all those things. There's another thing on there. You can look it up right now. It's called the Cuban Atlantis. It's supposed to be 13 nautical miles west of Cuba, all right? And it looks like there's triangles and everything else there. And I'm like, from the moment that thing came out, I've never heard anybody else say, we've been there, we've checked it out, we've verified it, it's there, let's send a dive team down. The thing on the right there,
That's it, yeah.
yeah,
That's under the water?
Yeah,
that's supposedly 13
Is that
miles
real?
off the coast of Cuba. Well,
it's
that's what
very
we
real.
want to know.
Yeah.
We want to verify
That's
that.
crazy. Whatever that is.
Yeah,
it's
where's the
crazy.
National Geographic documentary on that?
Is that, wait a minute, is that for real?
Just the
Why have I
one.
never even
all
seen
the,
that before?
all the other ones I'm thinking are fake, but this one up top right there where the thing is.
Click on that, Jamie.
Yeah.
Ancient origins. Is it a crackpot site?
Doesn't
Yeah.
doesn't give the vibes of a place to start looking for
Right.
relevant information.
Right.
That's a good way to put
Right.
it, Jamie.
There's
Yeah.
no vibe.
So supposedly what was
Bad
happening,
vibes, man.
there was some people doing something coming across the water and they saw it. So could it be that the Caribbean,
Realize this one.
the Caribbean's hot and
Oh, wow.
and there's something out there? You know?
It eventually goes in the water.
Yeah.
This is very weird.
Even this one, we've looked at it.
We argued over this for months.
How fast is this thing supposedly going?
It's not going that fast.
Yes, it's kind of quick, like a Learjet would. You know,
But
It just looks like
not
it just
remarkable.
went right in the water.
the two
Right.
things that stick
That's
out
what's
about
nuts,
this,
that it goes in the water.
it does. There's no
And it's
rooster
going
tail.
fast in the water.
Yeah, there's
Right.
no rooster tail that
Right.
comes off it.
Right.
And the other thing is, at one point near the end, it actually looks like it splits in two. There's like one's a holograph and one's
right. And now there's some other energy guy that's saying, oh, that it didn't actually go in the water. It's just an artifact.
See, it splits up.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's the part that you can't. And what are we seeing with the drones? Some of these are splitting.
Yes.
And these are the ones that I find very curious because those are the ones that get sent. And they're like, it's an orb, but now there's 3 of them. You know, how do I explain that?
Well, listen, I want to thank you guys for having the courage to even talk about this because I know it brings with it a lot of ridicule. And for people like me that have no idea what's going on, it's very fascinating. And
You know a lot more than most.
well, I still don't know anything though, so that's not good. 'Cause I know more than
Wait a
most.
minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but I mean, all I know is what people have told me. So I don't know what's real and what's not real, you know.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you guys very much, and thank you for being here. If you got social media, tell everybody where they can get a hold of you.
I'm on X Space mainly. Just my name, Jason T. Sands, is my moniker. So
Logan.
I am at phenom.earth. Just look it up and you'll see information about my app and a little bit about my background.
yeah, and I've got first-hand funds. I'm trying to get further whistleblowers to come forward as well.
Okay.
James Fox did ask me to pass you something. He said if you could put out a shout out to anybody that has information on the Varhenia stuff because he's found some new information and he needs to start corroborating.
Okay. Where they get a hold of James? It's James Fox Director, I think, on Instagram.
I believe so.
Yeah, and his X Space is also a good way.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Very fun.
Thank you, Joe. Very good to meet you.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Joe
Good to see you
Rogan,
again.
you're gorgeous.
You are too, you beautiful
Shut up.
bastard. Come on.
Can I read you something?
Oh, okay. You want to read me something?
This is from my son, just
Okay.
before I came on the show. Hi, Daddy. I was wondering if the show will be live anywhere, and tell Joe that I say hello and I love his show.
Oh,
You just made his life.
how old is he?
Well, last week was his bar mitzvah.
Oh, so he's 13.
It's 13.
Okay.
And it was.
That's about the age you shouldn't be listening to my show yet. You used to disturb me when I would meet my youngest daughter's friends when they were before high school.
Yeah.
And they would say they love my podcast. I was like, geez, this is really not for you. Like some of the subjects,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
for you. But the kids today, they're not 12-year-olds when I was a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
These kids have a far more advanced understanding of the world, for good or for bad.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad, because I mean, I think our childhood, we were more exposed to things than our parents were. I don't necessarily think that's bad. So why would I think it's bad for kids today?
I think the explosion, though, is
Yeah.
you could learn that you and I don't even know they exist.
Yeah, it is an issue. Yeah, that most certainly is a problem. But I don't know if it's worse or better.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather have the loss of innocence that I had as a 14-year-old than the loss of innocence my parents had. I think they just lived in a more ignorant time. And with knowledge, you're also going to get all the bad stuff. Like, I see a lot of assassination videos.
Okay. You know, it's funny you say the age of innocence, because I've always said that the two things that protect me in life were my Belgian Shepherds, whom I love. And I saw, by the way, that you were talking recently about Belgian Malinois.
Yeah.
So my kids have grown up with. By the way, the Belgian Malinois is one of 4 types of Belgian Shepherds. The only difference across the 4 types is that the Belgian Malinois has short hair, whereas the ones that we have longer. They even look more wolfish, more intimidating.
Scary dogs.
And so, anyways, so I always said that the two things that protect me when I sort of enter the sanctity of my home was the love of my family, my Belgian Shepherds, and the innocence of my children. Because, you know, the world out there is ugly. And then you go back home.
True.
And so once that becomes polluted because they just know more, I feel like I'm losing part of it.
That's interesting. I don't think you should think that way. I think they're human beings and you should want them to know things. It's just that we enjoy the position of being the person that has all the deep, dark knowledge of the world and dealing with this innocent child that wants to watch Dora the Explorer. You know, Dora, you know, like
Peppa Pig.
Yeah, Peppa Pig, all those kind of shows. And there's something beautiful in watching a little person learn stuff about the world, and shocking when they find out about like murders and danger and scary things, and and then their realm of knowledge expands to
What amazes me is seeing my children get a political awakening. So my son, who's really precocious, he's 13. My daughter is 16. She wasn't as into it, but during the last U.S. elections, maybe because of the TikTok stuff and so on, she sort of woke up to it, and she would come to me and say, why do we like Trump? Why don't we like? And so I saw an awakening in her that my son already had. I mean, he literally will sit with me, watch. I mean, Tucker's no longer on, but he would watch Tucker with me and have conversations with me when he was 11, 12. My daughter came a bit later into the game, but it's so rewarding to see them wake up to these things and have meaningful conversations with me on these topics. It's beautiful.
God, I didn't know anything about politics. Blissfully unaware when I was 13.
Is that right?
Right, but I did worry about Russia. When I was in high school, everybody was terrified. Before the fall of the Soviet Union, we were terrified that we were going to go to war with Russia. It was like a thing that was hovering over our head every day.
Yeah.
That was kind of all I knew about politics. Like, Russia bad, United States good. Russia bad, wants to kill United States. Like, that's what we were basically told. All the movies like Red Dawn, Russia invades America.
Can I incorporate some professorial elements to what you just
Please
said?
do.
So one of my intellectual heroes is John von Neumann, who was a Hungarian Jewish polymath. He was a mathematician. He was a game theorist. And one of the things that he did, he was one of the pioneers of using game theory. Do you know what game theory is?
Yes.
In economics? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to explain it for you?
Yeah, please.
So a classic example of a game theory context would be the prisoner's dilemma, right? You capture two prisoners, you take them apart as the cops do. Each of them can either squeal, confess or not. And depending on whether there are four possibilities, both can confess, one confess, the other one. So it's a 2x2 matrix, and there are different payoffs in each of these matrices. And then the question is, what is the optimal behavior? So that's called game theory because you use game theoretic, framework to model what should be some optimal behavior. Well, in the context of the Cold War, that's when game theory was first being applied. That the Russians the Soviets can nuke us or not, we can nuke them or not.
Mm-hmm.
So there are all these models that were developed. So, for example, mutually assured destruction is a outshoot of understanding game theory. And so for the ones who are watching the show, John von Neumann is the definition of how I think an intellectual should be. Very broad thinker. He can both discuss mathematics or economics or game theory. He died, I think, too young, but he got his PhD at the age of 23. Check him out, John von Neumann.
Wow. 23.
23 years old from Hungary. Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
The people like that just make you feel like such a dummy.
I mean, I was impressed with myself because I got my PhD in my late 20s.
That's still pretty good.
Well, he beat me by many, many years, so I'm a little ant compared to him.
It's bizarre when you see like young teenagers that are in college already because they've gone through their entire high school course.
Yeah,
By the time they're 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
Now at 16, they're in college.
Yeah.
So strange.
Of course, as you know, the danger of that is that you're not at the right social developmental phase.
Of course. Yeah.
So yes, you can solve calculus really easily,
Right.
but you can't speak with people who are 4 years older than you. So you end up
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So so I'm not sure if I support this kind of fast tracking because there's an element of just being with the right people at the right age.
That is true, but also when you have an extraordinary mind, you want to give that extraordinary mind fuel. You have someone who caught lightning in a bottle, and you want to help that.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe there's a way to do it where the parents come with the kid to school or something like that. But isn't it strange though that you and I at our age, the idea of talking to someone 4 years older than us is like, so what?
Yeah.
Like, what's the big deal? Isn't it weird? Like the accelerated learning that you have as a child is so rapid and so profound that a 4-year age gap is nuts.
Well, speaking of accelerated learning, my biggest regret, I may have discussed this with you before or not, but my parental regret is that we never taught our children all of the languages that we speak at home. So I speak, my mother tongue is Arabic, and I also learned French because from Lebanon and then moving to Montreal. Then I learned English, and I also speak Hebrew. And then my wife, because she's Lebanese Armenian, she speaks Armenian. So between the two of us, we speak 5 languages. But here's the rub. If I speak to them in Arabic or Hebrew, my wife won't understand. If she speaks to them in Armenian, I won't understand. So we just settled on French and English. So rather than them now being these super exotic, 5 language speaking kids, they only speak the very vanilla French and English.
Yeah, but it's still 2.
It's well,
99% of
compared to Americans, I agree. They don't even master one language.
We barely know English.
Very
We had to
language.
have separate versions of English.
I was
Slangs and dialects.
I posted on X that I was coming to Texas. I'm also soon going to South Carolina, to Georgia, to Florida to Mississippi. And so I said, if I'm going to fit in the South, since I'm doing this big, what are some absolute must expressions that I must have? So the ones I came up with, and you'll add to that, I'm fixing to leave.
Okay.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Y'all.
Y'all.
All y'all.
All y'all.
That's
Yeah, don't use any of those.
no?
No.
Why?
No, because
Too cliche?
they're going to know you're faking.
They're gonna know I'm faking it because I'm not tall enough to be a Texan.
No, there's some short Texans. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. But the thing is, like, saying it like that, you can't. If you don't have a Southern accent and you're throwing y'alls around, people are like, get out of here with that. Yeah. It's just a weird one. And not that the accent here is so dense. Like the Texas accent is probably much stronger in the rural areas.
Yeah.
Or in small cities and stuff like that. Austin is pretty mixed with a bunch of people from all over the place. So I think even the general Texas accent here is fairly muted.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Jamie? Does that make sense?
Definitely, y'all's are
A lot of
thrown
y'all.
around, but that's about it. Yeah.
Right, but it's not a
Yeah.
Texas accent
Yeah,
like
it's
you
not.
hear in other parts of the state. There's other parts of the state you talk to people like that's a little motherfucking Texas accent. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a very specific way that they talk that's pretty cool, but it's very distinct. You know, it makes you know where you're at. Like New Yorkers, like if you're in New York and you go to an Italian deli and you're talking to this fucking guy and he's making you a sandwich, you know, like my friend Giovanni, it's fun. It's like they're talking the way they talk. It's like it's a very specific way of talking. It's cool.
I was going to say that you're going to get me in trouble because I think I mentioned to you last time that the biggest trouble I ever faced was 2 shows ago when I was here. And I made a joke about the French-Canadian accent.
Yes, you did.
So
They get very upset at
I
you.
am hereby stating that in nature, the most beautiful auditory orgasm is to listen to the French-Canadian
But now they
accent.
think you're lying because now you're
No,
flip
I've just
flopper.
learned.
You're a flip
I'm a
flopper. Flip flopper is a weird one to me because it's like, wait a minute, what do you do when you encounter new information?
That's right.
Don't you change your mind? Like this idea that someone who's running for office, especially, right? It's always like presidential candidates and
Yeah,
Senate
that you
candidates.
should
Never
you should
flip-
always be consistent. Yeah.
Which is so crazy. Like, shouldn't you learn from new information?
So in behavioral decision making, psychology of decision making, there's a whole field that studies what are the types of cognitive traps that people succumb to precisely to not alter their original position. And Leon Festinger, I don't know if you know, he's the pioneer who developed the theory of cognitive dissonance. And so he has an amazing quote, which I use in one of my earlier books, in The Parasitic Mind, where he basically says the types of mental machinations that the average human being will engage in to make sure that there's cognitive consistency in his mind. Because incoming information that contradicts my anchored position makes me feel icky. So what are the kinds of mental gymnastics I'm going to go through to make sure that everything stays consistent in my mind? Which, as you might imagine, is a big obstacle for me because I'm in the business of administering mind vaccines to people, right? Getting them to think properly. But if the reality is that the architecture of the human mind is not built to change their positions, then I'm up shit's creek.
Well, if you pay attention to X, you will see you are up shit's creek. Because especially
Right.
liberal people on X, like super hyper liberal people that are unwilling to look at any positive aspects of any sort of Republican ideas or policies, or
Yeah.
it's like that's what they're doing. They're doing that 100%.
Albeit, there are a few people that have come around, let's say, to Trump. No, don't you think?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
A lot
it's-
of people have, but it's like they had to see, 4 years of an awful administration to go, oh, okay, wait a minute. I think these people are bullshitting me. I think these people are fully incompetent. I don't think that guy's really the president. I think there's like a bunch of financial institutions and deep state operatives that are involved in this whole thing. Like, and that's when did you see that interview with Mike Johnson when he was talking about conversations that he had with Biden about liquid natural gas,
I don't think so.
and that Biden had signed an executive order and it limited liquid natural.
Oh, and then he said, I
Yeah.
didn't do that.
He said, "I didn't
that's
do it."
right, that's right.
And so he couldn't get a meeting with Biden. They wouldn't let him have a meeting. It took a year before he got a meeting, and there was a bunch of people in the room in that meeting. And he wanted to be alone with Biden, but Biden kicked everybody out. So they had to listen. So when Biden kicked everybody out, then he was talking to him. And then he found out that Biden didn't even read these executive orders. He was gone, man. We knew he was gone. I said he was gone in 2020.
Yeah.
The presidency ages you faster than radiation. Whatever the fuck happens when you're in that, when you have all that information and all that pressure and like the whole world's watching you, and then there's fucking chaos everywhere and probably a bunch of terrifying shit that most people don't have information on,
Yeah.
but you do. And all of a sudden you have this crazy position, like you age like crazy. So he was already gone 4 years ago. So 4 years of getting cooked by being the president, like that poor guy.
So I'll tell you a background story, because we're talking about Trump, and of course he came on your show. I was speaking to one of his senior advisors prior to him to come on your show. And I was saying, hey, I would love to have President Trump for a chat and so on. He goes, oh, that's fantastic. What would you like to talk about? What angle would you like to do, to pursue? And I said, well, I think that a lot of people have this wrong impression of President Trump. If he was given a long format setting where we can just chat, people would see that he's funny and he's not this ogre. And of course, he came on your show. There's no point coming on my show once he's been on your show. And I think you did exactly that with him. So that a lot of people, several people that I know who hated Trump, after they sort of watched on your show, they're like, it's kind of cool. And so that was exactly what I was hoping to do had I had the privilege of having him chat with me. And of course, you pulled it off.
Yeah, that's the only way to talk to people. And I wanted to do that with Harris too. I wanted to be able to talk to her as a human, just have a conversation with I know there's a human in there. I know this whole system's fucked, but I've talked about this before, but there's this one interview that she does where she talks about meeting her mother and father-in-law for the first time. And it's so funny. And she talks about her mother-in-law grabbing her face. It goes, oh, look at you. And she's laughing, but she's laughing genuine. It's not
Right.
that weird
Not the cackle,
performative
Yeah.
laugh that she does sometimes. It's really funny. I was like, there's a human in there. Like, that
Do
would
you-
be fun to just talk to a person.
Obviously you've spoken to thousands of people for 3-hour chunks. Do you think, had you had the opportunity, you would have been able to pull out 3 hours of worthwhile conversation with her?
I don't know. You don't know until you do it. You know, you don't know also based on people's conversations with other people, because people are different. It just, some people go into conversations like it's an interview, right? And so they can't establish a flow, right?
Yeah.
A conversation like where you and I are having is a dance.
Exactly.
We're both moving. We're moving. We have to like.
I actually call it a
recognize-
tango, like literally.
It is a tango. It's a tango. It's a dance, and you have to know that. And some people literally are having these things and don't know it's a tango.
Yeah.
They think that it's an opportunity for them to expose people's flaws or catch people in viral moments,
Yeah.
or an opportunity to flex your intellect. There's a bunch of things. So it fucks with the flow, because as a person listening, I want to feel a genuine conversation. That's what
Yeah.
I want.
Yeah.
Right. And you can get that out of almost anybody if they're willing to do it. But that you have to be skillful in how you negotiate it and how you do it. You have to think about it like it's like a dance.
So I'm gonna maybe be a bit more less charitable than you. I don't think she's capable of doing it. because it takes a couple of things to be able to do what you just said. Number one, it takes vulnerability in that you're laying yourself out there. Right now, I'm speaking straight without any script,
Right.
and I might say something stupid that's going to be caught by millions of people, but I'm willing to take that chance for the joy of sitting chatting with you. But if you're tight and you can't let yourself go, if you don't have the self-assuredness to be able to be vulnerable, then you can't. That's why she could only speak in those little chunks.
Perhaps, but it's also perhaps who is she talking to? Do they have the ability to, do they have the personality? Do they have whatever it is that allows people to be comfortable and have a conversation? Because all these conversations is just like the way I talk about like these rambling speeches that she does, which she kind of rambles on. It's because I know what it's like. She's trying to dismount. She doesn't know how to dismount. So it's pressure, right? But how is she verbally when there's no pressure? I bet she's a lot better. Everybody is. So that's the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is to talk to her like a human. Like there was a few things they didn't want to talk about. I said, I don't care. We can talk about fucking groceries. I don't give a shit. We talk about flowers. Don't give a fuck. I just want to talk. Like,
Right.
let's talk. You don't want to talk. Anybody who doesn't want to talk about something, I don't need to talk to them about that.
Right.
You know, if you've got a UFO experience, you don't want to talk about it. Like, okay, let's talk about ghosts. Like, what do you think about Bigfoot? Like, I'll find out what you're about.
We did. You and I talked about Bigfoot last
Yeah.
time when you explained to me how you got off the Bigfoot train.
Yeah, I want to believe. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem with Bigfoot is the same
Oh, here
problem
we
that
go.
I have with. No, I don't believe, but it's the same problem that I have with UFOs.
Yeah.
The problem is I am very biased. Look, there's a fucking UFO right behind me.
Right.
Very, very biased. There's a UFO on the desk. Look, that's the sport model from Bob Lazar, what he found in the Area S4, Area 51.
Okay.
I am I'm a romantic in that way. I want to believe in stupid shit.
Right. Right.
I do. So I have to be careful. I have to be careful in what do I actually believe versus what do I want to believe. Like, what does the data show me? And the data shows me, especially what I know now from being a hunter for 12 years and spending a lot of time in the woods and knowing how many people are out there and how many people have phones and cameras and how many trail cameras there are and how many we have like real accurate. There's only 2 jaguars that we know of that are in North America, and they know exactly where they are. Like, you telling me, just telling me this fucking giant ape is wandering around Seattle
Without anybody seeing them. Right.
It's just not likely.
Uh,
Also, there's a bunch of also reasonable explanations. First of all, have you ever been to the Pacific Northwest? You've been up
I've
the
been
woods
to
up there?
Seattle.
The woods up there are fascinating because it's essentially a rainforest.
Mhm.
So there's so much rain that the forest is dense like these fingers.
Right.
Like it's like a box of Q-tips. That's what I always describe it as. Like there's no spaces. It's just trees everywhere.
Right.
There's no like big open spaces where if like you go to Montana, you go to the woods, there's mountains and there's trees, but there's like space in between the trees.
It's expansive.
There's no fucking space up there.
Right.
It's a rainforest. It's like this.
Right.
You don't see shit. And bears are known commonly to walk on 2 legs. They do it all the time. I've seen bears personally with my own eyes. I've seen bears in the woods walk on 2 legs.
Right.
They do it all the time. So if you're looking in between all these trees and something 100 yards away is going in between trees and standing up tall, you just saw Bigfoot.
Right.
Meanwhile, you saw a black bear.
Exactly.
Normal, everyday, average black bear, stand on its back legs. They do it all the time, and they could easily be 7 feet tall.
So, earlier we were talking about how would you change your opinion once you have a position that's anchored.
Yeah.
So, and now you're saying, I'd love to believe in this stuff, but then incoming information comes in, and then I kind of have to accept the fact that I can't believe this stuff. Well, that, in a sense, was the exact topic of my doctoral dissertation. I actually celebrated 30 years in 2024.
What examples did you use?
So I brought in subjects into the lab. So let me tell you what the topic was, and then I'll tell you how I ran it. So the idea was to study what are called stopping strategies, which means when is it that a person has acquired enough information to stop and make a choice? Now, why is that important? Because classical economic theory argues that if you're going to maximize your utility when you're making a decision, you should look at all of the available information. You can't choose the car that maximizes your utility if you leave some information unturned. So that's called the normative theory, meaning that's how you ought to behave normatively if you want to be a perfect decision maker, a rational decision maker. But objectively speaking, that's not what we do, right? Like you and I, every decision that we make every day, we don't sample all of the relevant and available information before we make a choice. We sample until we have sufficiently differentiated between the choices that you say, there's no point in sampling more information. I now have enough information to vote for Trump. I have enough information to marry this girl, to choose this.
Got it.
So that's called the stopping strategy. So I was studying the cognitive strategies that people use when they're making the stopping decision. So what I did, so to answer your question of how I went about doing it, I brought in people into the lab and I made them make sequential binary choices. Binary choices means it's a choice between two alternatives. Sequential means that they acquire one piece of information at a time on these two alternatives. This was done on a computer, and it's called a process tracing algorithm, meaning that it keeps track of every single behavior that the decision maker is making. It does that in the background. And so what I was looking at, they could acquire up to 25 attributes, let's say choosing between apartments. And I was tracking the cognitive processes that they were using and deciding when to stop and choose apartment A or choose apartment B. And then later, I applied that to other types of decisions. For example, mate choice, right? So you could apply for anything. You could apply choosing between fitness instructors, choosing between political candidates to vote for anything, right? The reason why it's binary, it's because it only operates once you're down to two final alternatives. You might have used another process to go from 10 alternatives. Like let's say the primaries in the US system, we first go through Republican primary, then we choose one final one, and then we go through a Democratic primary, we choose one, and then the final two go head to head. That's when my model comes in. And so my model really explains how we make decisions across a bewildering number of cases, specifically how we stop and say, I'm marrying her, I'm hiring him, I'm voting for him. So it was a big deal.
So a tipping point of information, like when you have enough information to make rational quality decisions.
Exactly. So what you do actually is you set, I mean, if I could show it to you on a curve, it would really be cool. It's you set a what's called a differentiation threshold, which basically says that I have now sufficiently teased apart the Mazda and the Toyota, that I've hit that threshold, that I'm sufficiently convinced that that decision would never be overturned, even if I sampled all of the remaining information.
That's a good example. Because when people are looking at cars and they're trying to figure it out, like you start going over, especially today, start going over all the details and different things they do, and then you get online, like what's more reliable,
And some people use what's called the core attributes heuristic, which basically is there might be 60 attributes that I might look at in a car, but I really care only about 4 attributes. I will sample those 4. Whichever car is ahead after those 4, I'll buy that car. And so I studied all of those decision rule strategies.
What about emotions, though? Doesn't that play in there?
Great question. So later, once I had gotten my PhD, I started incorporating various types of emotional states to see where people shift those stopping thresholds. So one thing I did, it never got published, and we can talk about that. So I wanted to look at what happens to those stopping thresholds for dysphorics. Do you know what dysphorics mean?
Like gender dysphoria?
No, not gender dysphoria, emotion. So dysphoria is like a mild state of a clinical depression. It's not, I'm going to kill myself.
Okay.
But my wife left me, my dog died, life sucks. So that's called dysphoria. It's the opposite of euphoria. So there is a psychometric scale that you could administer to people to measure their dysphoria scores. And so I wanted to see whether non-dysphorics, people who don't suffer from dysphoria, would make their stopping decisions in a different way than dysphorics. And I didn't have any a priori hypotheses. Why? Because the literature was very confused. Some theories said that dysphorics, by virtue of them being helpless and apathetic, life sucks, will actually acquire less information before they commit to a choice. Then there was another school of thought that thought, no, dysphorics are so helpless that one of the ways that they can gain control over their lives is to look at more information. So because I couldn't come up with any a priori hypotheses, and being an honest scientist, I said, I'm not going to posit any hypotheses. I'm just going to run it and see what I get. So I think I had 18 different measures that were comparing the dysphorics, maybe 17 measures that were comparing the dysphorics to the non-dysphorics, of which on 16 out of the 17, I got no effects, right? Now that to me was worthy of publishing, meaning that in this particular task, dysphoria doesn't seem to moderate the behavior. I sent it to the STOP journal, actually called Cognition and Emotion. You're asking about emotion. The editor writes back to me, "Gad, gorgeous study, beautiful design, beautiful. Unfortunately, given the number of null effects you got, I can't publish it." Now, this is literally called in science the null effects bias, or the drawer, which means you only end up publishing findings that give you an effect, and you put into the disappearance bin all of the findings that didn't get any effects. So when you then run a meta-analysis, do you know what a meta-analysis? Yeah. When you run a meta-analysis, it's not an actual accurate depiction of the totality of findings, because all of those null effect studies were never published. And so I tried to tell the psychologist in question, who, by the way, several years later, he was at USC and was hounding me because he's a super wokester. I couldn't believe how much he fell in my esteem. But anyways, that's a separate. I won't even mention his name, although he's worthy of being shamed on the Joe Rogan show. And I wrote to him, I said, but I really think that, you're succumbing to the null effects bias, because it's worthy to publish this. This was, I think, in 1998.
It's information.
It's information that is worthy of certainly the scientific community should know about it. Well, I probably, one of the first times I've ever discussed it was on this show. So hopefully at least it gets that attention, but it's not on the record. What a shame.
That is a shame. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. It's that time again where we all look ahead and plan out what we want to accomplish in the new year. There's the usual resolutions like wanting to travel more, get a promotion, or get healthier, which I think is a good thing to do any time of the year. If your goal is to hire more talented people for your business, though, you've got it pretty easy, because you can use ZipRecruiter. You can even try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. When it comes to hiring, ZipRecruiter does a lot of the work for you. It's powerful. Matching technology works fast to find candidates for your role. There's also a feature that lets you invite top candidates to apply for your job. That's a smart way to encourage people to apply sooner. Here's to a new year of hiring made easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. It's interesting that one of our biggest hurdles is the human ego does not want us to ever be wrong.
Right.
It's a giant hurdle. And human beings, for whatever reason, I guess it's part of the motivation of acquiring information and of advancing your ideas. We attach ourselves to ideas. And one of the things I always tell young people, like if you want to do better in life and not get tricked by your own bullshit, don't be married to your ideas. Ideas are just ideas. You are not your ideas. Ideas are some things that you fuck around with in your head and you explore and you talk about with friends, but you have to always be honest about them and never be attached to them.
Yeah.
The problem with ideas is that ideas are just like everything else. Human beings grab them and they're stingy and they're like, mine. And I want my idea to win. And you'll lie so your idea wins, and it'll advance your career if your idea wins. And if you can, even if you can unfairly dismiss, or you can be unethical in how you're ignoring certain aspects of data for your opposing ideas. Like people do that and succeed because of that, because academia rewards them, the media rewards them, especially, if they can publish in the New York Times or something like that. Like if they can make a story, like you get rewarded
Yeah.
for lying.
Yeah. So I can tell you a million. I mean, this is my 31st year as a professor. I can read a paper, and I can, just looking at how clean their presentation of the data is, tell you that they cheated, because the structure of the reality of data is never as clean as how it is presented in many of these journals. And then, by the way, not to sort of tap myself on the shoulder, but some of the top people that I know who ended up getting caught for fabrication of data, I was in private circles saying, I bet you 80% of this guy's research is bullshit, and then it comes up to be the case. Because I'll give you an example. So I did a study, and speaking about being wedded to your ideas, so I had a graduate student that worked with me on a really, really cool project, which we ended up publishing in 2009. Gorgeous paper on testosterone and so on. Really beautiful paper. I noticed that as we were getting ready to run these studies, there was always a delay where he wasn't yet ready to kind of cast the die. And so one day we had gone for coffee. I said, you know what I think? I think that maybe you're afraid that if right now, in the rarefied world of us having just posited the hypotheses but not run the study, we live in a world where it hasn't been falsified yet. So you're wedded to the idea. But I think you're scared that if we run the studies and the data doesn't come out in support, but guess what? It doesn't matter because we're going to reap some benefit from that. Well, true. And he looked at me and he was like, actually, you're exactly right, Professor. I'm afraid to find out whether we're correct or not. I said, just let's do it. It was actually a study on, so there was two parts of the study. And I'm not sure if I've ever discussed it with you. So I wanted to look at what happens to men's testosterone levels when they engage in acts of conspicuous consumption, and what happens to men's testosterone when they see other men engaging in acts of conspicuous consumption. And the general story, as you might imagine, is when I engage in an act of conspicuous consumption, my testosterone goes up because I had a social win. And when I see you, who's a competitor to me, getting into your fancy Maserati, then my tail goes between my legs. So you feel bad. So my testosterone goes down. So we designed two gorgeous studies. We ran them. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. By the way, I always joke that for study one, we actually had people drive a Porsche that we rented and a beaten up old sedan. And after each driving condition, we took salivary assays so that we could measure the testosterone. And I always joke, try to get from a granting agency research funds so that you could rent a Porsche. Now, only when you can do that, you're a good scientist. Anyways, and so we ran the studies, and several of the hypotheses that we posited turned out to be veridical, but several were falsified. But to the credit of the editor, unlike the other guy, he found value in even the findings that were contrary to what we had expected, because we had an post hoc explanation for why it didn't work out. And so, lesson to everybody who is an aspiring scientist, always be honest. Don't fudge the data. Don't go back and pretend that you had hypothesized the stuff after you see what the data results are.
Oh, is that what they do?
Oh, tons. As a matter of fact,
Human ego.
Well, that's. I told this whole story to your point. Exactly.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful because we rely on experts. And a lot of times experts are just like everybody else. They're competing with these other experts and they're trying to get ahead and they're willing to bullshit. And also there's financial reward in bullshitting. There's people that would like them to bullshit a little bit and make it a lot easier for us to pass this thing that we're trying to do a little bullshitting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll add something else. I'm giving a talk at one of the universities here in Austin as part of this trip. And I'm going to talk about so I'm old enough at this point, although I'd like to think that I still have many years left, but that I can sort of look back at, what are some of the great things that I've faced as a professor? What are some of the things that I'm disappointed in? Probably the number one thing that most disappoints me in my fellow academics, and I don't mean that as a haughty thing, is how non-intellectual most of them are. Most of them are just playing a game. I mean, obviously they're intelligent. They're in the sense that they've gotten a PhD, they've gotten a professorship, They are stay in your lane professors. They know their little methodology, but you can't sit with them at a party and talk about things that is not within their areas of specialty. They're not these big polymaths. They're not
Right.
Leonardo da Vinci. And so that has disappointed me, because sort of my fantasy of becoming an academic was
Mhm.
that every Friday for Shabbat dinner, I'd be inviting all of these intellectual colleagues of mine, and my children will be growing up hearing the art historian and the mathematician and the and my children and I are immersed in an endless orgy of ideas all day, whereas most professors are just sort of mundane, publish or perish, get tenure, game the system. And so that left me with a very, and that's why I do my thing, because I don't play those games. And so that's been disappointing.
Well, that competition, it creeps into medical science as well.
Yes.
And the really scary thing, I was reading about this case where this doctor was treating people for cancer that didn't have cancer. He was giving chemotherapy to all these people that didn't have cancer. And when they confronted him, one of the things that he said is, you have to eat what you kill in this business. So it was essentially, he was saying, in order to thrive as a cancer doctor, he had to diagnose more people with cancer than actually had cancer. And he was in some way, if not justifying, explaining the thought process that led him to do this, which is so crazy
That's
to think that. But that's the reality of being a person. It's like your ego and your mind and the justifications that you can make for doing certain things. I mean, this is why we have war, right? This is what war is, the ultimate expression of that justification of the most horrific things.
Yeah.
Because you believe it's the right thing to do,
Exactly.
or because it benefits you, or because if you don't, something's going to happen, and
Well, I always say, and you might have seen me post it often on X, I always say the most dangerous force in nature are parasitized minds.
yeah.
Right? It's, I mean, the tsunami is devastating, but it's a one bleep.
Well, what's interesting about you and your work is you predicted essentially the entire COVID reaction and the freak out and the woke mob, the whole left freak out way before it was going on. You caught like the first sounds of the drums in the far distance. You're like, guys, we got to get the fuck out of here. And everybody's like, relax. I don't hear any drums. And you're like, dude, I heard drums.
I mean,
I heard
that
Viking
that-
drums.
That is literally my autobiography.
Yeah, well, that's what you did. You really did do that. You were way ahead of it, and you were widely criticized by a bunch of those people who turned out to be these woke dipshits.
Now,
They eventually fell into the trance, and they all, put their fucking bios on their gender buzz on their Twitter.
trance, TRANCE.
Yeah, the trance.
But they fell into the trance of trans,
Yeah.
TRANS.
Well, trans was just the ultimate expression of this preposterous idea.
Yeah.
This inclusion, like this idea that the more suppressed you are, or the more maligned you are, the more social credit we have to give you.
Yeah.
And this is in the name of equity. So we bump a biological male who thinks he's a woman ahead of actual biological women, to the point where it's like literally victimizing these women, and we ignore it. We try to pretend it doesn't happen, whether it's in schools or it's like in the workplace. And that's the ultimate expression of this ability to completely ignore reality because it doesn't align with your ideology.
Well, so I have some good news, not phenomenal news, but in the same way that there's now this cataclysmic change that's happening because of Trump and so on, DEI is out and so on. I'm definitely seeing certainly a growing number of institutions that are reaching out to me, who are suddenly very interested and keen on speaking with me.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so that's wonderful, and not in a gleeful sense of, hey, I was right, but in the sense that,
Well, hey, you were right. First of all, hey, you were right.
no, but we're
People are
redirecting
lighting
the ship.
up.
People
Yes.
are waking up,
Yeah.
so it's not just about me. And so like this year, I'm a visiting professor and global ambassador at Northwood University. I took a leave from my home university because I couldn't stand the Hamas crazies and so on. And if you go to that school, you'll be hard pressed to see one parasitic idea.
Well, that's great.
There are, University of Austin here is trying to do big things. There are several other schools.
How's that going?
it's coming along. There are, I mean, it had hit a bit of a couple of obstacles, but I think things are moving on track now.
Now, was the idea behind the University of Austin? I only peripherally know what's going on. I know they brought in a lot of very interesting people that are going to be a part of it, and Barry Weiss is a big part of it.
Yeah, she's on the board of
So,
trustees.
but what are they trying to do? Are they trying to have a real university like every other university where you get accredited?
Completely
everything?
real university. Actually, they're now, I think they just admitted their first class of 2028, fully accredited. And the idea is to return to broad, classical, liberal, not in liberal in the political sense, but like you read the ancient Greek stories, you read Homer, you read Socrates and Aristotle, like real basic education without any of the parasitic stuff. But it's not just an anti-woke school. It's a return to that broad education. I mean, I was reading some of the stuff that the founding fathers write, and no disrespect to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. When you read stuff that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and James Madison wrote, those were men of letters, right? Right. I mean, they can quote Cicero and and so on. Well, I think what University of Austin, I haven't gone to visit yet, but from my understanding is they're trying to create students who are really well read, have critical thinking abilities. So it's not just a correction to the woke stuff, but let's return to meaningful, well-grounded, all-encompassing education. And if they pull it off, what a great thing.
Yeah, education is not supposed to be just indoctrination. It's supposed to be giving you a broad perspective on a bunch of different ways that people look at the world and what we know about the world. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be able to form your own conclusions. The way you're supposed to be able to do that, you're supposed to see people of different ideologies debate and have conversations about things. You're not supposed to pull fire alarms and shut people off because you don't like what they're saying. You're supposed to have someone from your side who can calmly and reasonably and, in a way that's encouraging to other people to think the way they're thinking.
Yeah.
Like you have to be persuasive. There has to be something about what they're saying that go, wow, that guy's making some really good points. Or wow, she just shut all that down. Now I'm thinking about it differently. Like that's like a beautiful part of education is that you might have somebody like how many people out there? Wasn't Ronald Reagan at one point in time? I think Ronald Reagan was like, he was so left wing that he was investigated by the government. See, that's true. I think I've read this, that Ronald Reagan at one point in time was like a hardcore lefty.
Well, he certainly was lefty. I don't know how hardcore, but yeah.
I think he was a hardcore lefty. And I think during the McCarthy era, I think somewhere around then, I think he was even investigated.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's true. I'm not sure if it was during the McCarthy era, but he was a really hardcore left wing. He changed his mind. And how do you change your mind? You change your mind by evidence, by interacting with people that have different opinions that you didn't consider before, and now you do, and you have to be honest about your ideas and mull them over in your head and figure out, why do I think this way now?
So one thing about sort of this broad education, I was mentioning earlier, John von Neumann, who's this kind of polymath. He's an expert in so many things. He's a generalist. Yeah, Joe, many of the biggest scientific innovations have happened at the intersection of interdisciplinarity, because many of the biggest scientific problems necessitate expertise in many different domains. So the mapping of the human genome could not come from only one discipline. It took biostatisticians and biologists and geneticists and bioengineers, all kinds of different expertise to put it all together, right? And so one of the things that I've been trying, certainly in my own research, I published in medicine and in marketing and in psychology and in behavioral science and evolution. I've lived my life as an interdisciplinarian, but we don't train our students to be this way, right? You are an accounting major. You are
stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane. You stay in your silo. As a matter of fact, our universities are architecturally designed so that we never speak to people who are, if you're in the psychology department, you never talk to someone from the finance department. But what if we were to speak to each other to study the psychology of personal finance? And now we've just created a synergy that we never thought of before, right? So one of the things that I'm hoping to do with some of the universities that are now interested in, making me an offer, is to build something that I've long dreamt of, which I call the Consilience Institute. Consilience. Have we ever talked about consilience on the show?
I don't know.
Okay. So even if we have, let me repeat it. So consilience is a term that was sort of reintroduced into the vernacular by E.O. Wilson, he recently passed away, a Harvard entomologist. He studied social ants. In the late 90s, Joe, he wrote a book called Consilience, Unity of Knowledge. So consilience refers to, are you able to create links between different disciplines? Can you create an organized tree of knowledge? So he was arguing, as I believe as well, that evolutionary theory is the meta-consilient framework that can link many different disciplines. So for example, you could study literature using evolutionary theory. And this field is called Darwinian literary criticism. And can you guess what that might mean? Or do you want me to just jump in?
Yeah, just jump in.
Okay. So Darwinian literary criticism means when you study certain literature narratives that have stood the test of time, the reason why they tickle our fancy is because at their base, they have certain universal themes that map onto key evolutionary, right? Paternity uncertainty, sibling rivalry, romantic jealousy. So in other words, there are 6, 7, 8 key evolutionary templates that drive much of the great literature, whether it be Arabic literature, whether it be ancient Greek literature, whether it be Japanese literature. There's always that same template, and that's why they cater to our sense. That's why I can understand what an ancient Greek poet had wrote 2,500 years ago, and I get how he's feeling jealousy, because you and I are running on the same softwares that guy did. And so that would be called Darwinian literary criticism. You could apply evolutionary theory to architecture. Okay, so I'm trying to give examples that you wouldn't have thought of. So architects usually are trained in how to design buildings to minimize cost and maximize the speed with which you can build a thing. They're not trained to design buildings that are consistent with our biophilic nature. Biophilic means love of nature. So there are certain architectural designs that actually make us be more productive. Here's a simple example. Just having more windows increases productivity. As a matter of fact, there's a great study that was published in maybe Nature or Science, one of those two journals in 1984, I think, where the researcher did only the following experimental manipulation. Half the people who had just done a surgery were placed in a room with a window, and the other half were placed in a room without a window. Everything else is controlled. It's the same surgery. Everything else was controlled. The one that was in a room with a window had many better outcomes, different metrics. Just that one manipulation, being able to see the light, right? So there are also, by the way, there's a field called biophilic architecture, which tries to incorporate our innate love of nature in the design of architectural, buildings or interior spaces and so on. So that would be another example of using evolutionary theory in a completely different field. You can use evolutionary theory in medicine. You could use evolutionary theory in consumer behavior. And so I argue that we can build an institute called the Consilience Institute, where filmmakers from Hollywood can come to this institute and do a 6-month stage studying about how to develop cool scripts that adhere to evolutionary principles. And evolutionary computer scientists can also come in. What's unifying all of us is an understanding of the importance of evolutionary theory in these very disparate disciplines.
That's fascinating.
Pretty cool stuff, huh?
It's very, very cool stuff. Because it's always so interesting to think of what are the motivations of human thinking, and how where do we trip on ourselves? Where do we trip on our own programming, essentially? When we're essentially operating with a system that was in place back when we were hunter and gatherers. We have the same system.
And that's, by the way, called in evolutionary medicine, the exact words you just said, it's called the mismatch hypothesis. The argument is that many of, and I know you're very interested in health, so I think you'd like this. This is not my research. This is from other evolutionary medical guys. I think the top 9 killers in health are related to the mismatch hypothesis, which means that something that could have been perfectly adaptive 100 years ago in the modern world becomes maladaptive. So, for example, and hence the mismatch. So whether it be colon cancer or diabetes or heart disease or so on, what ends up happening with each of these diseases is that misalignment between what was evolutionarily adaptive back then and evolutionary maladaptive now creates that health condition. Let me give you a concrete example. We've evolved the taste buds, the gustatory preferences, to prefer fatty foods, whether because of caloric uncertainty, caloric scarcity. That makes perfect evolutionary sense when, as a hunter-gatherer, I have to spend 30,000 calories to go out and hunt, and I may not return with game. But then when I do get the game, then I gorge on that meat because I don't know what I'm going to eat next, right? In today's environment of plenitude, I don't face caloric uncertainty and caloric scarcity. I become fat. I overeat because that mechanism of gorging on fatty foods still is in me.
Mm-hmm.
So we still have that mechanism, but it becomes maladaptive.
Mm-hmm.
And so incorporating an evolutionary lens into medicine often ends up with completely different medical interventions than that which the typical physician who's not trained in evolutionary medicine would have come up with.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, so many doctors don't even take into account so many factors in health.
Yeah.
And this thing that you're talking about, this desire for fatty foods, is that's a great example. And one of the best ways that people have found to sort of mitigate the effects of that is to only eat protein. When you go on one of those carnivore diets, one of the things that's so interesting about it is you naturally limit the amount you eat.
Yeah.
Your body achieves sort of a homeostasis with your food because you're not consuming, like, I can sit down and eat a steak alone, but if there's mashed potatoes sitting right there with gravy, or there's some pasta, or there's a piece of bread with some butter, like, I'll go in. But if I'm only eating steak, I don't feel the need to eat anything else.
Yeah.
I'm fully satisfied. I'm not starving. I'm not like, oh my God, I need more food. It's like, I've had plenty of food, but ooh, that looks good. And that is just the trick. That's the trick. But if you can get past that trick and just be disciplined with your diet and eat as much as you want of eggs and fish and meat, and you will lose weight, like in a shocking way, and you'll feel a lot better. And it's kind of disturbing.
So are you on an all protein diet right now?
I'm like 90+% only meat. 90+%. Every now and then I'll eat a cookie. Like, I'm not ridiculous. Like, I'll have tacos if they, I love tacos. Good solid Mexican taco.
Right.
But it's like, I know the reality of what food is. Dessert is just fun. It's just mouth fun. It's just mouth pleasure. So it's like, oh, this is so good. Tiramisu is delicious. I love it. But that's just because I enjoy life. I like going to a restaurant and a great chef cooks you a great meal. I don't think, oh my God, there's gluten in it. I'm not doing that for nutrition. I'm doing that for enjoyment.
Right.
This is for passion and love and the glass of wine and, good conversation with friends and, eating delicious food. You just enjoy, you're taking part in a pleasurable experience that's essentially art that was created by a chef.
Right.
So that's different to me. But when it comes to food, like what do I use to fuel my body? It's mostly meat, mostly wild game meat and ribeye steaks.
Yeah,
that's what I eat.
I had a ribeye yesterday.
I need fat. I need a lot of protein, and then I'm good. And if I just eat that, my brain operates better. My body feels better. Less inflammation. The brain fog's the craziest one. When I went back to the carnivore diet, I took a lot of time off, and then I went back to it. I was telling Jamie, I was like, dude, I feel like I have like a whole nother gear, like intellectually. Like I don't search for thoughts as much when I'm eating only like that.
It's palpable. You feel palpable.
Yeah, but for me, it's because I have so many conversations with people. I know when I'm off. I know when I'm like, oh, I'm slow. Like if I just flew in from fucking Italy or something like that, I'm tired.
Yeah.
And I'm jet lagged. It's a little harder to get the gears turning. I don't feel like I'm at my best. And I always notice the difference when I'm eating well. Always.
Right. What are your thoughts on and I know very little about this, so I'm really asking because I don't know anything about it. All that Ozempic stuff. Are you for it? Are you against it?
I think if you're morbidly obese, it's probably a good idea to do something that helps you get going.
because even if the side effects are bad, it's
You're
better
dying,
than you're gonna
bro. You're dying.
Yeah.
If you're 500 pounds, you're fucking dying. You have all the comorbidities. You probably have diabetes. You probably have all sorts of shit wrong with you. You can't be that big. And if you just don't know what to do and you don't know where to turn, and your habits are so deeply ingrained in your psyche that you can't pass up ring dings and you can't stop eating sugary cereal, whatever the fuck it is that's your thing, Ozempic is probably a good way to get going. I wish people would just get going with discipline and they would just get going with food choices. I would like that.
Yeah.
But goddamn, that's hard, especially if you're so far down the road, because it takes a long time. When someone, says like, how do you stay in shape? I'm like, because I stay in shape.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, right? I'm 57 years old, but I worked out like this when I was 17.
Yeah.
So like, I don't do anything different. I keep this thing going. I keep the party rolling. And I never let it get fat because I've gotten fat before, but never out of shape. I just got fat because I ate too much food.
Right.
I've never gotten to the point where I wasn't fit. I wasn't exercising. I don't think you should ever let yourself get there because it's too fucking hard to get back. Now, if you've gone 39 years of your life doing nothing and just eating potato chips and drinking Mountain Dew, and now you're 500 pounds, you don't know what to do, you're looking at a long journey. You're looking at a long journey to getting healthy again.
Yeah.
It's a long road, and it's hard to do a long journey because you're not going to see it every day. You're not going to see any results. You're going to look in the mirror. You still see all this extra meat and fat. You're going to be disgusted with yourself. You want to look like the guys at the gym. It's going to take forever.
Well, I wonder. I guess we can calculate that, but for every amount of weight that you put on or lose, what's the ratio of the speed? Meaning, it only takes me 3 weeks to put on 10 pounds if I eat badly. Let's suppose that number were 3
Right.
weeks. What's the number, the temporal number, the time number of how long it would take me to lose 10 pounds? It's probably 3, 4, 5 times that. So that there's
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Okay,
Right.
so it depends on how you're losing the weight, and it depends on do you have multiple things going on simultaneously? Like, have you started exercising? Have you stopped drinking sugary sodas?
Right.
Have you changed your diet completely? Are you getting enough sleep?
Right.
All those things factor in. Getting enough sleep is a giant factor. One of the times that people make the worst food choices is when they're tired.
Yes.
I know that for a fact. If I come home from the comedy club and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm hungry, I fucking eat everything that's there. I eat everything. Dude. I'll eat cookies. I'll eat whatever the fuck I want. Because I'm like, I want to eat what I want to eat right now. I'm good most of the time. Tonight we're having spaghetti. I'll cook a pot of spaghetti. But the tired is one. But it's like, what are you doing to mitigate this? And have you changed your mindset? And if you haven't, if you're kind of dabbling in losing the weight, how long is it going to take? It might take a long ass time. You might not ever lose it. You have to get into calorie deficit.
Yeah.
Calorie deficit is hard. So here's the thing though. You can't starve yourself because some people do it the wrong way. They go too extreme and they fucking starve themselves, and which is fucking dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for your heart. It's dangerous for your mind. It's dangerous for your body. Your body starts to eat itself. There's a process. What is it called? Autosis? What is it called? I forget what the process is called. Where your body starts eating its own tissue to stay alive.
Yeah.
And that's what people are doing when they're on Ozempic, unfortunately. And this is the thing where people that are just a little overweight that get on it disturb the shit out of me.
Right.
Like, you lazy fuck. Just go to the goddamn gym.
Yeah.
You lazy fuck. You're 10 pounds overweight and you're going to get on Ozempic? That's so crazy. Autophagy.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
Wait, go back to that again. The body breaks down its own tissue to survive. It's called I never heard that word before. Marasmus,
Yeah.
or muscle atrophy. It can happen when your body's deprived of nutrients or oxygen or when cells are damaged.
So here, listen. So remember earlier I was saying how you can incorporate evolutionary thinking into all kinds of areas. So there's these great studies that were done looking at how the human mind can be tricked because of its desire for variety seeking. And then I offer an evolutionary explanation for it. But let me tell you the two studies that I have in mind. Because when you mentioned spaghetti, it triggered that in my head. So in one set of studies, they took, I think it was M&Ms. And, M&Ms can you could create a bowl with only one color M&Ms, or you could create a bowl with many colored M&Ms. That colorant, objectively speaking, doesn't alter the taste. It doesn't alter the smell. So it is, but only perceptually it affects it in that your eyes see a different color, but it doesn't alter the gustatory experience. And it turns out that when you offer people the multicolored bowl,
They eat more.
they eat more.
I wonder if people that are colorblind make better food choices.
You just there's your research project.
It's kind of interesting,
That's
right?
kind of cool.
But some things that are brightly colored are really good for you. You know, like peppers,
Yeah,
like bell peppers. You know, like pretty bright red and they're pretty.
Yeah,
You know, apples,
sure.
oranges.
Although there are some cases where I want to talk about another variety study in a second, but there are some cases where colors in nature are called. This was actually my first book in 2007. I talked about aposematic coloring. You know what that means?
Sure, that's to warn you from
Exactly.
Yeah,
So then you and then I use it to explain the hair coloring of all the wokesters. I say that that's a form of aposematic hair color. so check this out. So the Amazonian frog that lives in a very dangerous neighborhood,
Yeah.
you'd think that it would evolve camouflaging,
right.
and yet you could see it from a satellite, yellow or red, because it's saying, "Hey, idiot,
Listen,
if
bitch."
you could see me,
Yeah,
you want to sort of stay wide of me."
yeah. I'm not even trying to hide.
Exactly.
That's how dangerous I am.
Here's the beauty of nature. Another species will co-opt that coloring scheme and it will evolve it, but it's completely harmless. But the predator doesn't know which is which. Do you get it?
Ah, yes. Right,
So
right.
I use that mechanism when I'm talking about deceptive signaling, and I use it in the context of deceptive branding, where people, Canal Street in New York City is all about you going and buying a Prada bag that should be $5,000, but hopefully if they faked it well, I can buy it for $50. And so that's how I take all of these biological examples and try to apply them in economic or consumer decision making. But let me go back to variety seeking.
Please do.
So you mentioned earlier spaghetti. So they did another study where they took the exact same pasta and they either gave it to you in a plate of one-shaped pasta or in a plate of multi-shape, but it's the same pasta, so it doesn't change anything. But I can give it to you, whatever it's called, fusella, or and I guess you can guess
They
what
ate more.
They ate more when it's the multi-form pasta. Even
That's
though,
interesting.
isn't that cool?
You know what's interesting too? You just brought up brands.
Yeah.
Like brands are interesting. It's really fascinating how brands have status attached to them, and people are so attached to acquiring these brands that they'll have fake ones.
Of course.
And the fake bag thing to me is the nuttiest one because it's just a bag. It's not a fake Ferrari. Like if you buy a fake Ferrari, you're gonna notice the moment you start driving. Oh, this thing's a piece of shit.
Right.
It's not gonna handle well. It's gonna sound terrible. It won't be fast. A real Ferrari, it's like what you're buying. You're paying for the engineering of this magnificent piece of technology.
Well, most people are buying to show off.
They're
So
doing that too.
Yeah.
But rich people aren't stupid. All right. The reason why Ferraris are so expensive and they sell so many of them is because you buy them and you go, holy shit, it's worth it. The reason why it developed this brand status is because they win races.
right.
That's why.
Although-
Lewis Hamilton drives for Ferrari. That's why they.
True.
That's why they sell Ferraris because Ferraris are the shit. You know. But also, I would. You know,
By the way,
wouldn't recommend a long trip in one.
do you know that the uppers usually, and you've met many of them, don't drive super ostentatious cars.
They downplay it. They get like a regular Porsche 911, not even the turbo.
Not even that, maybe. But do you know why?
Lexus.
Do you know why? From an evolutionary,
They have to hide. They're
No,
hiding a little bit.
it's
They're
because-
camo. They're like the frog that pretends to look like the leaf.
perhaps, but it's because when I'm nouveau riche, I just entered that thing. I want to demonstrate to everybody that I'm
Right.
the real deal.
Right.
And for many other people who are in my circle, they may not be able to afford the ostentatious $350,000 Ferrari.
Right.
But when I am an upper in the billionaire class, then me driving a $350,000 car is not a costly signal in a biological sense of my work, because every single member of my billionaire friends group
Right.
could match that signal.
Right.
Therefore, the way I can then compete with my billionaire friends is if I can spend my money in a lavish, wasteful way, such that I buy an art piece that a monkey could have come up with, and I pay $180 million of it.
Right.
That
That's the
makes
big
me
flex.
big dog, because you don't have enough money, Joe, to be able to buy what a
Right.
monkey, and I paid $180 million.
Right.
Both of us could buy the Maserati.
Right.
And so that's where I use the principle of costly signaling from biology to explain ostentatious behaviors and consumer behavior.
God, that's the dumbest flex, isn't it? Especially the modern art flex.
I can't stand that.
I
shit.
used to go to LACMA, the LA Modern
that?
Art
Oh,
Museum,
right.
and I would get angry.
Yes.
Like angry. Like I
I've done the same thing.
just furious.
Because
Because
you're,
some of the
you're
art-
feeling that they're cheating you from
Yeah.
the experience of seeing real art.
This is not.
Yeah.
There's one of them is literally a plexiglass box that's sitting on the ground. I'm like, you dumb motherfuckers. You dumb motherfuckers. Meanwhile, if you go on Instagram, you find amazing art. There's so many artists out there, like legitimate, incredible artists. Like what you're doing is bullshit. Like one of them was a video of people playing catch. That was their art. Fuck you.
That's postmodernism, by
Yeah,
the way, right?
fuck
there,
you.
there are no objective aesthetic standards.
Yeah.
So anything goes. So in the parasitic mind, I have a section where I talk about. So like So you mentioned where was it? It was in LA museum. Okay. So I had gone to visit. I think it was in 1996, a couple of years after my PhD. One of my fellow PhDs from my school had gotten a job as a professor in Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. So I went to visit him, and so he was busy teaching or something. So I said, I'll go to the Carnegie Museum and hang out and see stuff. So exactly like the experience you had, there was an empty canvas.
Ugh.
So I went, looked for someone who was working there. I said, can I see the curator, please? Well, how can we help you, sir? I said, well, I'd like to discuss this art piece. So then this other woman comes to me, says, how can I help you, sir? Super, I said, well, what is this bullshit? So she goes,
Did you say bullshit?
well, maybe not bullshit, but like, what is this? Can you explain
Right.
this to me?
Yes.
I paid an entrance fee to see this.
Right.
And what do you think she said?
I don't know.
Well, it triggered a reaction in you. Isn't that what art is all about? I'm like, okay.
I went to see Yoko Ono's exhibit once.
Of course you did.
She had an exhibit in Boston. I was living in Boston, and one of the pieces was a block of wood with a box of nails and a hammer. And she encouraged people to take a nail and knock it into the piece of wood. She encouraged people to participate.
That's right. They're creating the art with her. It's a collaborative process.
This was the art, was nails on a piece of wood.
Do you think that when she does that, she believes it, or she knows in the deep recesses of her mind that she's a charlatan?
I would have to talk to her. I don't know.
So forget about her. Just in general, when people.
The way she separated John Lennon from the Beatles, the way, like everybody, like if you're in a band and one of the band members has a girlfriend, the girlfriend now gets involved in the band and starts talking about like, you need to treat him better. That's Yoko Ono. Everybody calls her Yoko Ono. Like that's like it's standard thing that people do because they think that Yoko Ono was a wedge that drove. So a person who can do that with an intelligent guy like John Lennon. And John Lennon was very smart,
right?
Very smart guy. So a person who could like serve, and he wanted to spend all of his time with her. That's probably a master persuader. It's probably someone who's like really good at playing.
Remember, the best way to tell a lie is to first believe it yourself.
Did you ever see when she appeared with John Lennon and they played on television with Chuck Berry?
No.
And she starts screaming. She just starts screaming into the microphone while they're playing.
No.
The best version of it is Bill Burr, because Bill Burr talks over it. He like explains what's happening, in his inimitable Bill Burr way. He's just a banshee, and you see the look on their faces when they're looking. It's one of those things where if you see it, you can't believe it's real.
You know that a friend of mine recently told me, he was actually a former student of mine, who's a good friend now. He told me that famous sit-in that they had happened in Montreal. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah.
I did not
That
know
was like 1969 at I think Queen Elizabeth. Maybe Jamie would pull it off.
a lot of crazy things happen in Montreal. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Roberto Duran.
That is true.
That's right.
Well, I guess I would expect you to know that. Yeah. That was like 81?
80s.
Is that
somewhere in the 80s, right? Because he won a gold in the 76 Olympics. And by then,
That's
he
right.
was a world champion. Yeah. Somewhere in the 80s.
So, yeah. So, have you've met all these guys?
I never really met Sugar Ray. I saw him at a UFC. I did meet Roberto Duran, though.
So it just goes anywhere. What did you think about the Mike Tyson thing that just happened with Jack Paul and so on?
Jake Paul. I'm happy they made money.
Okay.
I think it looked like sparring to me.
Yeah.
It looked like sparring. It didn't look like anybody was trying to hurt anybody, really.
Okay.
Yeah, which is good. And, whatever. You draw your own conclusions. I have no facts.
You've met Tyson.
I paid for it. Yes, I love Tyson.
Yeah.
I met Jake Paul, too. He's a cool guy. I'm happy they made money. I paid for it. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah. I was hoping it was going to be a real fight, but I was like, oh, okay. I see what's going on.
Right.
Like, if you and I sparred, we could put on the gloves, we'd go back into the gym, and we could spar, and it would look almost like we're really fighting.
No, because you punched me once.
Yeah,
and
I
you're dead.
wouldn't. I would do it like at your speed.
Oh.
I would do it at your speed. I'd just bring myself to your speed and just move around with you. That's kind of what.
Can I tell you something? I would actually be interested in doing that.
Okay, we could do it. It's fun.
But I'm gonna suck so bad.
No, I won't suck. The thing about doing that with someone who's going to be nice to you is that you can actually learn how to do it because you don't worry about getting hit.
Okay.
So, like the best sparring that I ever got was when I learned to spar with people who had the same intentions as me, just getting better and we're not trying to kill each other.
Right.
So my early days of sparring, when I was a young man, I trained at a very hard gym, and in kickboxing we tried to kill each other, and so there was wars in the gym essentially every day. You were fighting. Whenever you sparred, you were essentially fighting. You weren't pulling punches. You were hitting each other as hard as you could. It's a really dumb way to do it, but that's how you make a tough guy, right? Like that's the idea back then. Now I think people are much more concerned with CTE, brain damage, the longevity of a fighter's career, that they would have people fight smart. And so the thing is, like, training partners, especially in jiu-jitsu, you learn to really value your training partners because your training partners help you get better, and you have to trust them. Like, if somebody gets me in a heel hook, I have to trust them that they're not just going to rip my knee apart and they're going to let me tap. They got me. Give me a second. Let me tap. Or I know I can't get out. Let me tap. Don't rip it apart and then let go as soon as the person taps. This is like if you don't do that in jiu-jitsu, you won't have people to train with you, and you get kicked out of schools. And people have been kicked out of schools because they don't let go of taps. They don't let go of submissions. So, like, you develop this understanding that you both could get hurt really easily. I trust you. I know you're going to go hard, and I'm going to go hard, but I know that we're going to be safe with each other. We're not going to do anything to each other that we know is going to hurt each other.
Right.
So this is what you do in kickboxing too, but you have to trust that the person is going to do this. They're not going to hit you hard. Yeah. Like, a guy's going to hit me in the body. He's going to hit me in the body like this, where we're both okay. We know he could have really hurt me, but he just touched me. Right. So he's getting his timing. He's getting his movement, and we're both moving fast, but we're both really good, so we have the ability to control. So instead of blasting through someone and punching them, you punch them like that. You literally punch them like that. Or you're just touching. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. You're not even going 50%.
Right.
You're just touching. You're going fast. You move, and occasionally, unfortunately, sometimes you hit someone harder than you mean to because they move into something, or you both hit each other at the same time. It's occasionally, but you mitigate a whole lot of impact, and then you also develop your timing better because you're not worried about getting hit. Right. So the best way to learn boxing is, first of all, before you do any kind of sparring, is learn technique. Technique is everything. It's everything. Mechanics are everything. Learning, getting it ingrained in your body's system, where you know that if you're going to throw a punch, you're going to lean your body into it. You're going to keep your hand up. When you throw a right hand, you're going to do this. When you throw the left hook, you're going to cover up with your right hand. You can learn these things so they're ingrained in human patterns. And then you do them on pads, and the pad holder will, like, throw things at you so that you cover up. Right. And you learn distance, and you learn to pull away and counter, and you learn all these things. And then slowly you start incorporating moving targets. You
Right.
start incorporating a person. And the best way to do that is not get two people to try to kill each other, because that's what we used to do. You don't learn anything. The best way to do it is have someone gently move around with you. And they're like, hands up, and you move around, and like you go through a whole round where you're not even allowed to punch. Just do defense.
And I suspect
I just want you covering. I just want you moving good. I want head movement. I want you to be an elusive target. And when punches come at you, I want you to be able to move away.
because I was going to say that when I was a soccer player, the type of trainings we do, because you have to do a lot of sprints, is very different than the type of fitness that I do now, which is usually I just get on the treadmill and I do a bit of interval training, but I just kind of either run or fast walk uphill without these kinds of anaerobic. Right. And so I'm kind of looking at, hold on, I just turned 60, by the way, in October.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm looking to do something that raises my heart level in a way that is akin to what I suppose would happen if you got into a ring, how your heart rate would kind of go up in ways that I'm probably not testing my heart currently, because I just get on the treadmill and I just jog.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of workouts you could just do online. You could find online on YouTube. There's hundreds of different people that put out free workouts. And, you know, you could do them with 2 10-pound dumbbells.
Yeah, that's true.
And, you know, they'll take you through all this different stuff, like pistol squats, do this, do that, you know, overhead press, do this, do that. And then they'll work you through the reps.
Right.
And all you have to do is follow along.
Have you ever seen the training regimen of Alvin Kamara?
No, who's that?
Alvin Kamara is, I mean, recently he's kind of had a couple of off years, but he's sort of the feature running back of the New Orleans Saints. He's an all-purpose back, meaning that he both runs, but he also catches the ball a lot, right? So he's a generalist, he's a polymath. And I've always loved the way he moves. He moves very, very elegantly, like almost like so he's both power, but also, if you remember how Barry Sanders was in the late 90s, do you remember that was? He was in Detroit Lions running back. And so I thought, this guy runs in a unique way that's different from all the other players. And I know who I was thinking. I had Dean Cain on my show. Do you know who Dean Cain
Sure,
is?
Superman.
And who used to be a football player.
Right.
And so we were discussing our favorite football players, and I was telling him, this is about 3-4 years ago. I said, my favorite player is Alvin Kamara. So then he tells me, go on YouTube and watch the types of trainings he does to develop those movements. And as a big fitness guy, just go watch it.
There's a lot of plyometrics.
A lot of stuff where, you know, they throw a ball and he's standing on a balancing ball. What is that called? The platform. And he's trying to catch balls that they're throwing. I mean, I would have a hard time just staying on that. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
That's exactly his training. You have to see what this guy makes him do. It's unbelievable. He's like a ballerina.
Well, that makes sense that he would be so agile and mobile because he's doing all
Look at his body.
You can't just like do squats. If you want to be an amazing athlete, you have to do a bunch of different things. Oh, this is cool. Oh, a lot of explosions left and right.
He's look at this.
Wow. That's crazy. Hopping back and forth on ball to ball with balance on one
Isn't
leg.
that unbelievable?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought it. Thank you, Jerry.
It does make sense though that you need to develop all this stuff if you want to. Look at that. He's got
That's it. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff.
Crazy.
He's got to stick with the right ball, standing on one foot.
I bet he has insane balance.
Look at those legs.
That balance is insane. That thing is so hard to stand on anyway, especially with one leg.
I think that I shared something with you. It was like this huge fitness expert that you didn't know. Cool.
Yeah, I've seen people do similar types of workouts, but that's very impressive.
Yeah.
Like, what do you need to do to separate yourself? Like elite balance. There's this guy Arman Sarukian who was supposed to be fighting Islam Makhachev for the world lightweight UFC title, but he hurt his back literally like the day before the weigh-ins. It's probably because of the severe weight cut. He cuts a lot of weight. He's very muscular. But one thing is incredible mobility exercises. Like he's insanely flexible. He's like jacked, like super muscular, but like ridiculously mobile and pliable. Wow. And he's doing, see if you can find his workout routine. He does all these crazy exercises where they're like twisting him in weird positions, and it's very unusual for a guy that's that strong to be that agile and mobile.
Do you have a lot of flexibility?
Yeah, but that's just because I started when I was a really young kid. I started in martial arts, and I was stretching from the time I was developing.
I genuinely believe that my muscles are made of glass.
No, that's all horseshit. See if you can find this. He does a lot of this stuff. Like, look at these twisting motions. He does a lot of like weird mobility stuff, like hip mobility. Like, look at all this. It's all very. So he's pulling on a cable machine, and look how flexible he is.
Wow,
it's nuts. And this is like a core part of his training that is very different than a lot of other people's training.
oh my goodness!
His ability to stand on his head like that and move his whole around in a circle.
What the hell?
Incredibly agile.
So this is not something that
This kind of stuff is pretty common. I do these, but he's like it's a core part of his training. Is his physicality. His physical contender is one of the absolute best fighters in the world, and he's giving them a run for it.
Wow,
they're really good. I mean, watching him roll, Khamzat rolls through everybody, and he's having a hard time controlling this guy. And this guy fights 2 weight classes below him. That's how good he is.
the blue guy.
The blue guy. The blue guy's much smaller.
Yeah.
So Khamzat is he's a 185-pound guy, and at one point he fought at 170, but he was cutting a shitload of weight. But even at 185, he's next in line for the title, and this kid's fighting at 155.
Right.
So it's quite a bit smaller, and still giving him, he's not allowing Khamzat to run him over, which is very impressive.
Wow. So what's the trajectory of MMA next? Is it all turn it into an Olympic sport?
I hope so. I hope MMA becomes an Olympic sport. It should.
Is that on the agenda?
I know they've pushed for it.
Okay.
It should be. I know there's combat sports, obviously, in the Olympics, boxing and judo in particular, and Taekwondo now as well.
And you've got the Australian breakdancer too.
But that one was amazing.
Do you think that was a troll or was real?
I think that was hubris. I think that was a person who didn't think they were going to get scrutinized, who used their position of influence to acquire
a PhD in this stuff she has. Yeah.
But also, there's like legit breakdancers in Australia.
Yeah.
If you Google Australian breakdancers, there's people that are legit. I love breakdancing. Yeah. I love watching it. Yeah. It's so impressive.
Like the locking and all that stuff?
No, the physical moves.
Okay.
All the when they do a flip and land on one leg and then flip back the other way. There's a couple of guys, Richie and Gio Martinez, that are black belts under 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, and they started out their career as breakdancing. And they were so hard to hold on to, and they were so mobile and so agile that Eddie started incorporating like breakdancing into his training, like learning breakdance techniques. Because it's just basically kind of gymnastics,
right?
And a lot of these guys, they can stand on one arm and spin around in a circle with their feet in like a lotus position. Like it's
Isn't there a
bananas.
Brazilian self-defense or an Israeli self-defense?
Capoeira?
Yeah, capoeira. That's right.
Capoeira. But capoeira was like a dance that the slaves created that they were disguising a martial art in a dance. Allegedly. I'm not an expert in capoeira, but a lot of the capoeira moves, they dance. But they're dancing into wheel kicks. They're dancing into like tornado kicks. Like these are weapons,
right?
Like they're techniques, but you could pretend that it's just a dance,
right?
But it's kind of
so the origin is a slavery thing. Okay.
I might be wrong about that. I don't think I am. I think that's one of the things that they did was they hid it. They hid their martial art in dance.
One of these left turns we take through our connections of conversation. I recently had a guest on my show. Who's an expert on Frederick Douglass. Do you know who that is?
Sure.
Regrettably, not enough Americans, not enough of anybody knows who he is. And of course, he was in the era of, when slavery was being abolished. And have you ever seen his face?
Yes.
Doesn't he look as though he's like a Nubian king, the way how regal he looks?
Let's see a photo of Frederick Douglass.
And I told that to the scholar, and he goes, exactly right. Look at that. Look at that.
Imagine that guy teaching classes.
Oh my God. I'm getting warm and I'm a heterosexual male.
And also imagine to be an intellectual and a black man in that day.
And he didn't know how to read and learned it later And if you read his stuff, it's unbelievable. Like the eloquence that he had, it's not as though he learned how to read the way a typical child learns at 3, 4, 5. That happened later in his life. And then you see the production of quality he produced. It's unbelievable. So I really recommend everybody, certainly Americans, as part of their history, read about Frederick Douglass. He's unbelievable.
How old was he when he learned how to read?
So I don't want to misspeak. I'm not sure, but let's go. Probably Jimmy can pull it off, but probably 12, 13.
Connection, literacy, and freedom. Not allowed to attend
Oh,
school.
he taught himself
to read and write in the streets of Baltimore. At 12, he bought a
There
book.
you go.
So
That's exactly what I said.
As soon as
12, 13.
do you know who Rick Ross is?
No.
Not the rapper, but Freeway Ricky Ross.
I don't think so.
Rick Ross was a cocaine dealer in the 1980s that didn't know at the time, but he was a part of the whole Oliver North thing where they were selling cocaine in the LA streets, and they were using the money to
Oliver
fund
North,
Contras.
the colonel.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The United States. So this is like pretty established. They sold cocaine in the LA ghettos to fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
Right.
And this guy was the guy who was funneling all the cocaine through. He was making millions of dollars, couldn't read, goes to jail for selling cocaine for the government. In jail, learns how to read and then becomes a lawyer and then retries his own case and gets out because they tried him on the 3 strikes rule. This is how they convicted him on 3 strikes, but it was 3 strikes from one incident. It's supposed to be 3 strikes.
Separate things.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so he got out. So he's out now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
He's been on my podcast a few times.
he's.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'll check it out. So
Brilliant guy.
he learned how to
Learned
read while in
in
jail.
In jail. Yeah. Could not read.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So one of the biggest stressors I face when I travel, speaking about reading, is I've got a very, very big personal library of books, many of which I've yet to read. And I wake up every day worried that am I going to run out of time in life and not read these books? So whenever I travel and I'm going to bring a book to read on that trip, I sit there. The guy who studies psychology of decision making, I have complete decision paralysis because usually my wife will tell me, "You're leaving in 24 hours. Why don't you now go and get in anguish for the next 6 hours?" As you know, my hair is.
Pick a book.
Yeah, so I'm like, "Oh, this one. No, this one," and I'm literally sitting there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think you listen to books. You don't read them, right?
I do read occasionally,
Okay.
but like 90% of them I listen to.
Yeah, I need that tactile thing. I can't do
The tactile thing is great, but for me, it's a time thing.
Okay.
I can get listening in when I'm in my car and when I'm in the sauna. So those are two.
And you feel you pretty much retain as much or not? As
it's hard to say because it's kind of the only way I'm accessing information these days, but I retain a lot of it.
Okay.
It depends on what it always depends on whether or not I'm excited about the information. Always. If I'm very excited about it, I retain most of it. If I'm just like forcing myself to pay attention and then my mind drifts off into something else, then comes back, then like that's a little bit of a problem. Like if things become lately, I have been listening to a lot of UFO stuff.
Okay.
A lot of UFO abduction stories, a lot of UFO. I'm going through Jacques Vallée's stuff because he's coming on the podcast again. And so I've been going through all of his books. He's got several books, and he's got a very nuanced perspective on this whole UFO thing that is, I didn't know, and I wish I knew the first time I had him on. Because the first time I had him on, I knew that he was the guy who was, he inspired the French scientist in the Steven Spielberg movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Okay.
Did you see that movie?
I did see it.
Do you remember the
when
French
I was like
scientist?
12. This is 1977, right?
Yes. So there's a French scientist in that film that is coordinating all these people that are trying to contact this
Right.
UFO, and they're working this out, like how to do it. It's based on Jacques Vallée. And Jacques Vallée has been involved in the research of these experiences that people had or allegedly had with being abducted, with sightings, with crash sites, and all these different things. He's been involved with it for a long time.
Where are you on the 0? I absolutely don't believe any of this. 100. I fully believe in this. What's your score?
The more time goes on, the more I think it's way weirder than we think. I don't dismiss the idea that something from another planet can come here and visit us. I have a feeling it's weirder. I have a feeling there may be that, and then also other things. I have a feeling it's way more complicated. I have a feeling it's like life. Like if you told me that if you go to Earth, you can find life. Okay, well, what kind of life are you talking about? You talking about like fish? Are you talking about raptors? Are you talking about dogs? Like what kind of life? There's so much life. There's so much different life. I have a feeling that alien contact, intelligent beings from somewhere other than here, is like that. I think it's probably more complex than we can imagine, and probably an aspect to it. There's probably a non-physical aspect to it that seems physical too. There's probably an area of this phenomenon that plays on human consciousness and dreams and our interactions with the unknown. Because I think there's more to life than we can perceive. I think there's more to the existence, this consciousness in this moment in the universe. There's more to it than we're picking up on. I think we have limited senses, and I think that this is what things like the telepathy tapes and all these different people that are studying paranormal phenomenon, I think that's what this stuff is all about. I think it's part of an emerging aspect of human consciousness that we're developing stronger and stronger senses in regards to things that aren't, they're not something that you can just put on a scale. They're not something that you can take a ruler to. They're not something that you can quantify, but they probably exist. And I don't know if you've listened to the telepathy tapes.
No, I haven't, but I just started watching, I think 3 days ago, a Netflix series. So you'll know this better because I don't know what it's called. It's supposedly a New York case in the late 1980s that's the most famous UFO abduction case. Is this ringing a bell?
I don't know about the 1980s. The most famous case is like Betty and Barney Hill, and they were in the 1950s. And then the other one is Travis Walton. He's this guy right here.
Oh.
They made a movie out of it called Fire in the Sky.
But maybe, I don't know if Jamie can pull it. It's a Netflix series it's a documentary series that I think came out this past year. There is kind of a guy, I don't think he's a professor or something, but he's a guy who's like the investigator who collates.
What's it called?
That's the one.
Alien
Exactly.
Abduction.
That's the one. Thank you, Jamie.
This is
that. Oh, you don't know this one?
No, I'm not
because
aware of it at all.
they sold it as the most famous, most documented case of UFO abductions.
It might be.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what to think of those things. I read John Mack's book. John Mack was a psychiatrist at Harvard, and or a psychologist. I forget which one.
Okay.
He wrote a book called Abduction that was all about hypnotic regression therapy that he did with all these different people that had these abduction experiences, and they're all really similar, like eerily similar.
And there's no way that they
they weren't communicating with each other. They didn't know about it. They were ashamed of these stories. They didn't want to tell it to people. They were telling them to their shrink, but they weren't telling them to other people. It's a weird thing, man. But here's the thing: they all come back. Right? No one gets abducted and gets kidnapped. Like, what's going on? Are you really leaving, or is this in your mind? In your mind, did you leave? Like, what happened to your body? Were you? If I had a camera in your room, were you in that bed the whole time? Is this experience all happening inside your mind? And is it still real? Like, just because something's I think there's dimensions that we don't have access to that exist around us. And these guys that pretend to understand quantum theory and all that stuff, when they start talking to you about it, talking about multiple dimensions, it leaves room for the possibility of these things.
I actually have. So I've had a lot of amazing guests on my show, top professors of all kinds. Arguably the best conversation I've had, which is saying a lot, with a guest on my show, is one of the pioneers of quantum computing, and not to serve as his publicist, but I think he'd be a great guy for you to have.
I'd love to talk to him. What's his name?
His name is David Deutsch. He's a physicist by training. He wrote 2 best-selling books. I think one of them is called The Edge of Infinity, and we tried to discuss what is quantum physics. How do you apply that principle to quantum computing? And remember earlier I said that there are too many professors who are not intellectuals?
Yes.
Well, he's exactly an intellectual. Because we could sit down and have a conversation where at the end of it, you were so hedonistically, tickled in your brain that it's as if you just had sex. But
you get excited.
You get excited. And so we had 2 conversations. I'd urge you to listen to our conversations. It was not too long ago, maybe 3-4 months ago, amazing guy.
Okay,
Very
I'll try to have him on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm fascinated by quantum computing. Mark Andreessen was explaining the experiments that they've done. They did a calculation that if you turn the entire universe into a computer, every molecule, every atom of the universe was a computer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death first.
But you do it in quantum computing and it does it in
Quickly.
4 seconds.
Yeah, quickly.
Is that
A
amazing?
couple minutes.
Is that amazing?
Yeah, it's bananas. Like, what is happening? He said it's proof of the multiverse because somehow or another this computer is contacting other quantum computers in an infinite number of universes
So
and using all the computing power and solving it instantaneously.
Forgive me for being eager to jump on what you're saying. I think, if I'm not mistaken, David Deutsch is one of the pioneers of the multiverse theory.
Well, it kind of is the only theory, at least as it's been explained to me.
That could work
Yeah.
with quantum computing. Exactly.
They're all like, what? They don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Like, it's like these guys are making magic.
Do you remember the famous quote? Do you know who Richard Feynman is?
Yes.
So there's a quote. I might get it off.
The quantum computing. Yeah.
Yeah, where he says,
Yeah.
"If you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics."
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I feel when I try to understand. I'm like, "What is this shit? I don't understand any of
It's
it."
so bizarre.
Yeah.
Just what's measurable about it is so bizarre. Like articles in superposition, so they're moving and they're still at the same time. What? The quantumly entangled
Yeah.
photons? What are you talking? What?
Yeah.
What does this even mean? Like, where is this stuff?
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
I first was exposed to, because you were just saying about the computational power that would be required that you could reduce with quantum computing. When I was first exposed to AI, so my undergrad was in mathematics, computer science. And so I had taken an AI course before AI was the shit, right? This was in 1985. And the professor who taught me his name is, I can't believe I remember his name, Monty Newborn. He was part of the Deep Blue team that was developed. Do you remember that stuff?
Sure.
So
that's the computer that beat Gary Kasparov at chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so actually, for one of our assignments in that course, we had to develop on a game. It didn't have to be chess, but it could be some other game. What's called alpha beta pruning, which is if you blow out the decision tree of a typical game, let's say like chess, you would need 10 to the 100 nodes, if I'm not mistaken, which is more nodes than there are particles in the universe. I think in the universe there's 10 to the 80. So there are more nodes in a chess game than there are particles or atoms in the universe. So it would take you infinite. So what alpha beta pruning does, you're pruning. So what it's basically doing is it starts testing going down the tree. And if it seems like no good outcome can come here, you prune that tree. So what you're doing is you're reducing the computational complexity of the tree so that you can arrive to a final solution much quicker. And so that was the original time that I was exposed to AI. And at the time I thought, wow, AI is going to take over the world. And then AI went through a winter where it kind of died out. And it's only in the last 3, 4, 5 years that really it has exploded. But I want to tell you a few assignments that I had back then, and I would challenge someone to solve them on your show and post the answers. I still remember them.
Okay.
I was an A+ student. So here's one. If you take a string of ones and zeros, right? Any string. So it could be 111001010,
Right.
or it could be 1 million long. It could be set. Okay. You and I will play a game. We start. Let's say I start. I have to either take out the end digit from this side or the end digit from that side. Then when it's your turn, you take out the end digit from this side or that side. We keep going until we get one digit remaining. Whomever is left with that digit, if it's a 1, they win. If it's a 0, they lose. Do you follow the game so far?
Yes.
So what Professor Newborn had asked us to do as an assignment, 1985, 40 years ago, is can you tell us, this is called the deterministic game, meaning that there is a way to a priori know who would win the game before we even play, just by looking at some characteristic of any string. So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then my question to and don't cheat and go check it on Google, or even I have it on my YouTube channel somewhere. So the thing is, what are the characteristics of any string that would allow us to deterministically know before we begin playing whether Gad or Joe will win? So that's game one.
Okay.
And let's see if anybody's going to post it on you. I know you don't read the comments, but whatever.
What would be a characteristic that you would take into consideration?
Okay, so this is not a correct one,
Okay.
but it's too bad that I'm saying it because you can go down that path for 5 hours before you realize it's not correct. So I'm saving a lot of people alpha
Okay.
beta. Is it a ratio of how many ones and zeros that any string has? So, for example, is it if it's 2-to-1 ratio and I start, then I will win, or is it? Something
Right, got it.
It could. So, I could look at a string that's 4 million digits long or 5 digits long, and I will know ahead of time.
Jesus.
It's unbelievable. So
I
that's
can't
one.
even possibly guess.
Okay. I could give you the answer or not.
No.
Okay, don't give it. Number 2.
Let people simmer in it.
You know what I would love? I
What?
would love for Professor Newborn, if he's still alive, to watch this show and say, my God, I must have trained this student well that he can pull this out of his butt 40 years later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, so game 2 or problem 2, and imagine now you have to go off. It's due next Tuesday, and now try to solve this damn thing. That's why I always tell people, just study math and computer science. Whatever you end up becoming, it doesn't matter. You're never going to get as good a training as being a math and computer science undergrad. Anyways, second game, you have 12 coins. This one I think is a bit easier. You have 12 coins, of which one is counterfeit. It's counterfeit in that it's either heavier or lighter. You don't know.
Okay.
What is the minimum sequence of weighings that if I had a scale that I can place these on so that I can unequivocally identify which is the counterfeit coin and whether it's too heavy or too light?
Is this based on odds? So because if you have 12 coins?
Yeah.
So I could say 12 because you might fuck it up until the end.
Right. No, but then I asked you for the minimal number of weighings.
Well,
You're-
you get lucky on the first 2, and the second one could be heavier, and then you do the third one. The third one's lighter, and you go, okay, so it's the heavier one.
Okay, but then that depends on what the outcome of the weighing was.
Right.
What is the minimal number of sequence of weighings that will invariably converge to the right counterfeit coin, irrespective of what happens in the weighing,
Okay.
and tells me whether it's too heavy or too light? It's mind-blowing shit.
Tell me what it is.
Okay. So I don't remember the sequence,
Right.
but if I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not wrong. I'm sure Jimmy could pull it off. I believe that there is a sequence of 3 steps that could invariably identify which coin is counterfeit and if it's too light or too heavy.
So it's not as simple as just weighing them. There's
Well,
other things.
it is as simple as
But
weighing,
you're
but
not-
which ones? Is it you weigh? Is it you take any 2 and you? So let's say I take 4
Right.
and I put 2 and 2,
Mhm.
and the balance weighs. Then I know that those 4 could not have been the counterfeit
Right.
because it didn't tip one way or the
Right.
other because they're
Makes
the same
sense.
weight.
Right.
So in that case, by taking any random 4, putting them on,
Mm.
I've only eliminated those 4.
Right, but you could do that 3 times. You have 12.
Just try it.
Yeah, but if you do that 3 times, you'll be able to figure it out
No,
really
because
quickly.
if now you got rid of those 4,
Right.
so I don't remember what the sequence is, so we could try to work it out now, but I don't think it's as simple as just us doing it. If I take another 4
Mm-hmm.
and I put them out, and that comes out as even, I get rid of those 4.
Mm-hmm.
I've now done 2 weighings. Now I still have 4.
Right.
If I take 2 and 2, now if it does do one or the other, I won't know which one it is yet, and I won't know if it's too light or too heavy. Correct?
Right.
So that means your strategy of I just take 4 3 times will not converge me to the optimal solution of 3.
Well, so you have to do it in 3 steps.
You have to do it in 3 steps. But by the way, he doesn't tell you at the assignment what is the number of
Wouldn't you
steps.
just do 6 and 6 then?
If you
No,
did-
because then
no.
you wouldn't have anything to base it on.
No, if you get 6
Yeah.
and 6, you're sure you're gonna get this
Right,
unbalance,
right.
and you don't know anything.
Right, you don't know
So
what's up.
that weighing
Right.
gave you nothing. It just confirmed that there's a counterfactual one.
Right.
I mean, a counterfeit one.
So you do 4 and 4. If you got lucky, you could catch it on the second one.
Yeah, No,
But you wouldn't know then because
No.
you wouldn't know it was
But
heavier
if
or
you
lighter.
did what you just said, that means it's dependent on the outcome of that singular time that you
Right.
did it.
You need
What
3.
I'm saying is, irrespective of what you do, here is the strategy that will always
Well,
get
what do
you.
you do?
So I don't remember what the
God
thing.
damn it! You're gonna leave me in suspense.
No, but I didn't tell you the other one. I didn't tell you the digit one.
Right. Well, the digit one, I don't want you to tell people.
It'll blow your. I could give a singular hint
Okay.
that would almost make everybody get it, but I don't want to give it because
Oh.
no. I'll tell you why. Because it is almost a mystical process. I mean, we're sitting there. We're all,
Just give up. Just
You
tell
want-
us what it is.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. So before I do so, let me give you the hint to see if you'll get it.
Okay.
You don't think I'm putting you on the spot?
No,
right?
no.
Okay. What does? This is so cool. What does any string, whether it's a million strings or 20 strings, always have, architecturally speaking? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes. A number? A finite number?
No. It always has a. It starts with M.
Jamie? What are you saying?
It has a middle.
A middle. Okay.
If you have do you see where I'm going with
Yes.
this?
Okay.
So meaning, if both you and I
Okay.
know the deterministic rule,
Right.
it doesn't matter how big the string is.
Right.
If I look at the middle of the string, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps saying it.
Okay.
If you look at the middle of this, like, look, if the middle is 111, just bear with me.
Okay.
If the middle is 111, the string is an odd number.
Okay.
Because whether it's odd number or even,
Right.
it doesn't matter.
Got it.
If it's an odd number and I start and the middle is 111, I know that I'm going to win.
The middle
Why?
has to be a 1.
Because
1 or 0. Yeah.
well, no, because if the middle is 111,
Right.
so when we're left with 111, I take a 1 from this side,
Mm-hmm.
you take any other 1, and I'll be left with 1 and I win. Therefore, if we both know the deterministic rule of the game, I will always make sure. So when you take out from this side, I will counterbalance by taking out from this side. And then you take out from this side, I'll counterbalance with this side to make sure that we converge to the middle 111, which I know because it's an odd string and I started the game, I'm always going to get to it.
Got it.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
And so the entire algorithm is based on, is the string odd or even? That will determine if it's the middle 3 or middle 4.
Mm.
And do I start or do you start?
Mm.
Knowing that information, the string could be 73 billion digits long, or it could be 6 digits long. It's a deterministic game. I know who will win. As long as we both know that rule. If we both don't, if I know it and you don't, then there's asymmetry. Then I can always make sure to win. But if we both know it, we don't have to play the game. I just look at the middle and I go, you're starting or you win. We don't need to play.
Mm.
Isn't that cool?
It is cool.
But I wish we hadn't done it because I would have loved to see people's attempts because you learn from how people are thinking.
How do you understand this quantum computing, this multiverse
Nothing.
explanation?
I mean, I don't want to say nothing, but certainly not enough to offer any insights in this conversation.
It seems so strange, and there's no real applications for it yet, which is even stranger. Is that they have this computing power, but they're not using it to do things.
Well, but here's where it does. So, I guess maybe I was being too humble when I said I don't know anything about it. Here's a mind blowing thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what prime numbers are?
Yes.
Okay. It's an incredibly easy property to define. We know how the number line operates, yet you know that one of the open problems in pure mathematics. Pure mathematics is basically number theory. It's the purest, most theoretical form of math, which is saying a lot. Pure mathematicians don't have a formula that allows them to generate what is the next prime, right? So usually right now what you do is you have these incredible supercomputers, and through brute force, someone comes out with, we now found the largest prime number ever, but it was done through algorithmic brutish force. So I can see how a computing approach will allow us to, through brute force, calculate much further prime numbers that today we don't have the computational power to do. So I don't know what the application would be, but that would be an example of using the raw computational power of quantum computing to solve these problems.
What I was getting at was we don't have an application for it where it's being used and it's eventually going to be. What I was getting at is that we're looking at this astounding computational ability that's baffling. And what happens when that gets applied to something? This is what my point was. Like, my point is always what happens when that gets applied to sentient AI, when it gets applied to some large language model that's untethered. That's what it's really crazy, because the computing power, like one of the big problems with artificial intelligence is the incredible need for power, right? This is why these, like Google's doing this AI thing where they want to develop 3 nuclear power plants to power their AI.
Yeah,
like this is nuts. So like, what happens when this insane thing that we have developed called artificial intelligence meets this other insane thing that we've developed called quantum computing?
So I don't know about that, but what I can say is that any type of problem that requires massive computational power because of the burdensome search, you can use that for. Right. So imagine, although I don't think you need quantum computing for this, but say in medical diagnostics where you use an AI system, why isn't it that why do we even go to a physician and provide him or her with our symptoms when it should be so trivially easy to put that into an AI medical diagnostic system, and it can look up rare cases in 1827 in Zambia that exactly map onto exactly the symptoms, the unique symptoms that I'm facing because I went on a safari in Zambia. No physician, even if he's trained in infectious diseases, has probably seen that case from 1827 Zambia. So I would expect that in problems that require huge computational power to search through huge engines is where quantum, but I don't know anything else.
Yeah, well, it's going to have applications is the point. And it's right now, it's this insane technology that is so above and beyond anything that's even imaginable. If you just said that to someone 20 years ago, you're going to have a computer that if you took the whole universe and turned it into a computer, it would die of heat death before this thing could figure it out, and this thing could do it in a couple of minutes. You would go, what are you even saying? You go, what does the world look like when this thing becomes real? The world looks like we're in some sort of Terminator movie. We're in some sort of space movie, Star Trek type deal. Like, it's not going to be like a normal world, but it is a normal world, and this technology exists.
My wife, just before I came on the show, she called me up and she goes, "Oh, did you see this deep AI stuff with the Chinese?" I said, "Sweetie, I'm about to head off to speak to Joe. Well, why are you having a deep conversation with me now?" She goes, "Oh, because maybe Joe's going to bring up something about AI and you might want to know about deep AI." So anyway, let me give her a clue. Do you know anything about this?
I do. I do. There's a lot going on. And what's bizarre is that China is dumping insane amounts of money. I think the estimation in the American dollar is $250 billion into their AI program. Their AI program is also allegedly involves a little bit of espionage. So it involves a little bit of stealing some of the data from OpenAI and some of these other places. And one of the things that does happen, of course, with these sort of enormous technology breakthroughs is that you're going to have certain foreign governments that are trying to infiltrate these research centers.
Yeah.
They're trying to get access to this information, and the speculation is that they have done that. and that they are more advanced because of it than we are even aware of, and that they're dumping untold amounts of resources sort of unchecked. The response to this is probably what the government just recently announced, what the Trump administration.
Oh, the 500 billion thing.
Right.
Yeah.
This is probably in response to that.
Okay.
That there's an AI arms race that's going on right now, and whoever gets to the front of the line first is going to be in an insane position of power. And
In a sense, it's similar to the space race, but this one is probably more consequential.
probably more consequential because essentially, when you're dealing with quantum computing and AI, and you put the two of those together, which they haven't done yet, but once they do, what is that? That sounds like a god. It does. It sounds like something that can do things that doesn't even make sense. It's going to have the kind of understanding of the universe that we would only dream of right now.
Right.
And it's probably a week away, or a month away, or a year away, or whatever it is.
So
It's going to happen quick.
in a much less sort of grand context, yesterday I had this morning I was telling you I was having breakfast with a colleague from UT Austin. I actually also met him yesterday. He came over to the hotel. We went out. He has a Tesla, and he said that over the past month or so, I don't remember the exact time, the AI abilities of the self-driving part of his Tesla, he's noticed a huge improvement, like a really discrete jump. And so we were driving, we were going to a coffee shop, and he wasn't looking at the road, and he wasn't using his hands, and the car was driving.
Oh yeah, I have one.
But okay, so for you, it doesn't seem perceptually. And I was looking.
It's bananas. When it's bananas. The auto driving feature's nuts. It stops at red lights. It turns left and right. It changes lanes.
The whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And so this was the first time I was fully immersed in a self-driving car, and I was telling him, "Hey, Richard, are you sure that this is okay?" He's like, "Oh yeah, no, it's fine." My children come in, and it was like mind-blowing experience.
It's mind-blowing. Yeah. And what is that compared to what it's going to be?
Yeah, exactly.
There was I bought my first one, I guess 7 years ago, something like that, and I made a video of me driving on Sunset Boulevard without my hands. I had my hands over the steering wheel. I Led Zeppelin was playing. I was like, this is so crazy. It was driving down the street.
And how much have you noticed?
It's much better.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, much,
500% better.
It's way better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I said.
What specifically? It makes better decisions.
Now it changes lanes to avoid obstructions. It puts its blinker on and makes turns. It stops at red lights and stop signs. It just does everything. It drives like a person. I mean, it still feels weird. I don't like to let it drive. I like to drive.
Okay.
I like driving. Right. Yeah. I like. It's fun. It's fun, and it's a fun car to drive because it's so preposterous. It's like it moves like a time machine.
Yeah.
It just goes places. It doesn't make any noise. It's real weird. So I like driving, but the auto driving feature that exists now is just the beginning. It's gonna get to the point where it's gonna be stupid to let people drive.
You know, it's funny because linking it back to my area research in psychology of decision making, there was a psychologist who has now passed away, a very famous psychologist named Paul Meehl, Meehl, who in the 1950s was already doing studies looking at what's called actuarial versus clinical judgments. What does that mean? Let's suppose I were to tell you that when it comes to making decisions for your admissions to university, using an actuarial model, meaning putting in all of your admissions data and allowing a model to decide yes or no, is a much better mechanism than to allow humans to make that choice, because humans can be hungry at 11:45 and they're pissed off because their blood sugar is low, and if they're, depending on whether their blood sugar is low or not, they may make a different decision on the exact same file. So that he tried to argue that actuarial decisions for certain structured decisions will end up having much better, fairer outcomes for university applicants, and people were still reticent to allow the machine to make decisions. They wanted it to be in the hands of humans. And so I think the reason why I thought of this example is because when you said, I don't like the machine to be driving, I want to be in control. So what that to me suggests is that no matter how much actuarial evidence you might provide to people, telling them on average, you're much less likely to get into an accident if the self-driving car drives, most people are going to have the bias of saying, no, I can't relinquish control. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a factor. Also, you wonder if the car is paying attention to things that you can see but it can't see, right? So what I like to look at when I'm driving, one of the reasons why I like driving my truck, I have a Raptor and it's above the rest of the traffic. So I could see people doing stupid things way up ahead. So I could see someone slamming on their brakes, and I know all these other people are going to have to slam on their brakes too because somebody just cut in front of that guy and stopped dead. I can change lanes.
Right.
The car's not going to know that. It's not going to see that. It's not going to be paying attention.
Just because it's not high enough.
Right. Well, it's not paying attention to anything other than the car in front of it or the car to the right and to the left. It's not looking at cars like way down the road. I'm looking at things like hundreds of yards ahead of me.
But couldn't a couple of code lines fix what you just said?
It might not be able to see it.
Okay.
It's not going to see it like I see it. It would have to have like sensors up where my eyeballs are.
Okay.
Right. And especially like I'll move to the left lane a little bit to see what's going on over there. Move back. I'll move slightly to the left so that I could see past this line. When you're taking into account other people's stupidity, the thing is, once we get to a point where automated cars are ubiquitous, then the argument for self-driving, or driving yourself rather, is going to be kind of shitty because it's going to be so much better than driving.
Right.
Like it's so much safer. If you're not going to worry about ever being distracted by your phone. You're not going to ever worry about, dropping your drink in your lap and changing lanes and colliding with someone. You're not going to think about all those things because the car's going to be doing everything. And as good as it is now, it's way better than it used to be. And it's going to be way better in a few years from now.
Right.
It's like, I do love driving though. I love the pleasure of driving a car. It's not that I want to be in control and I enjoy it. It's like a ride. When I was a little kid, I remember thinking, boy, one day I'm going to be able to drive a car. That's like going to Disneyland every day. Because Disneyland, you're on a ride. Like, there's some of these little race car rides in Disneyland. They're silly compared to a car. So you're on a ride.
Well, I remember in 1983, I had gone to help my brother move. He had moved to Toronto for a year, and then he ended up moving to Southern California. And I was going with him to help him move, and he took a U-Haul truck, and I took his then, I think it was called an RX-7 Mazda. Do you remember those?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And it had the cruise control on it, which was the earliest manifestation. So I did it a bit on the highway because we have to drive from Montreal to Toronto.
Yeah, you just lay back.
But I didn't. I wanted to be in control of. I didn't like being constrained by it's on 110 kilometers.
Right.
I want to be able to adjust.
Right.
And so I played with it for about 50 kilometers, and then I turned it off, and I never used it again.
Well, now they have ones that judge the speed based on the distance between the car in front of you, and you can change it. So it's like radar, laser. I think it uses laser. So the laser determines how far ahead of you the car is and slows down so that you have an appropriate amount of stopping distance.
Right.
They're pretty incredible now.
Do you foresee? Have you heard of those kind of flying taxis that they're thinking? Is this kind of Jefferson stuff, or is it? I
think once we get really good at automating cars, why wouldn't you have automated flying vehicles? The real concern with flying vehicles is people getting in accidents in the sky and falling onto people's houses, which would happen. Yeah. I mean, think about how street takeovers where people drive like assholes in the street. Imagine that happening in the sky.
You're walking your dog and you're dead.
Yeah, you're walking your dog and boom, a car falls on you. That could happen.
So is that an intractable problem that ends the project right there, or
no?
Can you foresee?
Automation changes all of that.
Okay.
So with automation, you have a 3D perspective of everything around it. Everything around it has a 3D perspective of everything around it, and they're all moving in sync. So they all share information. You're going to know where one is at every time, but you're not going to be in control. You can't just dive bomb onto your ex-girlfriend's house.
Right.
Oh, fuck you, bitch, I'm gonna die. You can't, it's like the worry about humans is human error or, doing it on purpose, which is an error.
But, as someone who used to code in my computer science days, sometimes you forget the semicolon and the syntax of the programming language.
You do, but it's going to be coded by AI. It won't be coded by people.
That's true.
There's already, people that are coding right now will tell you, don't go to school for coding. Because it's a great thing to learn.
So learn to code is now obsolete.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Like learn to code. What was the learn to code thing would get you in trouble? when because someone had said it in regards to people losing menial jobs.
It was like, I think, in the coal industry.
Yes,
It was
yes.
that, yeah.
You don't have to learn to code, which is a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
But it became a thing where it would get you kicked off of Twitter. That's how suppressive. People don't understand how suppressive Twitter was. You get in trouble for writing "learn to code." Like, you couldn't mock people by saying that ridiculous thing that someone had said about coal miners.
So can I take credit for having reintroduced the word into the lexicon?
Did you?
I think you are looking at the one who made the use of the word retard cool again. Let me
Listen. No,
I'm not going
I
to get
never
credit
let it go. I never let it go
because I got
held on to
banned from
retard.
Twitter.
Yeah, but everybody did. Twitter retards in quiet circles has always existed. It's like a smoldering ember that
No,
reignited
because
to
now
flame.
there's a skit that I do whenever I see somebody posting something.
Yeah.
There are two levels. I retweet it,
Mhm.
and then I go, "Are you retarded?" Or if I'm really pissed, "Are you fucking retarded?" And so now people are creating like memes, T-shirts with me and "Are you retarded?" Some people have said my next book after my current one, Suicidal Empathy, will be
Are you
retarded?
Yeah,
So I feel as though, give me a bit of credit.
I don't give you any credit.
Okay.
It's been going around. It's never died in comedian circles.
Okay,
We've
fair
kept
enough.
we've kept it alive forever.
Right.
It's just too good of a word.
It really
And also,
is.
it doesn't have anything to do with Down syndrome. It has to do with a specific way of thinking.
Yeah.
And just because some people, oh, you're an ableist, that's not what it's about.
Yeah.
I would never use that term if I was talking about someone who had Down syndrome.
course.
That's not how you use it. You use it when you're talking about someone who thinks the world is flat.
Right.
That
You're
was
an
like from my
extreme
last comedy
idiot.
special. Yeah.
Instead of saying extreme idiot.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for certain words. That's why they exist. You don't eliminate words and make the world a better place.
Are there any words that you've never used? And I've got one. Go.
No, that you've never used?
Like I've never. I mean, obviously, there's a million words in the lexicon that I haven't used just because. Words that we know that we find too objectionable to use. Can you guess what mine would be?
What is it?
It's the C word.
Really?
I've never used it, and I don't like.
You
when
mean
us-
you hang out in England more?
I know that's what I was going to say.
They throw that around like a beach ball at a
England,
concert.
it's
Yeah,
mate.
and
In
in
my-
Australia, he's a good cunt.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I get it.
Do you feel it? Do you see my
Sure.
reflex?
So there's a lot of power in that word, but the less you use it, the more power it has. It's like the old Lenny Bruce bit. Yeah, I think that is going to be a thing of the past too. I think technology is going to bring us to a point where we're going to be able to telepathically exchange ideas, and it's going to be thought based. It's not going to be based on language. And the problem with language, of course, you have objectionable words that are used out of context, words that you see in print. You're lacking the sarcastic tone that the person said it in. So you read it, you could reinterpret it as being a serious statement. There's a lot of weird stuff with language because what we're really trying to do is communicate.
Yeah.
It's a crude form of communication that only exists because telepathy is not good.
You feel like we're going to one day be able to our conversation will just be we're looking at each other in the eyes.
Yeah, I think so.
What would be the material means by which that gets instantiated? How would we do that?
Well, I think initially it'd be technology, but what I think is it's an emerging aspect of human consciousness anyway.
Right.
I think we're getting better at it. I think that ironically, the thing that keeps us from it is technology. Because what is the worst way to communicate with someone when you're not exactly sure what they're saying? Is text.
Right.
Like people misinterpret things in text messages all the time, where one person is joking and the other person takes them seriously, or one person doesn't understand that this person doesn't know about something else and they wrote something.
So there is, and I may have mentioned this before on the show, I can't remember, there is something to what you're saying, not quite telepathically, but so brain imaging. fMRI, right?
Yeah.
So an fMRI, I put you through the machine and I'm able to look at which areas of your brain are getting more activated, either through blood flow or oxygenation or whatever, right? So if I'm studying the psychology of fear-based appeals or advertising, well, I expect your amygdala to light up more because that's an emotional center where you expect fear to be processed, right? So there's some researchers, I think out of UCLA, that took, I can't remember if it's like a sentence. So let's say 8 different sentences. So I'm getting the methodology wrong, but the general idea is valid. And based on the activation pattern that they see, they're able to tell you which sentence would have been said by looking at the brain image.
Whoa.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because each of those enunciated sentences or things that I thought about will necessitate a different invoking of a particular region in my brain, right? And therefore, so I can't be to the point where I'm able to read your mind in the way that if you and I were having a telepathic conversation would happen, but at least I'm able to know if you just thought about something fearful or you thought about a house, and so now they're already doing that.
So I think the analogy would be like, this is the first grunts that ancient man developed to recognize particular things and to point out things before they developed a written language that was eloquent, like Thomas Jefferson.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like as it advances.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've written 2 papers, academic papers on the brain imaging paradigm, and I used a term that I first learned of from my doctoral professor. I did one of my minors in my PhD was cognitive studies of the brain, and his name is Frank Kyle. He's now a professor at Yale University. He called it the illusion of explanatory profundity. He was applying it to something else, but I applied it to brain imaging. Let me explain what I mean by that. There are studies that show that if you take the exact same paper and in one version you actually put an image of a brain imaging thing, and in the other version of the paper you don't do that, and you ask people to judge, it's the exact same paper,
Right.
but you put the one with the image, people go, ooh, this one is more scientific. Right?
Of course.
The packaging matters because
Yeah.
it just showing the brain, which looks cool and sciencey with all kinds of activation pattern, is sciencey.
Right.
This other paper, which is exactly the same paper, doesn't have it. It's not as sciencey. So hence, illusion of explanatory profundity. You're thinking that you're explaining something very profound, but it really is, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So I think brain imaging so far has been very powerful as a diagnostic tool because you could see things in vivo. You could actually see certain things that before you had to do an invasive surgery to see. But to be able to fully, like now there are neuromarketing firms that sell you based on the activation patterns of your consumers, we can help you design better marketing campaigns. Bullshit.
Right, so they're over exaggerating the
Exactly.
capabilities.
Exactly.
This is a problem when Luddites sort of interpret what science is capable of and then try it based on that.
Exactly.
Do you know the story of I think it was in India? There was a woman who was convicted of murder because through fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imagery, she had a functional memory of the crime somehow or another. And the problem with, I talked to neuroscientists about that, and they said the problem is like she could have had that memory based on the evidence that was given to her when she was being tried. You would imagine that would have a profound effect. If someone told you that you're being tried for murder and they showed you photos of the crime scene, you might develop a functional memory of this crime scene. We're trying to think like, who the fuck did this? Why am I being blamed? It doesn't, and we don't really have the capability of it. Another one is there was these Italian scientists that were actually tried and convicted because they were liable of not telling people about an earthquake that took place. Because the people that were trying them did not understand that the science involved in predicting earthquakes is not exact. It's not like I know an earthquake's going to happen Tuesday at noon, or I know an earthquake is definitely even going to happen.
Right.
You don't know. It's just, and because the fact that these people who didn't understand the science were trying them, they wanted to pretend that these people were responsible for not alerting all these, and they were trying, I think they tried them for manslaughter, and they were convicted, and I think they won on appeal.
Wow.
Yeah, see if you can find that story.
That's interesting.
It's a crazy story because actual people who are geologists are like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, 7-year legal saga ends as Italian officials cleared of manslaughter in earthquake trial. Verdict follows conviction of deputy for advice given ahead of L'Aquila earthquake.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
Incredible.
Crazy, because you have a bunch of assholes that say, you should have known, we're going to take you to court. And like, hey, you fucking idiot, you don't even know how this technology works. And they don't have to know.
Well, even on a much more basic level, eyewitness testimony has been shown to be unbelievably unreliable. And
Unbelievably.
the pioneer of that research, I give so many shout outs to people who become famous after hearing about on the show. Elizabeth Loftus, who's a venerable psychologist at University of California, Irvine, where I was for a few years. She is a pioneer of having studied the inaccuracy of eyewitness testimony. And once you see her research, you shudder to think how many people have gone to the gas chamber, because someone said, of course, I absolutely saw him. It was him.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I've worked with Josh Dubin multiple times on the show to help people get out of jail.
This is Innocence Project?
He was with the Innocence Project, and now he does this thing with Ike Perlmutter, and he's very involved in helping these people that have, and there's a lot of them that are in jail either through eyewitness testimony or corrupt prosecutors, or evidence is withheld, or there's a ton of those cases.
Are you a consumer of all the crime shows?
No,
not at all.
No, I don't.
Why?
Because it's bad vibes.
Oh, okay.
I don't need that in my life. I'm aware of it enough. I mean, I've paid attention to enough of them. I've read enough books. I've read enough books on serial killers. I get it.
You know what? As a psychologist, what interests me is, and you see it almost in every show. I don't know if you know the show. It's called Interrogation Raw, where the whole hour series is there's a case, and now they bring in the guy, and they're actually filming interrogation that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And invariably, in almost every case that I've watched, it's the same dynamic. The guy who eventually is convicted always thinks that he's smarter than these hick hillbilly cops that don't know anything.
Right.
And seeing how the cops play them, how they really are amazing psychologists themselves to know how
good cop, bad cop,
the whole
classic
thing. And so I love watching that interaction because the guy comes in and does his whole song and dance, and he truly, because he's gotten away with it for much of his life. And then, I'm just, shucks, a stupid country boy who doesn't know what I'm talking about.
We talked about this the other day too, that I think there's something going on as well, that people that lie all the time, they don't recognize that people can tell that they're lying.
Yeah.
Because they're not good at reading lying, because they lie all the time. So they're not good at reading people because they live in this bullshit world of blinders where they're just trying to be charismatic and push forth some fake story. Like I watched this one where this woman hired an undercover police officer to kill her husband.
I know this case.
Yeah.
And she goes into histrionics.
Yes. And they all know that she did it. They're all aware, ma'am, your husband was, I can't believe it. And she hugs the officer. And it's like, wow, this is crazy to watch.
How rewarding must it be to be that cop?
Oh my God, it's probably hilarious. You're like, this crazy bitch.
Yeah.
And especially, fortunately, if you're dealing with a murder that didn't actually take place.
So here's an incredible story about serendipity, and that relates to serial killers. So in 1989, I'm then with a girlfriend. We're going to the Charlevoix region, which is in northern Quebec. It's about 5-6 hours north of Montreal by car, where it's very famous because the beluga whales come there to mate. The white St. Lawrence whales, I don't know if you know them, but they're these beautiful, very rare whales. They're all white.
Oh, wow.
And so we had gone up there, and we end up at this inn in the middle of, Quebec countryside. And I walk in there. There's this tall American greeting me. I'm surprised.
They speak English?
He's speaking English to me. And I put a book.
That's crazy enough up there, right?
Absolutely. And so I have a book with me that I'm reading. At the time, I was thinking, maybe I'll go into forensic psychiatry, which would mean I would go to med school, or I'd go into forensic psychology, because I was very interested in criminology, but decided, I think rightly so, that it's too dark for me also as a career.
Yeah.
And so I was reading a book titled Alone with the Devil, which you could probably pull it up, which is a book that was written by a forensic psychiatrist out of LA County system, where he was the forensic psychiatrist who would interview many of the most famous serial killers that were running through LA County back then. The Angelo Bueno, the Hillside Stranglers, the Night Stalker, all those insane ones in Southern California. And so hence Alone with the Devil, meaning him sitting with him. And as I put the book down, this is the guy who's checking me into this kind of bed and breakfast place. He looks at it and he goes, "Oh, I know the author." And I'm thinking, how does this American guy who's in northern Quebec know this author who's a forensic psychiatrist in LA? He goes, "Oh, I used to be a public defender in the LA County system." Then he met a woman who was a Quebecer, and then they moved there together. And I used to work with this psychiatrist. And as we started talking, he goes, "All I could tell you," so this is 1989, so I'm like a 23, 24-year-old guy with long hair. And he goes, and I was telling him that I have a brother who's in Southern California, so I always go see him. And he goes, "All I can tell you is don't ever, ever do something that gets you to go to LA County jail for even a night. Because if you piss off the cops, they'll throw you in there and they just scream, 'Fresh fish out of water,' and then the guys will have their way with you." And so I made sure to never drink and drive in LA County because I don't think I would have lasted 14 seconds. So anyways, hold on, let me finish. Okay. Fast forward to 2013. I am in Lubbock, Texas. I've been invited to speak at the Life Sciences and Politics Conference. I'm the plenary speaker, and the political scientist who invited me there takes me out for a Texan barbecue. And as we're chatting, he goes, "I know you're from Quebec. My father lives in Quebec." I said, "Your father? You're okay. Can I just take a guess who your father might be?" And I said, "Was your dad a public defender in the LA County system?" He looks at me as though I'm like an oracle. He goes, "Yes, that's my dad." So imagine, I meet a guy in 1989 based on this book, and he knows that guy. Fast forward many, many years later, I meet his son who just tells me, "Oh, my dad lives in Quebec." I take a shot at throwing, and it was that guy that I met in 1989. How is that for the metaphysics of life?
That's nuts.
It's a small world.
That's weird. That's weird. There's certain things that are like, okay, what are we dealing with here?
Yeah.
Like, is this a simulation? Like, what is this?
Right.
Have you seen the thing about the book from 1953 that talks about Elon wanting to go to Mars? Like a Werner von Braun?
No.
Have you seen this? Yeah, Elon tweeted it. You can find it. See, look, there's certain things where you go, come on. Just even the name Elon, and Elon's going to take us to Mars. Like,
sorry, you mean in there's a character.
So here it is. This is in a Werner von Braun book. So Elon is the elected leader of the Martian government, serving a 5-year term. Elon and the cabinet administrator have laws enacted by 2 houses of parliament. Elon in Project Mars, a technical tale, is the name of the Martian leader, and the connection between the character and Elon Musk led to speculation about Werner von Braun's influence on Musk's space exploration.
Okay,
so this is a book from I think it's 1953.
Okay, you ready?
Right? Is that when he wrote it, Jamie?
Hold on.
See if you can find the tweet, that Elon's tweet, because Elon's tweet is hilarious. Because like, how is this possible? Because he's like this doesn't even make sense. This is so crazy.
I do have one non-sexy explanation that could explain this.
Okay.
One of his parents was a huge fan of that author, read that book, and in honor of that character, actually called Elon Musk Elon.
Sure, that's great. But what are the odds that guy's going to develop rockets?
That's true.
What are the odds that your little baby boy, who you're naming when he was 1 day old, is going to develop?
Yes, that part.
1953 book, Mars Project by Werner von Braun says the leader of Mars shall be called Elon. Someone pulled the original German manuscript out of the archives to debunk this myth, only to confirm that von Braun did indeed predict to be called Elon. And Elon writes, "How can this be real?" It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy because the guy's literally obsessed with Mars and has created rockets that you can catch. Rockets that
have you seen when Trump explains that?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
So amazing.
It's amazing what he can do with these rockets. It's nuts, man. We're living in a very, very strange time. What is this?
Oh,
This
that's
is
Elon's
Elon's dad.
Elon's father named him after reading the book. Common knowledge.
Amazing. He did
Oh,
name
okay.
him after
So
reading
that
the book.
okay. So
Amazing.
I
But
got
also,
that part. Okay.
Still, what are the odds?
Still.
What are the odds? There's 8 billion people on this fucking planet. What are the odds that your kid who you named Elon because you read a book becomes the guy? And Elon didn't even know about it?
Wow.
What about
Yeah.
the thing with Barron Trump? Have you heard that?
Oh,
Crazy
yeah,
thing?
that's
What's
nuts
that?
too.
That's wild.
Find that one. That one's nuts too. That one's completely bizarre.
Baron, the young kid.
Yeah.
What is it?
He'll pull it up. I don't want to fuck it up, but there's a few of those that make you wonder, like, is this a simulation? Is this real? I feel like there's aspects of it that are real.
I'm trying to find the year. There's a series of books from like I think it's the late 1800s or something.
Yeah.
About it says 1900 here, but it's like a person named Barron Trump goes on these adventures, gets a guy from Manhattan to be his like guide. It's very strange and
Wow.
very similar to like what
See if you can find
Yeah,
what the
we find out.
synopsis,
Yeah.
like what
Oh
connects
my
it to
God.
Barron Trump. It seems real weird. It's almost like the telepathy thing. Like someone
Right.
in the past says, "I think something's gonna happen one day." I just get this feeling. This Elon motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like I think there's some weird things about the potential futures, and that might be also what we're seeing with this
Right.
alien stuff. I think this alien stuff might be the future.
How many times have you had Elon on the show?
Oh, a bunch
the
of
book
times.
is called The Last President.
The Last President. That's kind of crazy. Because if shit hits the fan and the aliens land, he is the last president. In 1889 novel called Barron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. It was written by Ingersoll Lockwood. He would go on to write another book called The Last President in 1900. This mystery which involves the Trump family, Nikola Tesla, time travel, and dark forces.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Castle Trump.
So he follows the adventures of a young aristocrat named Barron Trump living in a castle named Castle Trump, which is fucking crazy. The character is described as intelligent, curious, and somewhat arrogant, guided by his mentor, Dawn. Barron embarks on fantastical journeys, including one to discover a magical portal in Russia.
Uh-oh. Putin connections confirmed.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
It's like, is this
That's
bullshit?
unbelievable.
Is life bullshit? Is life real?
Wow.
I think life's mostly real. But, this is the problem with the whole idea of simulation theory, is that if it's true, if there is a simulation, and the simulation, if we develop technology where the simulation becomes indiscernible from reality itself,
Right.
how will we know?
Right.
Maybe we'll know from clues like that,
Like this.
like silly coding,
Who
Easter
comes-
eggs that God leaves behind.
I would love to know what was the mechanism by which, for each of those stories that you came up with, who came up with? Like,
Right.
was it just a fan of one of those books who said, "Wait a minute"? And he-
Right. Well, the weird one is, why is Werner von Braun writing fiction when he's a fucking Nazi?
Yeah,
Why?
right.
What in Nazi running NASA, and before that he was writing fiction? Like, how's he have time? How's he have time to write fiction when this guy's in the middle of developing rockets for the Germans?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing
Yeah.
story. So what are some of the things that you take away when you interact with Elon? Because I've been fortunate enough to get to know him a bit better now and so on, and I'm just amazed by what an amazing guy he is. What are some of your views?
Well, he's just a fascinating human being.
Yeah.
Like, if we didn't live in the time of Elon Musk and you were studying him in history, you'd be like, Jesus Christ, what was that guy like?
Yeah.
That guy must have been insane.
Yeah.
This guy's running 5 different companies simultaneously, and
Unbelievable.
trying to develop a Department of Government efficiency at the same time. And he's a very unique human being
He really
that
is.
exists once every who knows how many generations,
And to
if ever.
think that there are so, like, when this Nazi salute thing came out,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, I debunked it, and there's some weight to it because I happen to be Jewish and I know him. But do you really need me to come out with my imprimatur to say no?
People don't really believe he made a Nazi salute. They want to believe, so they say they believe because you can get him on that, and he's on the defensive. It's an attack vector.
Okay, so you don't think anybody who
thinks
levies
he's
it.
a fucking Nazi. He literally wears a thing around his neck that says "Bring them all home."
Yeah.
About the hostages.
Or did you see when he said? I don't know if it was after Ben Shapiro when he went with him to to, I think it was Auschwitz or something, and he said, "I am Jewish."
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
He's a fascinating human being, and all fascinating human beings, especially all people that are in incredible positions of power and wealth, which is what he is. You're going to get attacked.
Yeah.
And you get attacked by a lot of bad faith arguments, and this is one of them.
Well, the last time I was in Austin, we had met up in person, and but it was delayed, our meeting, because he ended up having to go to all sorts of depositions, and so he would be texting me and saying, "Oh, I'm in this hellish deposition." And then later when we met, he kind of told me a bit about it. I mean, I won't share some of the stuff, but I'm thinking, if at my level I get people coming after me, it's unimaginable to even think at what level, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's a troll coming after me, or an annoying academic, or an Islamist who sends me a death threat. Okay, fine. But I mean, he's getting governments attacking him.
Yeah.
But yet he just keeps trucking along. It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, it really helps have $400 billion.
That doesn't help.
That helps a lot. But if he didn't buy Twitter, I think the world would be a far more fucked up place right now. I think we would be far more confused, far less free to express ourselves. And the cultural narrative shifted because of people's ability to freely express themselves now on social media in front of everybody, where you just didn't have that before.
Well, I mean, literally within few days of it being, maybe even the same day of it being announced that he was buying it, I had put out a clip on my channel where I said, of all things that Elon Musk has ever done or will ever do, none will ever count as much as him having bought Twitter.
If it didn't happen, you would have a complete cult-like takeover of all public discourse. All public discourse would be controlled by this ridiculous ideology, this woke ideology, this what you call a mind virus.
Yeah.
And that mind virus would have been used by corporations, and it has been, and used by government, and it has been used in order to enact more control over its citizens under the guise of protecting marginalized people and protecting ideas. It seems like they're doing the right thing, and it seems like opposing that is doing the wrong thing. But it's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's all it is. It's just control. It's just the government they don't give a fuck about DEI. All they give a fuck about is votes and power and control.
Exactly.
And if they can use DEI to get their way, and if they can use whatever green energy bullshit they're pushing, whatever they're doing, they're not doing it because they're trying to save you. That's nonsense. If you look at it from the perspective of this is to gain more power, more influence, and make more money, then you'll see things more clearly.
So I've been asked in many different contexts, do you think that this is it? This is the end of all the parasitic stuff? And I keep imploring people to not be complacent in that. Exactly, because sure, Donald Trump is a huge doorstop to all the insanity. But here's the analogy I like to draw. So you know how there's the evolution of the superbug that comes about because of the misapplication of the antibiotic regimen?
Yeah.
So what happens? It literally is a natural selection, right? So so really take it for 2 days, and I immediately feel a lot better. I stopped taking it. But what that has created is that the weak bacteria have died off, whereas the ones that have survived until that point have only become stronger. And through the misapplication of the prescription for antibiotics, I then contribute to the evolution of the superbug. Right. So I'm analogizing now with the woke mind virus. It's if you don't completely do the antibiotic regimen fully, which in this case means eradicating all those parasitic ideas everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Because it took 50 to 100 years for those bad ideas to originally be spawned and flourish in the university ecosystem.
Right.
So you're not going to get rid of them in a 4-year term with Donald Trump and we never see them again.
Right.
So it has to be a continuous cultural war to eradicate those. Now, you'd like to think that it won't take 50 to 100 years to eradicate them, but it's not going to start and end with Trump.
Right.
I'm thinking you agree with that. Yes?
No, I definitely do agree with that. And I think that it's also, you have to take into consideration, although Trump won and Trump is controlling the cabinet and all these different people are going to be able to do his agenda, you still have almost half the country that didn't vote for him. So,
Yeah.
and people are always tribal. And so they're going to be opposed to everything, even the good things that he's doing. They're going to find fault in it. Did you see the CBS interview with JD Vance?
Just one clip.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, so I should watch the whole thing.
Oh my God, it's a masterclass. He just
He is
he's
impressive.
so good.
He is really good.
He's
Have
so
you,
good.
has he been on the show?
Yes, yeah, he's great. Thank God for that guy.
You know,
He's so good at dismantling those dopey people
yeah.
and just breaking down. Like, she was like, "This is a country built on immigrants." He's like, "Yes, that doesn't mean that 240 years later we have to have the dumbest immigration policy possible."
Well, and so actually in my forthcoming book that I'm trying to wrap up now, Suicidal Empathy, I have a section where I talk about these kinds of immigration arguments. And I use something from cognitive psychology. It's called categorization theory. How do you categorize something? So when people say, "You're such a hypocrite, Gad, you're an immigrant. Why are you railing against immigrants? Your buddy Elon Musk is an immigrant." And so then I usually give them the following analogy, satirical analogy, but a valid one. I say, Fido the house cat is a feline. So is the male lion in African jungle. They're both called feline. Therefore, I'm just as likely to want to snuggle when I go on a safari in Namibia next to the feline called the house, the male lion. No, I recognize that even though they're both called feline, there is a distinction between the two. I don't categorize them as an exemplar of the same identity. Whereas what these people play is, you're an immigrant. Why do you rail against immigrants?
Right.
So isn't it astonishing that you could have such shoddy thinking that you're unable to recognize what I just said?
It is, but it's, again, it goes back to this tribal thing.
Yeah.
Is that people don't want to admit that having an open border is going to let in terrorists.
Yeah.
Because the previous administration, which was Democratic, had essentially an open border policy.
Yeah.
And it was based on this concept of empathy.
Yeah.
And you have sanctuary cities like New York. And then as soon as the mayor opposes it, well, guess what? He gets indicted. Like, it's all so transparent.
unbelievable.
It's so crazy. It's right in front of your face. And so I don't understand what they're doing. And, you know, there's a lot of arguments. They're doing it for cheap labor. They're doing it to get votes. They're doing it, whatever they're doing. You're making things less safe. And to oppose getting rid of cartel members and gang members and criminals and pedophiles and serial killers, to oppose getting rid of them and deporting them is just nuts.
Well,
It doesn't make any sense.
the perfect example of this kind of parasitic idea and suicidal empathy is that bishop that just spoke, that kind of lectured Trump. But, right?
Yeah.
They're your dishwashers. But nobody's
Mhm.
questioning that there might be lovely people. That doesn't take away from the fact that you shouldn't have an open border policy.
Yeah.
But she's so committed to empathy that she views any position contrary to complete capitulation of your border as non-empathetic.
Right. And that is the perspective of the extreme leftists.
Yeah.
And it's a cult-like perspective. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. It doesn't make sense. It's not empathetic. Certainly not empathetic to the people that are victims to those people.
Right, exactly. Well, it's not empathetic to the, I think, 900 biological women who lost medals. Did you see that study?
Yeah.
Right. So, but what you're
And
doing,
everyone, it's just a small amount.
it's a small number.
No, it's not.
Well, is 900 small? What would be a
Also,
big number?
Here's the big thing. There was not 900 10 years ago.
Right.
Okay. So what happened in 10 years? And what happens 10 years from now? Are we willing to have all female sports dominated by men?
Right.
Who believe that they're women? That's crazy.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Well, in Canada, there was a 50-year-old man who identified with as a teenage girl, so he's competing in swimming events.
Oh yeah.
I believe he was a professor as well.
I satirized this in The Parasitic Mind, where I said that through transgravity, I identify as much smaller weight than I really am, and through trans-ageism, I am an 8-year-old boy, so I'm competing in the under-8 judo competition.
Isn't it nuts? And then that actually turned out to be true. Where people go, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I remember I watched Dennis Prager on Bill Maher's show a long time ago, and he was talking about how men can menstruate. And next thing you're going to be saying men can menstruate, and the whole place goes nuts and screams and cheers. Like, what are you saying? Because this was quite a while ago. And now it's commonplace.
It's commonplace.
Commonplace to say men can menstruate.
Have you
In fact,
seen-
Tampon Tim Walsh, the guy was he was putting tampons in the men's room.
So at Concordia, which is my home university, right? I'm now at Northwood, but my home university had last May a one-day symposium on menstrual equity, because menstruation is a human right. What the fuck does that mean? Like,
what does that mean, menstrual equity? How can you get men to menstruate?
I'll send you privately.
Okay.
Like literally,
it's a human right.
It's a human right. Like until that symposium, women had been stopped from menstruating in Canada.
What does it mean? That's so crazy.
Well, unfortunately for us in Canada, unlike you guys, Savior Trump, yes, Trudeau has resigned officially, or won't be running the country for much longer, but we're much further down the woke abyss than you guys are. So
it's cautionary tale.
Yeah, exactly. So I think yes, Pierre Poilievre will be an obvious massive improvement over.
Is that how you say it?
I mean, if you say it with the proper French accent, yeah, it's Poilievre.
Other people say it differently. What's the wrong way to say it?
Every other way that an American or English Canadian would say it. So
I've even heard people say like Poilievre.
No,
right?
No, it's Poilievre.
Poilievre.
Yeah,
Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah.
He's a very logical guy. It was one of the things that was interesting. A reporter questioned him on whether or not he aligns with Donald Trump, in that there are two genders, and he said, "Well, if there's other genders, I'd like you to tell me what they are."
That's
I'm
beautiful.
open to tell me what they are.
That one was great. But of course, the classic one is the apple.
Yeah, when he was eating an apple.
That was great. That was like straight out of a spaghetti western.
Well, it seems like that's what your country needs, and I hope it happens. I hope he wins.
Yeah.
I hope there's some sort of a recognition that if America changes course and course corrects, and America starts to thrive and do better, which I think it will, and gets the violent crime down and a lot of the issues down and prices down, and if all that stuff happens, I hope Canada comes to its senses and wakes up from this woke trance.
I mean, I think it will, but it will be a longer autocorrection.
Yeah, unless you become the 51st state. Come on, join up.
Yeah, by the way, do you know that I posted a post on Twitter, on X, where I tagged Trump and I said, "Dear Donald Trump, look, can you invade Canada? It won't take more. It won't take more than 4 to 6 committed Marines or something like that. Like really to show how wimpy we are." And if you saw the tagging of Concordia that I got on X, because people were saying, you have a Canadian professor who is being treasonous and how could a human being be so lacking in humor?
The same thing as the Hitler thing with Elon. It's like you're pretending.
So they don't really believe it.
No, it's an attack vector. They're just looking at it as like, I can go after him now. And this is one of the major problems with social media. I said it's really good for that.
Yeah. It's
really good for people to be shitty. And what we talked about, it's the least connected form of discourse between human beings. It's so much shittier than verbal communication, and what is eventually going to be telepathic communication is going to far exceed that, to the point where you're not going to have to wonder what a person thinks. You're going to know what they think.
You almost, I don't think I've seen you in many years ever engage anyone on X, right?
No, I mean occasionally. I wanted to get Peter Hotez to debate with Bobby Kennedy, and he was calling me a neo-fascist. It's a neo-fascist leanings. And I was like, this is so ridiculous. Like, I'll give a bunch of money to the charity of your choosing.
Oh yes, I remember that.
I said I'll donate $100,000.
Yes.
You pick a charity. You could debate him here. Explain what's going on. If you're so smart and you're so correct, come debate him. And nobody, he didn't want to do it. It's just the whole thing is just like, I don't like to do that because I don't like. It's going to sound very hippie. I don't like negativity. I don't want to argue with anybody. I don't even want to argue with people that I disagree with. If I disagree with someone, I'd like to have a discussion with them. I'd like to have a calm, civil discussion with you. I don't think things should be. I think you should avoid personal attacks and all that stuff whenever possible. I think it's bad for you.
Is this something that you adhere to even in your personal relationships?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't argue with you. I'm not interested. I don't like bad vibes. I can disagree with someone, and I'll have people on the podcast that disagree with them. I'm never mean to them. I never call them names. And I don't think it's good for you. I don't think it's good. Even if I'm good at it, okay? I'm a professional shit talker. I can talk a lot of shit.
Right.
If I wanted to make fun of someone, I can make fun of someone pretty easily. I don't want to. Not interested. I mean, I make fun in jokes. I do stand up. I make fun on podcasts. We fuck around, joke around. But in real life or in actual communication with another person, I don't want it. I don't think it's necessary for you to have a full, rich life. I think it's junk food. I think it's essentially like you don't need to eat chips. Don't eat chips. Chips are killing you, and Mountain Dew's killing you. Don't eat Mountain Dew.
Right.
I think negativity is bad for everyone. I think it's bad for the person who pushes it out. It's bad for the person that receives it. It's the reason why people don't like being canceled. All these people are dumping on you, and it's all this negativity, and like, oh, and you feel terrible, and they know you feel terrible, so they keep piling on. And I think it's bad for them. I think it's bad for your soul. I think it's bad for your self-respect, for how you view yourself as an evolved human being. Like that you want to do that to a person and go after them like that. I mean, the only exceptions are if someone's a criminal. Someone's doing something like, you're the head of a pharmaceutical drug company that's pushing stuff on people that's killing people and you know it is and you're hiding it. If you're a person who's involved in the trafficking of, underage sex workers or whatever it is, it's evil. You want to go after pure evil in the world? Okay, I get it. But most of what people do when they're really shitty to each other is like political disagreements or ideological disagreements. And it shows your weakness as a person.
Well, so I think it was Henry Kissinger who said this. To your point, he said, never are the battles so fierce as when the stakes are so low. So I think it speaks to your point, right? So people get all animated. And
I think it's also a lot of people that don't understand real conflict. Right. I think people have a certain amount of anticipation, just being a human being, again, with this old operating system that we have.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of anticipation of an enemy and of a threat and of a thing that you have to defeat.
Yeah.
I think it's just naturally built into us to the point where people become illogical, especially when they get super tribal. They're on a team. We're on a team, so we have to defeat the people on the other team. So you say horrible things about people on the other team on Twitter, and then people retweet it and post at you, and you feed off of it. I think it's a stupid way to communicate. I think it's a stupid way for human beings to think and behave. And I think it goes back to what I said before about ideas, that you're not your ideas. Right. You cannot be your ideas. If you want to talk about ideas, just talk about what the ideas and what you think things should be and what this is what you think is going on, and have respectful conversations with people that disagree, and that's the best way to communicate. So that's just too hard to find.
So I had one negative interaction that sat very badly with me after the fact, and I think we've now cleared it. So to your point about not going after someone, I mean, usually I'm a very affable guy and warm and the whole thing. But sometimes if somebody pisses me off, I just kind of
call them a fucking retard.
Call them a fucking retard. But usually not someone that I know. It's just
But even if it's a person that you don't know, there's a person on the other end of it.
That's true. But usually if I call you a retard, it's because you've been kind of doing stuff endlessly after me.
Right.
So you don't punch a guy if he just slaps you one time, but if he slaps you 18 times, you're probably going to...
No, you should punch him if he slaps you once.
Oh, there you go.
Because slaps usually lead to something else.
There you go.
You can't let a guy get away with a slap.
So we're in Austin, so there was a point where Lex Friedman was doing all the love will conquer everything stuff. And it was pissing me off because it was in the context of, let's say, the Middle East, where I come from, where I know that love doesn't conquer all. And so that shtick was getting me angry. And so I kind of went after him, not like in a mean way calling names, but I said, it's